Alpha Wolf, The Price of Love. Introduction. Welcome to Alpha Wolf, The Price of Love. Written by Deanne Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee, Lora Keene, and Liam Chandler. Hey there, Asher Blackwood here. And yes, that's my wolf snickering in my head. He's my constant companion with centuries of wisdom and the sass level of a teenage comedian. If you're new to my world, here's what you need to know. I'm a wolf shifter from Queensland, Australia, with my sights set on becoming alpha of my pack. Only problem, my mixed blood status is a deal breaker according to ancient pack laws. Tell them about how you keep walking into lampposts, said my wolf. Shut up, wolf. As I was saying, enter Goddess Elithra with what seemed like a perfect solution. Help her with some supernatural matchmaking, and she'd set me up with the perfect mate who could help solve my mixed blood situation. She even gave me this fancy magical mirror to spy on, observe my targets. Simple enough, right? Yeah, because you're such an expert matchmaker now, my wolf chimed in with his usual sarcasm. Well, ignoring my peanut gallery of one, I managed to get billionaire Kieran LeBlanc and journalist Madeleine Roux together. But turns out that was just the beginning. Now the goddess has a new task for me, one that involves keeping secrets buried and maybe playing matchmaker for a few more hearts along the way. And let's just say things are getting complicated. Spoiler alert, he's terrible at cost-benefit analysis, my wolf helpfully added. Between divine deals, supernatural secrets, and unexpected connections, I'm starting to realize that love, whether you're making it happen for others or finding it yourself, always comes with a price. The question is, am I willing to pay it? This story is part of Deanne Leo's Multiverse Collection, where the human world, magical realm, and mysterious crossworld collide in ways that'll keep you guessing. If you want to stay updated on all the supernatural drama unfolding across these realms, hit that subscribe button and like this video. Deanne Leo loves hearing from her audience, so drop your thoughts in the comments below. Your favorite character might just get their own story next. Even me? My wolf perked up. Especially not you, wolf. Just try not to walk into any more lampposts while we're at it, my wolf snickered as I prepared to tell you this tale. Now, let me show you what happens when divine matchmaking meets wolf shifter determination, and maybe find out if some prices are worth paying after all. Asher Blackwood. My wolf had been lecturing me for the past hour, pacing through my mind like a professor on caffeine. The bitter London winter bit through my jacket as I huddled near the Thames, but I barely noticed it, too busy enduring what he called Negotiation 101, how not to get screwed by a goddess. Remember, he instructed, his mental voice carrying that familiar mix of ancient wisdom and barely contained sarcasm. No fidgeting. Goddesses can smell uncertainty like sharks smell blood. And for moon's sake, don't lead with how much you want to help Joe and Tog. That's like showing all your cards while announcing you've never played poker. I sighed, my breath forming clouds in the freezing air. I know how to negotiate, wolf. Really? His presence radiated skepticism. Like that time you agreed to track a feral shifter through the Blue Mountains during storm season? Or perhaps you mean that brilliant deal where that worked out fine. Only because I saved your tail, literally. He sniffed. And why are we standing out here in this Arctic wasteland? There are perfectly good cafes with heating. But no, you had to pick the coldest spot in London for your pre-negotiation crisis. The cold helps me think. No, the cold helps you freeze. Now repeat after me. I've successfully completed the task as agreed. I've successfully... No. More authority, less, please don't eat me. Channel your inner alpha. You do realize she's a goddess, right? Not some pack elder I can intimidate. Details. My wolf's presence swirled with impatience. The principle remains the same. Project confidence, demand respect, and whatever you do, don't let her sense your desperation to play matchmaker for the tragic couple. Joe and Tog aren't tragic. Have you seen the way he looks at her? Like a puppy watching the last treat being given to another dog. It's painful, but that's not the point. Focus. Last chance to do this somewhere warm, my wolf muttered as I pulled out the intricate silver mirror the goddess had given me. The pre-dawn Thames stretched before us, its dark waters reflecting the city's fading lights. Perfect timing, fewer humans around to witness whatever dramatic entrance Elithra might choose. Last time she'd appeared in a shower of golden butterflies that had sent a flock of pigeons into hysterics. I cleared my throat. Goddess Elithra, I seek audience. Oh, very formal. My wolf's approval warmed our connection. Though you might want to stand straighter and maybe... A shimmer of silver light interrupted his coaching, and suddenly the air around us felt lighter, warmer. The scent of summer roses replaced London's usual mix of diesel and damp. Goddess Elithra materialized before us, her flowing silver dress somehow untouched by the bitter wind. Her smile carried that familiar hint of knowing amusement, like she'd just heard the punchline to a joke we hadn't told yet. "Asher Blackwood," she said, her voice carrying traces of wind chimes and distant thunder. "I trust you bring good news about our favorite couple?" My wolf's presence tensed. Too eager, his voice whispered in my mind, "She's never this pleasant." I squared my shoulders, channeling every ounce of alpha authority I could muster. "The task is complete. Kieran and Madeline are together, just as you wanted." "Are they?" Her silver eyes sparkled with something that made my stomach drop. "How interesting." "You know they are." I kept my voice steady, ignoring my wolf's mental squirming. "I've watched them overcome every obstacle, Stefan, the kidnapping, even their own stubbornness. They're together, soulmates united, mission accomplished." Elithra waved her hand and a ghostly image of Kieran and Madeline appeared between us, curled together on his sofa. "They do look cozy. Don't take the bait," my wolf warned. "She's fishing." Which brings me to my next point. I clasped my hands behind my back, mimicking Sierran's power stance. Given the successful completion of this task, I'd like to discuss another opportunity. Would this opportunity involve a certain animal-loving younger brother and a recently traumatized best friend? Her smile widened slightly. "She knew we were coming," my wolf groaned. "So much for our poker face." "Joe and Taj's connection is obvious," I pressed on. "Even a blind wolf could see it. And given my experience with complicated matches..." "Your experience?" Elithra's laugh tinkled like breaking icicles. "One successful match and suddenly you're an expert?" "One extremely difficult match," I corrected. "Or are you saying Kieran and Madeline were easy?" "Nice recovery," my wolf approved, though maybe dial back the sass. The goddess studied me for a long moment, her silver eyes unblinking. "And what would you want in return for this?" "Assistance?" "The same deal as before. Help me find my perfect mate." "But our original deal isn't quite complete yet." The temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. My wolf's presence bristled. "Here it comes." "What do you mean, not complete?" I gestured to the ghostly image still floating between us. "They're together, happy, in love. For now." Elithra's smile took on an edge sharp enough to cut glass. "But soon, a secret will emerge, one that could destroy everything we've built, if you help prevent this secret from surfacing." She paused meaningfully. "Then, and only then, will they truly have their happily ever after." "She's offering exactly what we want," my wolf muttered. "I don't like it." "Let me get this straight," I said, watching a water taxi crawl past like a mechanical water bug. "You'll let me help Joe and Tag while I'm working on this secret situation with Kieran and Madeline?" "Precisely." Elithra's smile remained perfectly serene. "You see, the rules about direct interaction only apply to your primary targets. Since Joe and Taj are merely peripheral to Kieran and Madeline's case, you may interact with them freely." "Too convenient," my wolf growled. "Way too convenient." "And my reward," I pressed, "remains the same." She gestured, and a shimmer of silver light danced around us. Your perfect mate, carefully selected to complement both your mixed blood and your alpha aspirations, assuming, of course, you succeed. Define succeed. Keep the secret buried. Ensure Kieran and Madeline's happiness. And, her eyes twinkled, if you manage to help young Taj find his courage along the way, well, that would be a bonus, wouldn't it? Remind her about your timeline, my wolf urged. The Alpha Challenge won't wait forever. About that, I cleared my throat. The Alpha Challenge is coming up, and finding a mate isn't like ordering takeaway. There's dating, courting, building trust, and boinking. My wolf chimed in. Don't forget the boinking. Very important for wolf shifters. Lots of practice required. I mentally swatted him. What I mean is I need time to... The situation with Kieran and Madeline is more complicated than you realize. Elithra interrupted, her silver eyes darkening. Definitely above our pay grade, my wolf muttered. Maybe we should stick to simple matchmaking. You know, the kind that doesn't involve goddess-level complications? How about this? Elithra's voice softened. I'll keep a close eye on developments and guide you one step at a time. And naturally, I'll ensure you reach your goal before your challenge. Ask about the reward, my wolf pressed. Get it in writing. Do goddesses do contracts? Maybe. What's the first step? I cut through my wolf's panic. Elithra's smile returned. Exactly what you wanted to do in the first place. Help Joe and Tag. Free Joe from Stefan. Return her to Kieran and Madeline's protection. Without his hostage, Stefan loses his leverage. Simple. Too simple, my wolf snorted. I can smell a trap, and it reeks worse than that curry place we passed earlier. I shared his suspicion. Where's Joe being held? The Rose Cottage, Mrs. Hanson's place in Mortlake. Her eyes glittered. You know it, of course. The woman who tried to kill Madeline and Siren? I frowned. She's dead now. Why would Stefan take Joe there? What's the connection? Your job is to prevent the secret from surfacing. Elithra's voice carried a warning edge. Not dig into it. But, however, she sighed. For reference, let me show you what happened in the past.
Chapter 1. Mortlake, England, 8 years ago. A drop of blood leaked from the center of the flower, ran down a petal, and dropped onto the wooden bench. The sound of it hitting the weathered surface harmonized with the raindrops tapping on the tin roof of the small shed, creating a haunting melody. Kieran blinked. The drop of blood vanished before his eyes, leaving no trace. Kieran! The voice, sharp and unexpected, came from Mrs. Hanson, an old gypsy who approached him from behind. He almost jumped out of his skin. Almost. Composing himself quickly, he cleared his throat, loosened his silk tie, and turned with a practiced smile. Mrs. Hanson, I'm here for the flowers. Certainly. Her smile was crooked, etched with lines that hinted at a mysterious past. Kieran couldn't help but think she had probably been a captivating woman before things had gone wrong with her alchemical practice. She had crossed the dangerous grounds of natural medicine and paid a dear price. I'll get the ribbons and wrap them for you, she added, her voice carrying a hint of something unspoken. Kieran nodded in appreciation and returned to examine the flowers, the scent of damp earth and floral notes filling his nostrils. The purple strikes and swirls on the white petals of the mountain avens he had chemically engineered looked perfect. He understood why Juliet liked these wild flowers. They were plain, free, and determined, just like her spirit. He had created the purple strikes on the petals to make the flowers uniquely hers, or maybe to reflect her in his mind. She had fallen in love with the flowers when they were on their honeymoon in Ireland over a year ago, the memory of her delighted laughter still fresh in his mind. She'd intrigued him since the very first time they met. He was checking out a rare book in the library at Oxford University, the musty scent of old paper filling the air. She approached him, a total stranger, her voice soft yet confident as she asked if she could borrow a few dollars for a cup of pumpkin soup. Who could say no to her brilliant smile, magnificent flaming red hair, and eyes that contained a sea of innocence? She did have a perfect explanation for asking. She wanted the soup. The shop was closing, so there wasn't enough time for her to run back to her dorm for the money. And after she got her soup, he walked her home to get his money back. At least that was his excuse. One thing led to another, and the next thing he knew, he married her despite his mother's vehement objection. "These flowers are cursed." Mrs. Hanson's voice interrupted Kieran's concentration. "I beg your pardon?" Kieran had never raised his voice to Mrs. Hanson, or to anyone, but this statement not only demeaned his work and his belief in science, but also his intentions toward Juliet. He felt a surge of irritation, quickly suppressed. Mrs. Hanson shrugged as she wrapped a sheet of tissue paper around a pot of mountain avens and affixed a bow to it, her gnarled fingers moving with surprising dexterity. "I'm not a believer, Mrs. Hanson," Kieran stated flatly. "Then you should start believing." Her eyes met his, challenging. "You're wasting my time," he said, his patience wearing thin. "What's the problem with the flowers?" Mrs. Hanson's voice dropped to a near whisper. "You and Juliet are my good students. I don't want one of you to end up dead. I've been watching these flowers grow every day in my lab. They aren't normal. A couple of them turned red and bled drops of blood before they died yesterday." "And you didn't think to let me know, Mrs. Hanson?" "I'm letting you know now," she retorted. "You think I should have called your headquarters and wormed my way through an army of your minions just to tell you your little flowers died under tragic circumstances?" Kieran shrugged, his jaw tightening as he pushed the pot of flowers away. The ceramic scraped against the wooden surface, the sound grating on his nerves. Mrs. Hanson's eyes narrowed. "So you don't want the flowers now? You believe me that they're cursed?" "Of course I don't believe you," Kieran snapped, his patience wearing thin. He ran a hand through his dark hair, frustration evident in the gesture. "But you've said it now, and I don't feel comfortable giving them to Juliet anymore." "Very well then, it's your decision." Mrs. Hanson's lips curled into a knowing smile. She spun on her heel to leave, her worn shoes scuffing against the floor. As she moved away, she muttered under her breath, "That's why humanity is so doomed. Chaos will come. All we'll see is darkness." Kieran's head snapped up. "What did you say, Mrs. Hanson?" She turned back, her eyes glinting with an unsettling light. "Do you love Juliet, Kieran?" "Yes," he replied, exasperation coloring his tone. "And we're married, in case you haven't noticed." The old woman chuckled, a dry sound that seemed to scrape against the air. "Let me tell you a story, Kieran. Once upon a time, there was a girl who lived with her cruel stepmother and stepsisters." Kieran's brow furrowed. "Mrs. Hanson, I don't see—" "Hush now," she interrupted, her eyes gleaming. "This girl, she dreamed of going to a grand ball at the palace. But her family, they wouldn't let her go. This sounds like a fairy tale." Kieran scoffed, crossing his arms. Mrs. Hanson nodded, undeterred. "Indeed it does. Now imagine her surprise when a magical being appeared, turning a pumpkin into a carriage and her rags into a beautiful gown." Kieran opened his mouth to protest, but Mrs. Hanson raised a hand, silencing him. "At the ball, she danced with a prince, but at midnight she had to flee, leaving behind only a glass slipper." "Enough," Kieran said, shaking his head. "I don't want to play your games, Mrs. Hanson." Her voice took on an urgent tone. "Don't you see, Kieran? The prince searched the kingdom, trying to find the girl whose foot fit the slipper, and when he found her—" "This is ridiculous," Kieran interrupted, a chill creeping up his spine despite his skepticism. Mrs. Hanson's eyes locked onto his. "Is it, Kieran, or is it more familiar than you'd like to admit?" As she spoke, Kieran felt a chill creep up his spine. He shook his head, trying to dispel the unease. "I don't want to play your games, Mrs. Hanson." "Oh, this is no game," she retorted, her voice sharp. "This will one day be your reality if you are not careful." Kieran scoffed. "I'm no Prince Charming." "You're exactly right." Mrs. Hanson's gaze bore into him. "Charming, Cinderella, and other characters aren't real until they become someone's reality. Juliet embraces the story and lets it become her life." "No, she didn't," Kieran protested, but doubt crept into his voice. Mrs. Hanson stepped closer, her eyes never leaving his face. "You don't know her as well as you might like to think, Kieran." He squared his shoulders, pushing back against her words. "Even if for some inexplicable reason she believes in fairy tales, she couldn't possibly see herself as Cinderella." "You got that part right, Kieran." Mrs. Hanson's voice softened, almost pitying. "She knows she isn't Cinderella, but she wants to believe it. She wants that reality rather than the one she's already gotten with you. So, if you love her, find out why and talk her out of it, because her version of Cinderella will not have a happy ending. I've had enough of this nonsense. Kieran turned on his heel, striding out of Mrs. Hanson's little lab. His mind raced, a cacophony of thoughts drowning out the rational part of him that wanted to ask about the curse's effects. Kieran LeBlanc is not superstitious, he scolded himself. As he walked, he tried to steady his breathing. He was a man of science, for God's sake. He'd invented medicine that could change the landscape of science. He understood the fine line between science and fiction, the intricacies of the human cognitive system, the way theology worked on the human mind. People had different beliefs. He could tolerate the differences. But a curse? A fairy tale? Hell no. He wouldn't even mention it to Juliet. It was ludicrous. Juliet was a scientist, just like him. Lost in thought, Kieran accidentally stepped on a bunch of wild daisies. As he moved his foot away, a flash of red caught his eye. Blood? He jumped back, his heart racing. But as quickly as it appeared, the blood vanished, leaving pristine white petals. What the hell? Kieran shook his head violently, trying to clear his vision. He'd been working too hard these past weeks on a new project. It must be fatigue, nothing more. With quick, purposeful strides, Kieran left Mrs. Hanson's house, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. He needed to go home. He needed to see Juliet. He needed normality. As he climbed into his car, Kieran couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. Mrs. Hanson's words echoed in his mind, a discordant melody he couldn't silence. He started the engine, its purr doing little to calm his nerves. As he pulled away, his eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. For a moment, he could have sworn he saw Mrs. Hanson standing in the road, her figure slowly fading into the mist. Kieran blinked, and she was gone. Chapter 2. The familiar scent of vanilla and roses greeted Kieran. He kicked his shoes off on the lush carpet of his master suite at Montciel, the palace belonging to his family. He might tell Juliet about the blood flowers. Whether or not he believed in superstition, what happened bothered him more than a little. He pulled the tie from his collar and walked into the closet when a cool hand covered his eyes from behind. A voice as light and colorful as an Irish lullaby whispered into his ear. "Hello, stranger. My husband won't be happy at all when he finds out about you." He turned around. "Your husband shouldn't be surprised. He married such a beautiful woman, he should know he's got competition." He lifted her up. Juliet wrapped her long legs around his waist and let him carry her to bed. He lay her down on the bed and ravished her mouth. He hadn't seen her all day long. He was starved for her. He could comfortably justify it as the lust of newlyweds. His hands stopped on her flaming red gown. She was wearing artfully applied makeup and her favorite perfume. "Is there an occasion I have forgotten?" he asked, searching his mind frantically but coming up with nothing of significance attached to this particular day. Juliet sat up, adjusted her hair, and smiled at him. "Do you like the dress?" "Only if you wear it, and then take it off when appropriate." He grinned. He stood next to the bed, preparing for whatever might be coming at him. She still lay down, lazily rubbing her bare foot against his thighs. "You've got to have an opinion about the dress as I'm wearing it to a very important function in a couple of weeks." She smiled. Kieran rolled his eyes and flopped face down on the bed. Juliet rubbed his back and wrapped her long legs around him. "I don't care what your forever extended family will do for your birthday, but I have to have my private time with you. Also, you have to open my presents before you deal with everyone else." "I'm not dealing with anyone." His voice was muffled in the mattress. "Darling, you've got to grow up at some point." He sat up, leaning against the headboard. "This is my room, and you are my wife. That's all I want to know right now. I don't want to bring my family or anyone else into this bedroom." She stood up. "And that's why we're celebrating your birthday here and now, just the two of us." He laughed. "It's a very attractive proposition, but it would be even better if you didn't wear any dress at all." She winked. "I've got to wear something for you to take off." She went to the wall cabinet and opened it. Inside was a tray with appetizers, a small birthday cake, champagne, and a small box wrapped in a bright purple ribbon. She poured champagne into some tall, slender glasses and brought them over to the bed. She was stunning, He took his glass, still sitting on the bed, his eyes fixed on her face. He just wanted to ravish those lips that were made for sex. He hopped off the bed. "No, you stay right there, birthday boy." She used a single finger to push him back to a sitting position on the bed. She climbed onto him and straddled his lap, facing him. As she gazed at him, he caught a brief glimpse of something strange in her eyes, but he was too distracted to dwell on it. She drained her champagne. When he reached to kiss her lips, she stopped him. She yanked his shirt open and moved her lips to his chest. His pulse quickened, but just when his hands started to roam over her body, she whispered, "Let's look at your presents first." She put a small box in his hand. He smiled and opened it. It was a small vial containing a clear liquid. He opened his mouth to say something, but she put a finger on his lips to stop his words. "You don't have to take it, but if your migraines turn bad, promise me you'll give this a try." "Juliet, unless you don't trust me. You're one of the most competent engineers I've ever met. But I don't believe in Mrs. Hanson's natural medicines. I know you use her ingredients." Juliet smiled. "I understand. And as I said, you don't have to take it." He touched her cheek. "I don't want to disappoint you. Let's not argue over a headache medicine. What about something grander, life, for example?" She hummed the tune of a song she had written during their honeymoon. "Little hummingbird, do you see the sky? It is free. It is yours. Fly, past the mountains, past the oceans. There you will find love." "Juliet, what have you done?" He was beginning to understand the strange look in her eyes before. What he had seen was a shade of dark satisfaction. "Have you been working on the Golden Life?" he asked, knowing the answer already. It was a project they'd started together before they got married. A medicine that could revive the newly dead. If successful, it would change the landscape of modern medicine. Only that would give Juliet this look of accomplishment. "You have to be happy with this present, Kieran. We've got it. We've made it. The Golden Life. I revived the lab rat. It didn't just come back as it was before. It was better than before death." He had guessed the answer, but it still felt as if she had pulled the rug out from under him. "Are you out of your mind, Juliet? You've worked on it your whole life, Kieran. Why do you suddenly want to stop? Is it because it needs one ingredient you don't approve of? And you've gone ahead and put it in, apparently." He could feel his rage coming. "Control," he warned himself. She smiled, a warm smile that was fading by the second. "You were right. That ingredient enabled the completion of the medicine. But it works. It's cruel, but it works, Kieran." The smile had faded from her face, and she swayed. He caught her in his arms and carried her to the bed. "Jesus Christ, don't tell me you tried it on yourself. Not yet. What did you take?" She was almost out of breath. "My potion. There's nothing you can do, Kieran. It was in my champagne glass." She smiled again. "I can't believe you would do this to me, Juliet. Where's the damn drug?" "In the cabinet." He scrambled to the cabinet and saw another present dressed in purple ribbon. Opening it, he found a syringe in a box. He grabbed it and darted toward his wife. Juliet lay in the bed, her eyes glassed over, but she still hummed her song. "Little hummingbird, do you see the sky?" She grabbed his hand when he wanted to inject the medicine into her. "Not yet, Kieran. If you do it now, it won't work. I can't wait until you die. I can't do that. You have to. You should be happy, Kieran, for what we have accomplished." "I don't care." He gathered her into his arms and rocked her. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, he knew she had to die for the medicine to work. She had to die so he could revive her. "Tell me you're not in pain, please," he whispered. "You were born to do this, Kieran. You will change people's lives. You're a crusader." "You don't know what it means to me, so don't say that." "I know what it means to you. I know what it's like to do something that's larger than life. If I could be a part of your journey, I'll be happy. Please tell me you're not in pain." "I love you, Kieran." She closed her eyes and drew in her last breath. He felt the vibration of emotion ready to burst out from him. His uncontrollable rage was coming. He was furious at himself and at the life's mission he'd set himself up with. He was angry it had caught up to the woman he loved. But there was no time to wallow in self-pity now. He held his breath and steadied his hands. He couldn't make mistakes now. He had to stay calm. He put Juliet down on the bed and checked the syringe. Then he injected the golden liquid into her. He waited. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 60 seconds. His head was pounding with a migraine, but he ignored it and concentrated on Juliet. There were no vital signs indicating she was coming back. Stay calm. He stood from the bed and took the syringe. He would go to the lab, check the sample, and find the solution. He always found a way to get himself out of impossible situations. He had taken only 2 steps when the room exploded with light. Kieran was thrown against the wall like a rag doll. When he pulled himself up, he saw a man in his late 50s with flowing white hair, standing in a circle of white and blue light in the middle of the room. He looked quite formidable in his long black robe. "You killed her," said the man. "No, I didn't, but if I don't get to the medicine, she will die." The man looked Kieran up and down. "I thought you were better than this. If it was possible to make the golden life, you would have made it." The golden life was his deepest secret. Only people in his family would know about it. His mind raced hundreds of possibilities why this stranger knew his secret, but he had to tend to Juliet. "I have to get to the lab." Kieran rushed toward the door. An invisible force grabbed at him and threw him to the wall again. "No point. She's dead, and that's your fault." The man stared at Kieran. The man didn't make any physical movement except for a slight narrowing of his eyes. The invisible force squeezed around Kieran's neck, choking him. "Who are you?" Kieran gasped for air. The man smirked. "You're powerful and knowledgeable, Kieran, but not enough to save yourself." The migraine was nothing compared to the pain the force was causing him right now. His life was drifting away from him. "Who are you?" "Monsiel is not as safe as your mother thought. I can spare your life, but you must let Juliet go." "I don't know what you mean." "She thinks you love her. She believes she's a princess in a fairy tale and that love is real. My love is true and real. Denounce her, void the marriage. If there's nothing keeping her here, she will go. Only if she wants me to. Denounce the marriage, or die, Kieran. Go fuck yourself." The man's face contorted with rage. He spoke in a language Kieran didn't recognize, the words seeming to slice through the air. Suddenly, Kieran felt as if his chest was being torn open. He looked down, half expecting to see his heart exposed, but there was no visible wound. "You fool," the man snarled. "If she didn't log the deal with the stupid vault, I'll carve your heart out right now. But this isn't over. I'll be back and take what belongs to us. Let this be a reminder." The man swung his arm, and a searing pain ran across Kieran's chest. As quickly as he had appeared, the man vanished, leaving Kieran slumped against the wall. The door burst open as an army of people rushed inside, their shouts and threats seemingly coming from all directions. A gunshot rang out, followed by a deafening silence that was broken only by the sound of a fierce struggle. But Kieran barely registered any of it. His mind was filled with questions, his body racked with pain, and his heart. His heart felt as if it had been branded with an unbreakable vow. As darkness claimed him, Kieran's last conscious thought was of Juliet and a promise he didn't fully understand but knew he could never break.
Asher Blackwood. The vision faded, leaving me cold in more ways than the London winter could manage. The scar I'd seen on Kieran's chest during the supernatural healing, the one that had sparked such intense reactions, suddenly made horrific sense. "That attack," I managed, my throat tight, "after Juliet died, is not relevant to your current mission." Elithra cut in smoothly. "Oh, please," my wolf scoffed. "A mysterious assault right after his wife dies? That's about as irrelevant as a steak at a vegetarian buffet. Mrs. Hanson had something to do with Juliet's death, didn't she?" I pressed. The goddess's expression remained carefully neutral. "The divine works in mysterious ways, dear Asher. Your task is simple. Free Joe from Stefan's custody." Simple. My wolf's mental eye roll was practically audible. Like quantum physics is simple, or women's sizing charts. But tracking and rescue operations? That was definitely in my wheelhouse. Stefan might have supernatural connections, but he's human, and last time I checked, humans don't fare well against determined werewolves. Don't get cocky. Elithra's warning carried an edge sharp enough to cut through my confidence. If rescuing Joe takes longer than expected, keep Kieran and Madeline away from Mrs. Hanson's house at all costs. Ask about the mirror, my wolf prompted, as Elithra moved to leave. Quick, before she disappears in another shower of sparkles. The viewing mirror, I blurted. I'll need it for this mission. The goddess paused, silver light shimmering around her edges. You may keep it. Negotiate better access. My wolf practically bounced in my head. No more of that, only when we deem it necessary nonsense. And the viewing restrictions? For this mission only, Elithra's lips curved slightly. You may observe Kieran, Madeline, Joe, Tague, and any supernatural beings of particular interest. You may even communicate directly, though such abilities will be limited to the duration of your task. Relief flooded through me, so I won't need to rely on Wolf for supernatural communications anymore. Excuse me. My wolf's indignation exploded in my mind. I'll have you know my supernatural networking skills are legendary. Remember that time with the Banshee? Who smoothed that over? And let's not forget the incident with the pixies. Your wolf, Elithra's eyes twinkled with amusement, remains an invaluable part of this endeavor. Damn right I do, my wolf preened. Someone has to keep this operation running smoothly, and by someone, I mean the only one here with centuries of experience in... But the goddess had already vanished, leaving behind only the faintest trace of roses and a distinct sense of impending complications. You just had to bring up the pixie incident, I muttered. Hey, I saved your tail that day. Literally, those little devils were about to... My wolf's rant cut off abruptly. Oh no. What now? Don't look left. Whatever you do, don't. I looked left. Through the morning mist, a runner emerged along the riverside path, her long legs eating up the distance with practiced grace. Even before she got closer, my entire body hummed with recognition. Sophia, the human whose voice alone could short-circuit my brain, whom I'd met at that art exhibition in Australia. This is the goddess's doing, my wolf groaned. Testing us already. Quick, act casual. No, wait, run away. No, that's not casual. Just don't do anything stupid. Too late, I muttered, trying to look anywhere but at Sophia, while simultaneously being acutely aware of every step bringing her closer. My wolf wasn't wrong. This had divine meddling written all over it. Asher! Her voice hit me like a shot of aged whiskey, warm and intoxicating. Asher Blackwood? Don't answer, my wolf pleaded. Pretend you're a tourist, a deaf tourist, a deaf, invisible tourist. Sophia, I managed, proud that I sounded almost normal despite my world tilting sideways. What a surprise! Oh my God, it is you! She pulled out her earbuds, her smile doing dangerous things to my pulse. What are you doing in London? Lie, my wolf suggested. Say you're lost. Say you're sleepwalking. Say, business, I said, going for smooth and landing somewhere between awkward and constipated. Me, who usually had women eating out of my hand, who could charm the scales off a snake. You're about as smooth as sandpaper right now, my wolf snickered. Face it, pup, you're in trouble. The good kind of trouble that makes your tail wag, but still trouble. I'm actually here for work, too, Sophia said, either not noticing my internal crisis or politely ignoring it. The company's doing another exhibition. You remember how we met? Remember, my wolf snorted. He's only replayed that moment about 1,000 times, usually late at night, when he's supposed to be sleeping. The art exhibition, I nodded, desperately trying to keep my voice steady. Hard to forget. Asher, my wolf's voice turned serious. She's human. You can't... Would you like to grab coffee? Sophia asked, and just like that, my carefully constructed world of supernatural matchmaking and divine missions threatened to unravel at the sight of one very human, very tempting smile. Say no, my wolf urged. Say you're busy. Say you're allergic to coffee. Say, I'd love to. My mouth betrayed me before my brain could intervene. Sophia's face lit up, and my wolf let out a theatrical groan. Great. Perfect. Why don't we just tell her about werewolves while we're at it? Maybe show her our fancy magic mirror? Oh wait, we can't because we're supposed to be rescuing Joe from a potentially supernatural kidnapping situation. There's this great little cafe just around the corner, Sophia said, gesturing vaguely behind her. Unless you're busy right now? I glanced at my phone, knowing I should head to Mortlake, knowing Joe needed help, knowing 1,000 reasons why this was a terrible idea. I've got a few minutes. A few minutes, my wolf mimicked. Sure, like you've got a few feelings for her. Like she's just a minor distraction, like, shut up, wolf. Sorry? Sophia tilted her head. Nothing, I smiled, hoping it looked more charming than panicked. Just talking to myself. Smooth, real smooth. Next, why don't you howl at the moon? Oh wait, it's daytime. As we walked toward the cafe, Sophia chatting about the upcoming exhibition, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just coincidence. The goddess's words echoed in my mind. Divine works in mysterious ways. You know what's not mysterious? My wolf grumbled. How spectacularly this is going to blow up in our face. But hey, at least we'll have coffee while our carefully laid plans crumble. He was right, of course. I had a mission, a deadline, a potential mate waiting at the end of this rainbow of supernatural chaos. I definitely didn't have time for coffee with a human who made my heart race and my wolf purr. But as Sophia's hand brushed mine, sending electricity shooting up my arm, I realized something that terrified me more than any goddess's tasks or Stefan's schemes. I didn't care. We are so screwed, my wolf sighed. Epically, monumentally, historically screwed. For once we were in complete agreement.
Chapter 3. Present Time. Monsiel, Kieran's room. Madeline stared at the empty space where a semi-transparent shape of a man in a long, dark cloak had appeared. He had emerged from her cell phone, declared war on her, and then vanished into thin air. The room felt colder now, as if his brief presence had sucked the warmth from it. How could this happen? Madeline asked, waving her arms in the air. I can't call my magical mirror up from inside Monsiel. That much I know. How could that guy come out of my cell phone? She glared at the cell phone lying on the plush carpet, its innocuous presence now a potential threat. Her fingers twitched with the urge to pick it up, but worry held her back. What if something else emerged from it? On the other side of the bed, Kieran tossed his shirt on, the fabric rustling as it settled over his skin. Madeline winced, her eyes tracing the visible injuries on his body. The 2 bullet wounds and the 5 gashes hadn't had a chance to heal. Not that she was one to complain about the explosive sex they'd just had. That certainly hadn't helped his recovery, but she wished they had more time to let him rest. Guilt and concern warred within her. Kieran came over, his movements fluid despite his injuries. He picked up the phone, glanced at it, then dropped it into the trash can with a soft thud. The phone's dead, Madeline. I'll get you a new one. And it's not just a phone, it's a LeBlanc phone. We have our own, technology. Can you put a protective spell on it or something, like the way you protect Monsiel? He looked at her with those striking gray eyes that made her stomach somersault again. The intensity of his gaze never failed to affect her. We develop super technology, Madeline. Yes, I dabble with supernatural matter. There are many things yet to be explored, but I am certain we don't do magic. Kieran, the guy who just talked to us looked like Hades' best friend. Plus, he said I killed his servant. Indeed, I killed him inside the mirror portal. So, the servant is magical. His boss ought to be magical. And a magical being was just right here inside Monsiel. Kieran shook his head, his dark hair swaying with the movement. The only thing I'm sure of is that he's supernatural. Whether or not he's magical, we can't be certain. Aren't they the same, Kieran? Magic and supernatural? He approached, rubbing gently on her arms. The warmth of his touch was soothing. Definitely not, Madeline. By supernatural, I generally refer to things beyond our ordinary world, or Earth to be precise, like another universe, if you can tolerate the term. Like aliens? Madeline asked, her eyebrows raised. He chuckled, the sound warm and rich. If you prefer, Still, things we consider natural and supernatural operate in one realm, the material world. We're mortal with a finite lifespan. You're saying beings like the goddess whom I accidentally slayed or my friend Zeth's the Soul Reaper are magical because they're immortal? Well, until you kill them, of course. Precisely. The magical world is another realm altogether, and that realm operates on rules we don't yet understand. The magical realm has much more advantage than us because they can use their magical power to affect us, while no matter how advanced our technology is, we can't affect them. She pointed at the TV, its screen flickering with images of chaos. So the news about Detective Adamson, is this real or some kind of supernatural manipulation? I'm afraid the news on TV is real, whether or not it's true. He raised his hand, his expression grave. We need to think this through before you attempt to contact Joe. Yes, she's with Adamson, but his death doesn't mean she's captured again or being harmed, Madeline. I can't sit here and do nothing, Kieran. We need a plan. It's all about the connections, Kieran explained, his tone serious. Our technology shields Monsiel from supernatural infiltration, but it's not perfect. There are holes, and all it takes is for our supernatural adversaries to find a connection to get in. The man you just saw tapped into the frequency of our phone connection. He could talk to us, but like a phone connection, he couldn't physically attack us. Right. But there was a call for him to hitch a ride. A call right after the news about Adamson's death. Madeline paced the room, her mind racing. Correct. But that was a new phone I gave you, and only 2 people know the number. One is you, and the other is Stefan. Yes, the caller before must have been Stefan, cut off when his call was hijacked. Now the phone's dead, and he has no way to contact you, Madeline. That means, she continued Kieran's thought, if he indeed killed Adamson and kidnapped Joe, she's his bargaining chip. He won't harm her, and as long as he can't talk to us, he has no opportunity to negotiate, and we can bide some time to plan. Kieran's trademark smile appeared. We could finish the plan a lot faster if you help, Madeline. Ain't I helping? Not without any clothes on. You make me want another round in the sheets. Madeline looked down, realizing she was wearing only what nature gave her. Scurrying to the bed, she grabbed her clothes and hastily put them on. So how many realms are there, Kieran? We'd never know for sure, but I'm working with a 3-realm system, the material world, Earth and other universes, the magical world where magic originates, and the in-between. I think it's self-explanatory. She frowned. Joe told me about the hologames. She said you play. Are hologames in the material world? He shook his head. They're in the in-between, the cross-world, as I tend to call it. And on that note, I think the man we just saw is from the cross-world. So can we go to the cross-world? Not really. It'd be like trying to go to space without being an astronaut or having a spaceship. But I can be in the cross-world while playing hologames. The hologame is almost like a vessel, at least at this stage of technology. Madeline sat down to put on her shoes. So is it fair to say the magical mirror is like a vessel, a pathway connecting realms? Creatures, especially those in the cross-world, would hop on when they have an opportunity to go to another realm? He brought her the deep red leather jacket he'd bought earlier. Good deduction, Madeline. It's a fair assumption. I have a theory. She put the jacket on. Bring it on, Kieran. Anything to help bring Joe back is better than sitting here waiting. The man you saw was the second supernatural appearance inside Monsiel. So there was a first one, and it has something to do with Juliet. How do you guess that? He led her out of the room. Well, you do have a poker face, Kieran, but not when it comes to Juliet. And before you ask, I don't mind talking about her. She was an important part of your life, and I want to understand that part. They walked along the marble corridor, heading toward the old section of the palace. And I want to understand yours too, Madeline, wherever you allow. I'm an open book, Kieran, he chuckled. You might not know your life as well as you think. What's that supposed to mean? Public records suggest you're 30 years old. Our scanning technology suggests you're 33. I know you have to take the information you were given, but someone has doctored your information in the system. The question is, why? You brought that up. I'm not upset that you made me 3 years older. I assume the information is relevant. They stood in front of a double door with rustic handles, the weight of unspoken questions hanging between them. Kieran locked eyes with Madeline, his gaze intense and unwavering. Given your ability to summon the magical mirror and command it, I think you're a type of connector or conduit. 33 years marks a cycle of powerful rebirth in the Tri-Realm system. You might have been living with that power your whole life, but it's only now that it's been triggered. So what does that have to do with Juliet? Madeline asked, her curiosity piqued. Kieran cleared his throat, a telltale sign that he was about to say something difficult. The air between them seemed to thicken with unspoken tension. This used to be my room, he said, shoving his hands into his pockets. The fabric rustled softly in the silence. Madeline nodded, waiting patiently for him to continue. Juliet died in here, Kieran said, his voice barely above a whisper. I left Monsiel after that incident. The room, the whole place, in fact, was deserted. We still have maintenance staff, but the family rarely comes back here. Instinctively, Madeline pulled one of his hands from his pocket, her thumb rubbing soothing circles in his palm. The warmth of his skin contrasted with the coolness of the air around them. She hadn't realized she was doing it until she caught Kieran watching her gesture, a twinkle in his eyes despite the heaviness of the moment. If the memories are too painful, why dig them up? What are you looking for here, Kieran? Madeline asked, her voice soft but steady. She started to pull her hand away, but Kieran grasped it, giving it a gentle squeeze before letting go with a sigh. I never returned to this room afterward, he explained, his voice tight with emotion. Mother told me it hadn't been cleaned up, thinking I wouldn't care. After Juliet died, a man appeared out of nowhere, just like the one you saw. He accused me of killing her, demanded I denounce our marriage. I refused, and he nearly carved my heart out for it. He was the first supernatural appearance inside Monsiel. You saw Robert's spirit before. I'm wondering if you could see. Juliet? Madeline finished for him. You want me to communicate with her if I can see her spirit in there? She pointed at the imposing door before them. Kieran nodded, his expression a mix of hope and apprehension. I need to know what her family wants from us, what exactly Stefan wants. It could help us negotiate and get Joe back. If it's money they're after, I can give them what they want. I just need answers, but only if it's safe for you, Madeline. I'll do it. Let's open the door, shall we? Are you absolutely sure? Kieran asked, his brow furrowed with concern. You need that in writing, Kieran, Madeline quipped, trying to lighten the mood. A corner of his lips quirked upward. I'll have my lawyers draw up the paperwork later. He entered a code on the door, and with a soft hiss it swung open. Madeline stepped into the grand room, her breath catching at the opulence. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft, ethereal glow over rich mahogany furniture and plush velvet curtains. A massive four-poster bed dominated one side, its intricate carvings telling tales of forgotten legends. She could almost see Kieran here, his commanding presence filling every corner. But as her eyes scanned the room, there was no sign of Juliet's spirit. I don't see anything, Kieran. No. Her words cut off as blue bubbles suddenly flooded the space, swirling and pulsing with otherworldly energy. The air crackled with electricity, raising the hair on her arms. The bubbles coalesced, morphing into the shape of a gigantic soldier, his semi-transparent form towering over them, radiating malevolence. Madeline's heart raced, pounding against her ribcage. Kieran, there's... What? What do you see? Kieran's eyes darted around, unseeing, his body tense. Before she could respond, the spectral soldier lunged forward with impossible speed. His massive hand, cold as ice and yet tangible, closed around Kieran's throat. With a casual flick that belied its enormous strength, the specter hurled Kieran across the room. His body slammed into the wall with a sickening thud, plaster cracking under the impact. No, Madeline screamed, her voice raw with fear. She rushed to Kieran's side, the plush carpet muffling her frantic steps. We need to get out of here. She hauled him to his feet, his weight heavy against her as they stumbled toward the exit. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a thunderous bang that reverberated through the room. The soldier's voice boomed, shaking the very air around them. You will not escape. Madeline's eyes darted around frantically, adrenaline sharpening her senses. Her gaze landed on a reflective divider between the bed and dressing room, its surface gleaming in the dim light. This way! She shoved Kieran down behind it, the cool metal pressing against their backs. The soldier advanced, each footstep shaking the floor like a miniature earthquake. "Just stay down, Kieran. I've got a plan," Madeline ordered, her eyes fixed on the divider's reflective surface. She took a deep breath, the scent of ozone filling her nostrils as she focused her will. "Medusa!" The air crackled with power as her gaze connected with the reflective surface. The soldier roared in rage, the sound deafening in the confined space as it charged forward. Madeline's eyes blazed with determination, her whole body humming with energy. "Not today, you overgrown bully." A blinding flash erupted from the divider, bathing the room in brilliant white light. The soldier's form wavered, its scream of anguish cut short as its body exploded into a shower of stone and dust. The debris rained down, pattering against the furniture and floor. Silence fell, broken only by their ragged breathing and the soft tinkling of settling stone fragments. "Is it gone?" Kieran asked, his voice hoarse. "Can I look now, Madeline?" "Yes," she replied, surveying the chaos around them. Dust hung in the air, catching the light from the chandeliers. "But you'll have to set aside your feelings and clean up this room, because it's a hell of a mess." Silence fell, broken only by their ragged breathing and the soft tinkling of settling stone fragments. "Is it gone?" Kieran asked, his voice hoarse. "Can I look now, Madeline?" "Yes," she replied, surveying the chaos around them. Dust hung in the air, catching the light from the chandeliers. "But you'll have to set aside your feelings and clean up this room, because it's a hell of a mess." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor outside, growing louder with each passing second. Madeline and Kieran froze, exchanging alarmed glances. "Kieran? Madeline?" Tag's voice called out, a mix of confusion and concern in his tone. "Are you in there? I've got a strange call on my phone. I don't recognize the number, and it looks odd. Not sure if I should answer it." Kieran's eyes widened in horror. "Tad, don't!" But Tad's voice continued, now tinged with amusement. "What's the worst that could happen? It's just a phone call. What could it do? Bite me." "No," Madeline and Kieran shouted in unison. They scrambled out from behind the divider, nearly tripping over each other in their haste to reach the door. Kieran yanked the door open, revealing a startled Tad with his phone in hand, thumb hovering over the answer button. The screen glowed with an eerie, pulsating light that seemed to reach out towards Tad's face. "Don't answer that!" Madeline yelled, lunging forward to snatch the phone away. But it might be too late. Chapter 4. Thousands of glaring, bright, blinking blue dots and bubbles flooded the room, their ethereal glow casting eerie shadows on the dusty walls. They hovered and swayed like waves in an otherworldly ocean, their hypnotic dance mesmerizing and unsettling. A haunting melody filled the air, each note reverberating through Madeline's bones. "Little hummingbird, do you see the sky?" The room lurched violently, spinning like a deranged carousel. Madeline's stomach churned as her vision blurred, the blue dots stretching into luminous streaks. "It is free. It is yours. Fly. Past the mountains. Past the oceans." The ethereal voice continued. Madeline's consciousness teetered on the edge of reality, her thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. "There, you will find love." She struggled to form words, desperate to tell Kieran about the singing blue bubbles, but her lips refused to cooperate. The world tilted sharply, and suddenly she was airborne, weightless and untethered. "Madeline!" Kieran's voice cut through the haze, sharp with concern. She tried to regain her footing, but the sensation of flight persisted. The room blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes, until, abruptly, everything snapped back into focus. Kieran's strong arms cradled her, his rapid heartbeat a steady drum against her ear. They were at the far end of the hall, the old quarter of the house receding behind them like a fading nightmare. "Put me down, Kieran," Madeline managed, her voice hoarse. He complied, setting her gently on her feet, but maintaining a firm grip on her shoulders. His touch anchored her to reality, chasing away the last wisps of the strange vision. "I'm okay," she insisted, even as the world tilted slightly. Tad paced back and forth across the corridor. "You dropped like a stone in front of me. That's not okay by any stretch of the imagination." The tension in the air was palpable, thick enough to cut with a knife. Madeline took a deep breath, trying to clear the fog from her mind. "You didn't take that call, did you, Tada?" "No, he didn't," Kieran answered, his voice tight with barely contained emotion. Tad threw his hands up in exasperation. Between the two of you, it sounded like if I took that call, it would explode. It's a little too soon for me to be near another bomb when it's gone off. Tad's seen me call the magical mirror before, Kieran, Madeline explained, her words slow and deliberate. He'd understand Medusa. Confusion flashed across Tad's face. I don't think we're on the same page here. Any tips would be great, Captain Grumpy, he muttered, shooting a pointed look at his brother. Kieran's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. Madeline can summon Medusa, he ground out, each word sharp as glass. She's a gorgon that can turn anyone who engages in eye contact with her into stone. Tad's jaw dropped. The one with the snake hair? Kieran nodded curtly. But whenever Madeline calls Medusa, the summoning drains her energy. That's why she passed out. A bark of laughter escaped Tad. Of course, it has to cost something to call such a deity. Otherwise, Medusa will keep getting calls like a supernatural Uber. His eyes sparkled with a mix of awe and mischief. But still, that's a very cool ability to have, Madeline. She's got no choice, Kieran growled, his grip on Madeline's shoulders tightening. Tag raised his hands in a placating gesture. All right, don't get pissed, Kieran. I know it's tricky. But if she could control it and turn it into a weapon, that could come in very handy. She has already done that. Twice. And I don't care for it. The temperature in the hallway seemed to drop several degrees with Kieran's icy tone. Madeline arched an eyebrow, meeting Kieran's stormy gaze. It's 3 times now, actually. Once in Manhattan, once in Hyde Park, and just now. I think I've gotten the gist of how it works. She paused, weighing her next words carefully. But I think there are things you haven't told your family, Kieran. Without a clear picture of what's going on, we're all in the dark here. Spot on, Madeline. Thank you. Tad pumped his fist in the air. Kieran's eyes darkened several shades, a tempest brewing in their depths. The silence stretched between them, charged with unspoken words and barely contained emotions. Madeline reached out, taking Kieran's hands in hers. She squeezed them gently, feeling the tension thrumming through his body. Kieran, she began softly, I didn't see any spirit or lingering soul of Juliet in that room. That could mean she's gone to another place, whatever that place is. But I saw Robert's spirit because he wasn't at peace, and he had a message for us, remember? Kieran's voice was low and rough when he finally spoke. Yes, and I'll never forget how unjust and violent his death was, Madeline. What's your point? Based on what you told me, I don't know Juliet, but I don't think she could possibly be happy. And what I saw in that room just now was a sea of blue bubbles. Meaning? Kieran arched an eyebrow, his voice taut with tension. I've told you that I can see hovering blue bubbles when people project their thoughts or feelings of distress to me. It only works for those I know or have been in contact with. I think I have a connection with Juliet via you, Kieran. That's why I can feel her. Only living people have thoughts, Madeline, Tag interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. Kieran raked his hands through his hair, frustration evident in every movement. Juliet died in my arms. I wish it were a mistake, but it wasn't. Madeline hummed the tune softly, the eerie melody filling the air. Little hummingbird, do you see the sky? Kieran's hand shot up, gesturing for silence. He braced himself against the wall, his knuckles white with strain. Though his face was hidden, his body language screamed of physical pain. You recognized the song, Kieran? And it caused you pain? He shook his head, his voice strained. Juliet wrote that song, but the pain is from my painkiller running out. Yep, that's why I'm here, Tada chimed in, fishing something from his pocket. Dr. Thomas told me to check on you and that you're due for another dose. Here. He handed Kieran a thumb-sized bandage-like object. Thanks. Kieran peeled off a layer and pressed the adhesive side to the base of his neck. Within seconds, it absorbed into his skin, and color returned to his face as if the pain had vanished. Now I know what you mean by the LeBlanc's top-notch painkillers, Madeline remarked, impressed. Kieran managed a small smile. Along with other cutting-edge products that current technology can offer, Madeline. From the pocket of Tada's long jacket, a long-haired guinea pig popped her head up and squeaked a greeting. Willow? Madeline exclaimed, surprised. Tada gently scooped her up, cradling her in his palm. I'm a bit uncomfortable leaving her in your room with TJ. Not until I'm sure they understand that their rough playing could have undesirable consequences. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eye. "By the way, just so you know, both animals are underage, so be considerate with your closed-door activities." "Tad?" Kieran growled a warning. Tad chuckled, unfazed by his brother's irritation. "Or I can take both of them to my room." "All right," Kieran conceded, his voice tight. "Already done," Tad said, carefully tucking Willow back into his pocket. Madeline raised an eyebrow. "She'll pee in there, you know?" Tad grinned, patting his pocket gently. "If she does, I'll make her wear a nappy, Madeline." The trio started walking out of the old quarter and into the center of the house, their footsteps echoing in the vast hallways. Kieran glanced around one last time before leading them out of the room. "Where's Mother?" he asked Tad. Tad shrugged, his expression darkening. "I have no idea. She doesn't usually report her whereabouts to me. And after yesterday, I don't think she's ever told us anything real." "What do you mean?" Kieran's voice sharpened. "How do you think we got you back home from the creek before you froze to death?" Kieran shrugged, irritation creeping into his tone. "I haven't thought about it. We've been busy." "I see." Tag winked at Madeline. "You put Monsiel on lockdown, remember, Kieran? Mother unlocked the shield. We got you onto a chopper." Kieran froze mid-stride, his eyes narrowing. "There are only 2 people who have the key, and she isn't one of them. Mother didn't unlock it by herself." "You mean Father helped her?" Tad asked, his voice hushed. "I don't want to hear about 2 ghosts in one day, Tada," Kieran growled, punching a code into the security pad of a room that looked like some kind of control center. Suddenly, Kieran's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, his eyebrows shooting up. "Meet at British Museum in 1 hour," he read aloud. "Caller ID, Seifel 2. Tad peered over his brother's shoulder. "This is the caller ID who tried to call me before, and you guys didn't want me to pick up. Now he or she or it sent you a text. What the hell is Seifel 2? "It's friendly, whatever that is," Madeline said, trusting her instincts. "Just my gut feeling." Kieran's jaw clenched. "If it's friendly and if we want to get to the museum on time, we have to leave right now." "I could use the opportunity to get outside Monsiel so that I can contact Joe," Madeline suggested. Kieran's eyes met hers. "Is it a good idea to do that now, Madeline?" "It's okay, Kieran. I'll just call a small mirror and contact Joe. I've done it before and it worked." Though he didn't look entirely comfortable with the idea, Kieran nodded and started moving toward the door. "Let's go." Madeline's heart raced as she stepped beyond Monsiel's gates. The cool air nipped at her skin, a stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere inside. "Mirror, mirror in the air," she intoned, visualizing a pocket-sized mirror. The air shimmered, and a small mirror materialized, hovering before her. "Show me Joe," she commanded, her voice tight with urgency. The mirror's surface rippled, revealing Joe trapped in a cramped, dimly lit room. "Joe," Madeline breathed. "Maddie, thank God." Joe's relief was palpable, even through the magical connection. "Joe, are you okay? Where are you?" Joe's eyes darted around nervously. "Some kind of storage room? It's small, dark. Stefan's keeping me here, but I'm not hurt." Relief washed over Madeline. "We're heading to the British Museum. Maybe we can lure Stefan there." A door slammed open behind Joe, the sound reverberating through the mirror. Stefan's imposing figure loomed into view, his presence filling the small space. "Joe," Madeline said quickly, her words tumbling out. "He can't see the mirror. He can't see me or hear me. Lure him to the museum. I'll be there." Joe scrambled back, her eyes wide. "Stefan, He lunged forward, his hand clamping around Joe's arm. "Thought you could call for help?" Madeline's pulse thundered in her ears as she watched Stefan's grip tighten. She longed to reach through the mirror and pull her friend to safety, but the magical barrier remained frustratingly solid. Joe's gaze flicked to the mirror, then back to Stefan. "You're right. I was trying to call for help." Stefan's face contorted with rage. "You little—" "But not how you think," Joe interrupted, her voice trembling but clear. "I have a psychic connection with Madeline." Madeline's breath caught in her throat. What was Joe doing? Stefan's grip loosened slightly, surprise flickering across his face. "What?" "It's true," Joe pressed on. "We've had it since we were kids. I can sense where she is, deal what she's thinking." Stefan's eyes narrowed to slits. "Prove it." Joe closed her eyes, her face scrunching in concentration. She's heading to the British Museum. Right now." "Why? If I were her, I'd be hiding inside Monsiel forever," Stefan demanded, his voice a low growl. "I don't know. Jo said, opening her eyes, but I can feel her urgency. Something important is happening there. Stefan released Jo's arm, pacing the small room like a caged tiger. This changes things. If you want Madeline, Jo said, her voice gaining strength, that's where you need to go. Stefan stopped pacing, his gaze boring into Jo. And why would you tell me this? Betraying your friend? Jo lifted her chin defiantly. Because I want out of here, and I know Madeline can handle herself. The tension in the room was palpable, even through the mirror. Madeline held her breath, willing Jo to stay strong as Stefan considered her words. Finally, he nodded. Fine, we're going to the museum. But if you're lying... I'm not, Jo said firmly, meeting his gaze. As Stefan turned to leave, Jo's eyes flicked to the mirror once more. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. The mirror faded, leaving Madeline staring at her own reflection. Kieran's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. It's risky, but it might work. We need to move, now. They hurried toward the waiting car, the weight of Jo's fate heavy on Madeline's shoulders.
Asher Blackwood. You did the right thing, my wolf said for the 100th time as we approached Mortlake. Even if your face when you said no to coffee looked like someone had stolen your favorite chew toy. Can we focus on the mission? Oh, sure, right after we discuss how your voice cracked when she said, maybe next time. Very alpha-like, by the way. Really showed that supernatural strength. I growled under my breath. At least I didn't trip over my own feet. No, you just walked into that lamppost. Much more dignified. The bitter wind carried the scent of the river as Mrs. Hanson's house came into view. A black sedan sat in the driveway, its presence about as subtle as a wolf in a chicken coop. Stefan's car, I muttered. Thank you, Captain Obvious. What's next on your brilliant deduction list? That water is wet? I cracked my knuckles. I say we go in there and beat the living... He has a gun, my wolf interrupted. Remember? The one he used at the gallery? I heal fast. Yes, because getting shot is such a delightful experience. Why don't we try something less stupid, like shifting? I considered it. In wolf form, I'd be faster, stronger, more agile. Better chances of dodging bullets. Exactly. Then all we have to do is shift back and... Oh, right. What? I asked. You'll be naked. Ah. Not exactly the heroic rescue Jo's probably hoping for. Fear not, damsel. Your savior has arrived, in all his naked glory. I was about to argue the logistics of keeping spare clothes handy when a scream pierced the air. Not from Mrs. Hanson's house, from the apartment building next door. A toddler, barely 3 years old, teetered on a second-floor balcony railing, his tiny hands reaching for a wayward balloon. No time. My wolf's voice cut through my paralysis. Shift! My bones cracked and reformed before the thought fully registered. Fur erupted across my skin, my senses sharpening to supernatural clarity. The child's heartbeat thundered in my ears, quick, frightened, alive. For now. 3 seconds until impact, my wolf calculated as the toddler lost his balance. 2 options. Catch him and traumatize him with giant wolf, or let him fall, and I was already moving. The boy landed on my back with a soft oof, his tiny hands instinctively grabbing fistfuls of fur. He smelled of apple juice and fear, but the fear was quickly morphing into delight? Doggy, he squealed. Great, my wolf sighed. Now we're a petting zoo. Charlie! A woman's hysterical voice came from above. Oh my God, Charlie! Time to return lost property, my wolf suggested. Though maybe next time we could rescue someone who doesn't pull quite so hard on our fur. I padded to the building's entrance, the toddler still clinging to my back like a giggling monkey, and let out a series of sharp barks. The door flew open. The mother's scream caught in her throat as she saw her son, perfectly safe, riding what appeared to be a suspiciously large dog. Down, doggy! Charlie commanded, patting my head with sticky fingers. The indignity, my wolf moaned. We're an apex predator, not a pony ride. But we waited patiently until the mother, moving like someone in a dream, lifted Charlie off my back. Then I bounded away before anyone could question why a wolf the size of a small horse was providing impromptu rescue services in suburban London. Well, my wolf mused as we ducked behind Mrs. Hanson's hedge, that's one way to solve the clothing dilemma. What do you mean? Can't be naked if you don't shift back. So I'm supposed to rescue Joe as a wolf? Hey, it worked for the kid. Mrs. Hanson's back door lock proved no match for determined wolf teeth. The house smelled of dust and disuse, with an underlying current of something metallic that made my hackles rise. Second floor, my wolf guided. I can smell her perfume. How do you even know that? I pay attention, unlike some wolves who are too busy walking into lampposts because of pretty humans. I padded up the stairs, careful to avoid the creaky spots. Joe's scent grew stronger, mixed with fear and determination. That was promising. Angry Joe was always better than scared Joe. The door to Mrs. Hanson's old bedroom stood ajar. Through the gap, I could see Joe tied to a chair, her dark hair falling across her face. The ropes looked industrial grade. Finally, my wolf sighed, something to chew on. I slipped into the room. Joe's eyes widened, but thankfully, she didn't scream. "Nice doggy," she whispered as I approached. "Please don't eat me. I probably taste terrible." I like her, my wolf decided. She has priorities. The rope was thick and treated with something that made my tongue tingle unpleasantly. After several attempts at gnawing through it, I'd managed to fray exactly 2 strands. This would be easier with opposable thumbs, my wolf observed helpfully. "You're trying to help, aren't you?" Joe whispered, watching my pathetic attempts at rope chewing. Either that or this is the worst attack dog ever. The sound of footsteps on the stairs made my ears prick. "Company's coming," my wolf warned unnecessarily, "and he smells like gun oil." The door burst open. Stefan stood there, weapon already raised, his face twisted in surprise at finding a wolf the size of a small pony attempting to free his hostage. "No!" Joe threw herself forward, chair and all, placing herself between me and the gun. "Don't hurt the dog." "Oh, great," my wolf groaned. Now we're being rescued by the hostage. I could take Stefan. 1 leap, 1 bite. But with Joe in the way, thrashing in her chair, "Live to fight another day," my wolf suggested. The window behind me was open. Sometimes, strategic retreat was the better part of valor. "That's not how that quote goes," my wolf commented as we sailed through the window. "Also incoming." The gunshot cracked through the air, but Joe's continued interference with Stefan's aim meant the bullet went wide. I hit the ground running, my wolf already planning our next move. "Well," he mused as we fled, "that could have gone better." "You think? On the bright side, at least no one saw you naked."
Chapter 5. The British Museum's grand facade loomed before them, its neoclassical columns casting long shadows across the bustling courtyard. Madeline's footsteps echoed on the polished marble floor as they entered, the familiar scent of old books and preservation chemicals filling her nostrils. Groups of tourists milled about, their excited chatter bouncing off the high ceilings. Camera flashes illuminated ancient artifacts, while tour guides gestured animatedly at exhibits. "Quite the crowd for a clandestine meeting," Kieran murmured, his eyes scanning the room. Tag nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Maybe that's the point. Hide in plain sight, eh?" They made their way to the long room housing Greek and Roman artifacts. The space, devoid of statues and busts, felt oddly bare compared to the rest of the museum. Kieran caught Tag's eye and gave a subtle nod. Tag winked back, patting his pocket with a soft rustle of fabric. Madeline's eyes widened. She leaned in close, her breath warm against Kieran's ear. "Jesus Christ, are you carrying guns?" A smile played at the corners of Kieran's lips. "I prefer to call them weapons. Guns sound so primitive." "You can't." Madeline's protest was cut short by a sharp look from Kieran. Tad chuckled. "Says who?" Kieran's voice was low, his words clipped. "We won't use them unless absolutely necessary. I don't care to be at a disadvantage when we don't know who we're dealing with." They ventured deeper into the ancient history section, their footsteps muffled by the plush carpeting. Kieran pulled out his phone, the screen's glow illuminating his furrowed brow. No messages. Suddenly, the air grew thick and heavy, as if all the oxygen had been sucked from the room. Madeline's heart pounded in her chest, the sound deafening in the eerie silence that enveloped them. Around them, tourists continued their activities, oblivious to the change. John Dee's glass. Madeline's hand shot out, pointing toward a golden plate nestled in a nearby display case. As they approached, the air seemed to congeal around them, making each step a struggle. Kieran's arm shot out, gripping Madeline and Tag firmly. "Wait." His eyes darted around the room. "You hear that? Like an echo?" Madeline swallowed hard, her throat dry. "No, but it feels like I'm trying to breathe underwater." "Bloody hell," Tag muttered. "It's like being in a vacuum." Kieran inched toward the glass cabinet, his movements slow and deliberate. "We haven't the time nor inclination to play hide-and-seek," he called out, his voice sharp in the stillness. "Show yourself or we'll leave." A brilliant flash of white and blue light erupted from the golden plate, coalescing into a cone-shaped hologram. Text materialized within the light. "Hello." Kieran's eyebrows shot up. "This is a very primitive model of the hologame technology." The text shifted. "Yes." Madeline stepped forward, her eyes darting between the plate and the surrounding area. "Can we talk elsewhere? What if someone sees?" New text appeared. "Other people's vision in the same space with you has been blocked. You are fine where you stand. The plate reflects the correct frequency." Kieran's jaw tightened, his voice low and controlled. "What do you want?" The response materialized instantly, the glowing text pulsing with urgency. "We need to warn you that the LeBlancs are in danger." "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice sharp. "What sort of danger?" The text flickered rapidly, as if struggling to convey a wealth of information in limited time. "We are your counsel and your guards when your position is activated. At the moment, we can only alert you of possible danger. The danger is coming. It's time." The hologram sputtered, the light dimming and brightening erratically. Just as Kieran opened his mouth to press further, new text appeared. "Your position will be activated in 33. Kieran's brow furrowed. 33 what? Days? Hours? The hologram flickered more violently, the text becoming distorted. "Cannot specify. Prepare. The LeBlancs must." Suddenly, the projection stabilized, the text crisp and clear. "You are the key, Kieran. Remember the legacy." With a final brilliant flash, the hologram vanished, leaving them in stunned silence. "What position?" Kieran's question hung in the air, unanswered. Tag let out a frustrated growl. "Damn it, that wasn't very helpful." He turned to Kieran, concern etched on his face. "What do you think it means? What position are they talking about? If we have 33 hours, then we're totally fucked." Kieran shook his head. "You mentioned the info about my age, Kieran, but I don't think 33 years is your answer." Madeline said. Kieran nodded. "You're right, Madeline. I think 33 years is the beginning of a larger cycle. Now this 33 deadline will be something much shorter. Hopefully not hours. I'm banking on 33 days." Madeline's hand shot up, her finger pressed to her lips. "Shh." Her eyes widened as Stefan sauntered into the room, Joe at his side. His arm was wrapped possessively around her waist, fingers digging into her hip. "The shield's still active," Madeline whispered, her breath barely audible. "They can't see us." Kieran's jaw clenched, his voice a low growl. "That bastard's got a gun on Joe. It's under his jacket." Tad's hand twitched towards his own weapon. "We won't be fast enough if he decides to shoot. And we can't fire from inside this frequency shield," Kieran added, frustration etching his features. "The bullets might ricochet. Damn Seifel 2 and their protection." Tag's eyes darted between Stefan and Joe, his voice tight with tension. "So what's the play here?" Kieran turned to Madeline, his gaze intense. "Can you hear what they're saying?" She shook her head, brow furrowed in concentration. "No, but I can call the mirror. Connect us that way." Kieran's hand found her shoulder, his grip firm. "Just the mirror, Madeline? Nothing else. Promise me." "Okay." Madeline closed her eyes, focusing. A small, shimmering surface materialized in the air before them, connecting to Joe. Joe's eyebrow quirked almost imperceptibly, a silent acknowledgement of the mirror's presence. Stefan's eyes swept the room, narrowed with suspicion. "Nobody's here. Let's go." He barked, tugging Joe towards the exit. "I need to use the ladies' room," Joe protested, her voice steady despite the circumstances. Stefan's laugh was cold, humorless. "No, pee in my car if you can't hold it. Your psychic connection is wrong, and if this is some trick to run." His voice dropped, menacing. Trust me, Joe. I like you, but you're not as important as the information on that disc. Joe's chin lifted defiantly. I can't decode the disc alone. I need White Knight, and you know it. If I could do it myself, you wouldn't have gone through all that trouble with Zen. Shut up, Stefan snarled, his fingers tightening on Joe's arm. If you can decode my sister's disc, I don't need Kieran. I shot at him before. I can't exactly ask nicely now. I thought you could charm what we need out of them, but they're not here. So you have two choices. Walk out like a lady, or I carry you out. Your decision. Joe's voice dripped with sarcasm. If you knew anything about programming, you'd understand decoding at this level takes time. I could have been faster in a decent workspace, not that miserable hole you call a house. Those ridiculous bells on the veranda, the constant flutes in the garden, stuck in that damp basement. Stefan's face contorted with rage. Lower your voice, he growled, or I'll hurt you. Tad surged forward, a snarl on his lips. Coward! Kieran's arm shot out, restraining his brother. Easy, he hissed. I can take him, Tad growled, his fingers twitching towards his weapon. I'm a good shot. I'll blow his brains out before he even knows what hit him. Kieran's hand clamped down on Tada's arm, his voice low and urgent. You won't be fast enough. And you know that, Ta. As long as Joe behaves, he won't hurt her, Kieran continued, his eyes never leaving Stefan and Joe. Tag shrugged off Kieran's grip, his face flushed with anger. Yeah, but she's doing nothing but agitating the crazy fucker, Kieran. Madeline's voice cut through the tension. Go get him, Willow. In a blur of fur, Willow leapt from Tada's pocket, darting through the invisible shield. The guinea pig charged towards Stefan and Joe, teeth bared and claws scrabbling against the polished floor. Stefan's eyes widened in shock. A rat, he spat, stumbling back from the ferocious rodent. Joe's voice rang out, triumphant. It's Willow. Madeline is here. Kieran is here. Confusion flickered across Stefan's face. But I can't see them. Inside the shield, text materialized before them, urgent and ominous. Your enemies are attempting to obtain our frequency. If they can get to us, they can get to you. The disc contains the frequency. A countdown appeared, glowing red in the air. 5, 4. Kieran lunged forward, his hands gripping Madeline and Tada's arms. He yanked them towards the far end of the room, the air stretching and warping around them like an elastic membrane. The shield was dissolving. In perfect synchronization, Kieran and Tada drew their weapons, the metallic click of safeties being released echoing in the tense air. Stefan's instincts kicked in. He jerked Joe towards the exit, his fingers digging into her arm. Close your eyes, Joe. Madeline's shout reverberated through the room. In a flash, she snatched Kieran's gun, swinging it in a wide arc. The barrel connected with the display case housing John Dee's crying plate, shattering the glass in a shower of glittering shards. The countdown continued, relentless. 3, 2, 1. Madeline's fingers closed around the golden plate, its cool surface thrumming with latent energy. She thrust it towards Stefan, her voice raw and powerful as she cried out, Medusa! The air crackled with tension as the invisible shield dissolved. Stefan's eyes darted between Kieran, Tag, and Madeline, his survival instincts screaming danger. His hand flew to his weapon, the gun snapping up with practiced precision. In that split second, Stefan registered the golden plate in Madeline's grasp. Recognition flashed in his eyes, followed by sheer terror. Years of combat training took over, overriding conscious thought. Stefan's body reacted before his mind could process. He pivoted sharply, his muscles coiling like springs. As he spun, his finger tightened on the trigger. The gun discharged with a deafening crack, the bullet wildly off target. It struck the ornate ceiling, sending a shower of plaster and debris raining down on the startled onlookers below. The golden plate pulsed with an otherworldly glow, his Medusa's power radiating outward in an invisible wave. The air seemed to thicken, heavy with the weight of the mythical gaze. Stefan's lightning-fast reflexes saved him. He dropped to the ground, pulling Joe down with him. The deadly power surged over them, missing by mere inches. With no direct eye contact made, Medusa's gaze dissipated harmlessly into the air. But its passage left a wake of destruction. Nearby artifacts vibrated violently, delicate pieces shattering from the intensity. The very atmosphere felt charged, as if reality itself had been momentarily warped. In a blur of desperate motion, Stefan scrambled to his feet. His hand shot out, grabbing Jo and yanking her against him. The cold muzzle of his gun pressed against her temple, his eyes wild with a mixture of fear and determination. Panic erupted as a fresh wave of visitors flooded into the room, their screams piercing the tense air. The cacophony of terror mixed with the sound of shattering glass and crumbling plaster, creating a nightmarish symphony. For Madeline, the world suddenly tilted on its axis. The golden plate, still humming with residual energy, slipped from her grasp. It clattered to the floor with a resounding clang that seemed to echo through her very bones. Darkness encroached on the edges of her vision, reality blurring and shifting. Her legs gave way beneath her. As consciousness fled, Madeline was vaguely aware of her body crumpling to the ground. The last thing she registered before succumbing to the encroaching darkness was the eruption of chaos around her, a maelstrom of panic, fear, and confusion swirling in the wake of Medusa's unleashed power.
Chapter 6. The speedometer needle quivered dangerously close to the red zone as Kieran's Aston Martin tore down the highway. His knuckles whitened on the steering wheel, jaw clenched tight. Madeline glanced at him, then out at the blur of scenery whipping past. "Did you expect an explosion from the 5-second countdown at the museum?" she asked, breaking the tense silence. Kieran's eyes remained fixed on the road. Better to be safe than sorry. "We don't know who Seifel 2 is yet." From the back seat, Tad leaned forward. "I still feel sorry for those visitors. We appeared in front of them out of nowhere. They must have gotten the fright of their lives." "I guess we would be sorrier if it had been an actual explosion," Madeline said, attempting a light tone. Kieran's silence stretched on, the air in the car growing thick with unspoken tension. Madeline shifted in her seat, stealing another glance at his rigid profile. "Where are we going?" she ventured. "Mortlake, Mrs. Hanson's house." "You've been there," Kieran replied curtly. Tad's voice piped up again, a hint of nervousness creeping in. "I don't care where we're going as long as I arrive with all of my organs intact." Madeline turned to see beads of sweat glistening on Tad's forehead. The speedometer crept higher. "Have I ever gotten you into a car accident, Tada?" Kieran's voice carried a sharp edge. "I don't want you to break your record, Kieran. Slow down, will you?" Madeline isn't complaining. Neither should you. The tension ratcheted up another notch. Madeline intervened. "How can you be so sure Jo was talking about Mrs. Hanson's house? I spent a lot of time in the part of the house she described, the bells, the flutes, the basement underneath the kitchen. It has to be her place." "Kieran studied flowers there for years," Tag added, seemingly eager to contribute. Kieran's response came out as a snarl. "It was natural medicine, not flowers, and I consulted with her. I didn't study anything with her." Without warning, Kieran slammed on the brakes, then stomped on the accelerator. The sudden movement threw Tada sideways. "Jesus, Kieran!" Tag yelped, scrambling to right himself. "You want to keep talking?" Kieran's voice was ice cold. Madeline's hand flew to the dashboard to steady herself. "Kieran, what's going on?" A low rumble of thunder rolled in the distance, despite the clear sky. Tag's eyes widened, darting between Kieran and the window. "Nothing's going on," Kieran bit out. "We're going to Mrs. Hanson's, and that's it." "It doesn't seem like nothing," Madeline pressed. "Is this about what happened at the museum? About me using—" "I told you not to do anything drastic," Kieran cut her off, his knuckles impossibly white on the wheel now. "You could have been hurt, or worse." Another distant rumble of thunder, louder this time. Tag leaned forward, confusion etched on his face. "Is that thunder? Where's it coming from?" Kieran's jaw clenched tighter. "It's nothing, probably just a storm brewing." "In this clear sky?" Tag's voice rose an octave, his eyes darting nervously between the windshield and his brother. "If we offend a god, sorry, I'm atheist." The Aston Martin swerved abruptly, tires briefly skimming the road's edge as Kieran's grip on the wheel tightened to white-knuckled intensity. "I said it's nothing, Tada. Drop it," he hissed through clenched teeth. Madeline observed Kieran intently, recognizing the telltale signs of his barely contained rage. The rigid set of his jaw, the slight tremor in his hands, the unexplained atmospheric disturbances. Her mind raced, weighing the risks of pressing for answers against honoring his earlier plea for discretion. "Kieran," she ventured, her words measured, "I know you're worried about your family, about all of us, but we're in this together." Whatever's happening. You don't understand, Madeline, Kieran snapped, his eyes flashing with a mix of fury and fear. This isn't just about my family anymore. It's about... A blinding bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, so close it left afterimages dancing in their vision. The thunderclap that followed was immediate and deafening, rattling the car's windows. Tad let out a strangled yelp, instinctively ducking in his seat. "What the hell was that?" he demanded, his earlier bravado evaporating. "Kieran, what's going on? What aren't you telling us about our family?" The car surged forward as Kieran's foot pressed harder on the accelerator, the engine's roar harmonizing ominously with the growing rumble of thunder outside. The speedometer needle climbed relentlessly upward, mirroring the escalating tension within the vehicle. "Hey, I know you're a tough guy. You don't have to prove it," Tada shouted, his words tinged with a cocktail of fear and frustration. Kieran's grip on the wheel tightened impossibly further, his knuckles stark white against the leather. "You're oblivious about what happened in the family," he spat. "Without business, you'd rather spend time on safari. So fine, go back to take care of your precious chimpanzees." "Okay, I don't know much," Tada conceded, his tone softening slightly. "Why don't you tell me, Kieran?" "Shut up, Tada. I can always ask Mother," Tada pressed, undeterred. "I'm sure she knows, just like the way she knows how to unlock Monsieur's shield that you think is unbreakable." Another flash of lightning bathed the car's interior in stark electric blue, throwing Kieran's features into sharp relief. The shadows deepened the lines of fury etched on his face. "Leave her out of this," he growled, his voice a dangerous, low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the car. "The hell I will," Tada shot back, leaning forward between the seats, his face inches from Kieran's. "Syphil 2, whoever that was, said our family is in trouble. You don't have the right to speak for all of us, Kieran. Not only am I talking to Mother, I'm going to talk to everyone in the family." Without warning, Kieran wrenched the steering wheel to the right. The Aston Martin lurched onto the emergency shoulder, tires shrieking in protest against the sudden change in direction. He slammed on the brakes, the abrupt deceleration hurling them all forward against their seatbelts. "Get out," he snarled, his eyes locking with Tag's in the rearview mirror, cold fury radiating from his gaze. Tag's expression hardened, a mirror of his brother's resolve. "You don't get to kick everyone out of your life at your leisure, Kieran. It's my car that I'm kicking you out of," Kieran retorted, his words sharp enough to cut. "Get out before I cause you bodily damage." The air inside the vehicle crackled with palpable tension, another ominous rumble of thunder underscoring Kieran's threat. The brothers glared at each other, neither willing to back down, as Madeline found herself caught in the crossfire of their escalating conflict. The tension in the air thickened, almost palpable as Tag's words hung between them. "Hey, I know you're a tough guy. You don't have to prove it," he shouted, his voice cracking with a mix of fear and frustration. Kieran's grip on the steering wheel tightened impossibly further, his knuckles stark white against the dark leather. "You're oblivious about what happened in the family," he spat through gritted teeth. "Without business, you'd rather spend time on safari. So fine, go back to take care of your precious chimpanzees." "Okay, I don't know much," Tada conceded, his tone softening slightly. "Why don't you tell me, Kieran?" "Shut up, Tag." Undeterred, Tag pressed on. "I can always ask Mother. I'm sure she knows, just like the way she knows how to unlock Monsieur's shield that you think is unbreakable." A blinding flash of lightning illuminated the car's interior, casting harsh shadows across Kieran's face, deepening the lines of fury etched there. "Leave her out of this," he growled, his voice a dangerous, low rumble that seemed to vibrate through the vehicle. "The hell I will," Tada shot back, leaning forward between the seats, his face inches from Kieran's. "Syphil 2, whoever that was, said our family is in trouble. You don't have the right to speak for all of us, Kieran. Not only am I talking to Mother, I'm going to talk to everyone in the family." Without warning, Kieran wrenched the steering wheel to the right. The Aston Martin lurched onto the emergency shoulder, tires shrieking in protest. He slammed on the brakes, the abrupt deceleration hurling them all forward against their seatbelts. "Get out," he snarled, his eyes locking with Tag's in the rearview mirror, cold fury radiating from his gaze. Tag's expression hardened, mirroring his brother's resolve. You don't get to kick everyone out of your life at your leisure, Kieran. It's my car that I'm kicking you out of, Kieran retorted, his words sharp enough to cut. Get out before I cause you bodily damage. Another ominous rumble of thunder underscored Kieran's threat, the air inside the vehicle crackling with tension. The brothers glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Madeline's hand hovered near the door handle, her gaze darting between the two men. Tag set his jaw, remaining firmly in his seat. With a guttural sound of frustration, Kieran slammed his fist against the steering wheel. In one fluid motion, he flung open his door and stormed out, his long strides carrying him swiftly along the shoulder of the highway. After a moment's hesitation, Madeline followed, jogging to catch up. Kieran, talk to me, please. What's happening? He whirled to face her, his eyes a storm of conflicting emotions. Don't worry, Madeline. We'll get Joe back, and I can arrange the next flight for you and Joe to go back to New York. I'm not your family. You don't get to tell me what to do, Kieran. Fine. We'll get Joe back. Then do whatever you like with your life, Madeline. As he turned to walk back to the car, Madeline lunged forward, grabbing his elbow and spinning him back to face her. You're scared, and I totally understand that. I am too. His striking gray eyes darkened several shades. You're treading a very thin line here, Madeline. Is that so? Kieran LeBlanc is not afraid of anything. Being scared isn't a phrase you have in your library. You're invincible. You can't afford to have any weaknesses. There are so many people who rely on you. You're responsible for everything happening in your family and their lives. I'll throw in the pets for good measure. Does any of that sound familiar? Madeline, he hissed, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. She jabbed a finger into his chest, undeterred. And when you run into a problem you don't think you can solve, kicking everyone out is your best solution? Not my best, but the only one available to me at the moment, Madeline. How about try this, Kieran? After years languishing in the foster care system, I finally found Joe's family. Marie took me in like a second daughter, and since then I swore I'd do whatever it takes to keep that family. And in a grand gesture of helping those in need, an attempt to help a fairy tale character, the magical mirror disaster happened, and that harmed the only family I have. And instead of focusing on solving the problem and doing better, I fell for you, and that made things worse. If anything happens to Joe, I'll lose the one and only family I have. I don't have the luxury to kick anyone out of my life the way you do. I make one mistake after another. But do I curl up and cry like a whooshified piece of wet toast? Kieran turned away, his jaw clenching and unclenching. Madeline's hand shot out, gripping his arm and pulling him back to face her. Please, tell me. A heavy sigh escaped Kieran as he ran his fingers through his hair, disheveling it. The man who accused me of murdering Juliet. He said I broke his family, and when the time comes, he'll break mine. I was barely conscious, but I think he mentioned a 33-year cycle. Madeline nodded, her mind racing. And here I am, 33 years old. Then there's the mark on your arm at the creek, and now the message in the museum. Kieran's eyes drifted skyward, focusing on a distant flash of lightning. And it's happening more often, more uncontrollable. Not that I could ever control it without risking my sanity. You think you're the chosen one, Kieran? Of something out there? I don't think, Madeline. I know. His gaze returned to her, intense and unwavering. Dr. Thomas keeps insisting I should ask my mother. But if she could tell me, she would have. She knows more than she lets on, but she also knows what I should know and when. My problems aren't like yours. A snort escaped Madeline. Of course not. Mine's a thriller. Yours is suspense. I took a film critic course, you know. Enlighten me. For me, the bomb's already gone off. We're in survival mode. For you, you know there's a bomb, but not when or where it'll detonate. We're fumbling in the dark, fighting shadows. Can we trade? No, but we can team up, average out our problems, maybe soften the blow. Kieran chuckled, shaking his head. That's a tactic I've never heard before. It's crazy enough to work, right? A light laugh escaped him, and the distant lightning seemed to fade. I have to side with Tad here, Kieran. Pushing everyone away isn't the answer. Kieran's eyes drifted back to the car where Tag was now emerging. It might be the only way to keep them safe. Fine, count your family out if you must, but I'm in. I'll fight alongside you, even if you morph into a giant octopus. I need your help with my thriller. We have to save Joe. You've got me, Madeline. 100%. No octopus transformations required. They're terrible fighters anyway. Can we bring Tag along? More hands make lighter work. Kieran's hand cupped her face, his thumb tracing her dimple. You've got a good heart, Madeline. What did I do to deserve you? You said the same about your executive assistant, Lily. He laughed. The difference is, I pay Lily top dollar. You're pro bono. With a quick peck on her cheek, he headed back to the car. We don't have all day. Places to be, Tad called out. As Madeline approached, Kieran held the door open for her. So we're good to go? My organs will make it to Mortlake intact? Tad asked from the back seat. Turning to face him, Madeline asked, How are you so sure I can solve any problem? Tad had chuckled. I may not know business, but I know when my brothers met his match. We need to get Joe back, and Kieran's your best shot, Madeline. I'm mostly hot air. If you two work together, I can head back to my safari and live it up. He leaned back, looking pleased with himself. Hold on to those organs, Tad, Kieran warned as he accelerated onto the highway. Tag yelped, clutching the leather seat. Kieran shook his head. Don't damage my car, Tad. Your fear of speed's gotten worse since you started hanging out with wild animals.
Chapter 7. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple as Kieran's sleek car rolled to a stop a block away from Mrs. Hanson's house. Kieran, Madeline, and Tag emerged, their footsteps muffled against the pavement. As they neared their destination, a car engine rumbled to life. Stefan's vehicle pulled away from the curb, Joe's silhouette visible in the passenger seat. Madeline's shoulders slumped. We missed them again. They might just be grabbing food, Kieran said, his eyes fixed on the retreating taillights. Let's use this chance to see what he's set up inside. As they approached the front of the house, yellow police tape fluttered in the evening breeze, a stark reminder of Mrs. Hanson's disappearance. Tag's brow furrowed as he examined the untouched seal on the front door. How on earth did he get in here without breaking this? Madeline rolled her eyes. He's a cop, Tag. I'm sure he knows a trick or two. Without a word, Kieran strode purposefully to the back of the house. An old padlock hung from a rusty handle on the back door, its presence almost comical given the police presence at the front. Tad chuckled, fishing out his pocket knife. Guess they didn't think this was much of a crime scene. Before Tad could start working on the lock, Kieran held up a hand. No need. He moved to the side of the house, deftly opening a small window. With a quick gesture for the others to stay put, he hoisted himself through the opening. Inside, the living room stood frozen in time, every detail achingly familiar. Memories of time spent here with Juliet crashed over Kieran like a tidal wave, reopening old wounds. He pushed the thoughts aside, focusing on the task at hand. Returning to the window, Kieran extended a hand to help Madeline inside. The house is clear. Stefan wouldn't risk rigging this place. He just needed somewhere to lay low. Outside, wind chimes and hanging flutes created an eerie melody, their haunting notes drifting through the open window. Kieran approached a rickety cabinet, its hinges groaning in protest as he carefully opened it. Amidst the ceramic dishes, he grasped the teapot's handle and gave it a slight turn. The dining table slid aside with a low rumble, revealing a set of worn wooden stairs descending into darkness. Tag's hand shot out, pulling Kieran and Madeline back. Hold up. If someone's down there, we'll be sitting ducks. I'll go, Kieran said firmly. Tad, you keep watch up here in case Stefan returns. Tad's face fell. Always hogging the excitement, he muttered, dropping into a kitchen chair. And don't touch anything, Kieran added as he began his descent, Madeline close behind. The basement stretched out before them, vast and eerily empty. Kieran and Madeline descended the creaky stairs, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. A large rectangular table sat in one corner, while projector-like equipment hung from the ceiling at each corner of the room. Madeline's fingers traced the edge of a shiny black panel on the wall. These look like mirrors, but they're off somehow. Kieran nodded, moving to examine a shattered panel. It's a holocast room, but primitive. Stefan must have taken the control center. And this? Madeline asked, gesturing to a round reflective plate in the corner. Kieran knelt beside it, brow furrowed. I'm not sure. It's unlike anything I've seen before. Madeline's eyes widened. Wait, it reminds me of John Dee's glass from the museum. Could it be an artifact? More likely a communication center, Kieran mused, standing up. It's meant to gather frequencies and connections from different dimensions, but this setup is too basic to function properly. Madeline's hand instinctively moved to her pocket. I could use my magical mirror. Don't, Kieran said sharply, then softened his tone. It's too risky. Madeline held up her hands. All right, emergency use only. Got it. Kieran paced the room, his mind racing. Syphil too mentioned a disk containing frequencies our adversaries could use to locate us. This could be Stefan's attempt to project that information. Madeline snorted. Makes sense. Stefan can barely operate a smartphone, let alone this tech. She paused, her expression growing serious. Kieran, about the bridge. You said there were two groups fighting. One on your side, one on Stefan's. But before all this, Stefan was helping me. Mrs. Hansen wanted me dead. Now Stefan's using her house. Who can we actually trust? Kieran ran a hand through his hair. It's complicated. Stefan might be working for the people who hired Mrs. Hansen to put you in danger at Fosse Way. They wanted you to call him for help. And now, Madeline pressed, now I think he's trying to call in an army. Tada's voice came from the top of the stairs, making them both jump. Suddenly, a cacophony of shattering ceramic echoed from the kitchen above. Tada spun around, racing back up the stairs. Tad, wait! Kieran called, but his brother was already gone. Before they could follow, a loud crash came from outside. Kieran instinctively pushed Madeline behind him as they crept towards Mrs. Hansen's botanical shed. Stay close, he whispered, drawing his gun. They approached the shed cautiously. Kieran aimed at the lock and fired, the sound reverberating through the night air. Slowly he pushed the door open, revealing the darkness within. All was quiet inside the shed. The door creaked open wider, and suddenly a furry black shadow leaped through the gap. Kieran's gun snapped up, tracking the movement. In the dim light, an enormous black cat, nearly the size of a small leopard, materialized before them. Its bright yellow eyes blinked once, then it launched itself towards Kieran. Madeline's shriek pierced the air. Be careful. Don't worry, Kieran said, lowering his weapon. This is Midgie. She's very gentle. As if on cue, Migi let out a thunderous purr and wound herself around Kieran's legs, her tails, swishing contentedly. Madeline's eyes widened. Oh my God, there are two tails! She gasped, taking a step back. Mrs. Hansen's handiwork, Kieran explained, scratching behind Migi's ears. She used magic and natural medicine to transform Migi from a tiny kitten into this, bigger, more intelligent, but thankfully still mute. Madeline extended a tentative hand, then quickly pulled it back. She doesn't bite, right? Just in case she changes her mind, I'd like to keep my fingers, she added, curling her hand into a fist. Migi patted over to Madeline, her rough tongue darting out to lick the woman's knuckles. Madeline's tension visibly eased as the cat nuzzled against her. I never approved of Mrs. Hansen's practices, Kieran said, his tone hardening. Her so-called alchemy often crossed the line from transmutation to mutilation. Transmutation? Madeline's brow furrowed. An alchemical term. The less you know, the better, Madeline. Before she could press further, the sound of approaching footsteps cut through the night. Tag appeared, shoving a man in front of him, the muzzle of his gun pressed firmly against the stranger's back. He won't say a word? Tada growled. Madeline, got any special interrogation techniques? We boys are running out of options. The captive's eyes gleamed an unnatural feline green in the darkness. Kieran circled him slowly, recognition dawning. Did Syphil 2 send you? He asked sharply. The man nodded once, robotically. Tag's eyebrows shot up. Oh, so he can understand simple questions. It's a robot, Tad, Kieran explained. Low level. Not programmed for complexity. But it tried to kill me, Tad muttered. Is murder really that simple? Kieran turned back to their captive. Your mission is to kill Stefan? Silence. Madeline piped up. It probably wouldn't know Stefan or Stephen. Your mission is to target residents of this house? Kieran tried again. Another nod. Tag threw up his hands. This is ridiculous. Now we have to speak robot? Suddenly, Migi darted from the shadows, fur bristling, a menacing hiss escaping her. Tad jumped, his gun swinging wildly. No, it's just the cat. Don't shoot, Tad, Kieran shouted. Fuck me, it's a hell of a cat! Tada grumbled, glaring at Midgie. The cat continued hissing. her twin tails lashing furiously at the air. The tension in the garden ratcheted up as Miggy's agitation grew, her eyes fixed on something unseen in the darkness beyond. A whisper of movement cut through the air. In a blur of motion, their captive lunged at Kieran, slamming him to the ground. Two small darts materialized in the robot's back as Tada's gun barked. Without hesitation, Tag sprinted towards a fleeing shadow in the bushes. Kieran heaved the robot off, rolling to his feet. The man's eyes glazed over, his body liquefying into a viscous yellow pool. Acrid smoke rose from the bubbling mass, carrying the nauseating stench of burning flesh. Within moments, the liquid evaporated, leaving only a scorched patch of grass. Madeline steadied Kieran, her hand lingering on his arm. "You're burning up. Painkillers are wearing off." Kieran muttered through gritted teeth. Tag jogged back, breathless. "Lost him." His eyes widened at the charred grass. "Where'd he go?" "Evaporated," Madeline replied, her voice tight with disbelief. "Look out!" Kieran shouted, tackling Tag as a projectile whistled past. A dart embedded itself in the wooden panel behind them with a dull thunk. They scrambled towards the garden's edge, where a shadow had crumpled after Kieran's warning shot. A man lay prone, his eyes vacant as he fumbled for a small dart. "Stop!" Kieran lunged, grappling for the man's wrist. The dart's tip danced perilously close to Kieran's skin as they struggled. Madeline yanked Kieran backwards. "Let him go." They tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Seizing the moment, the man plunged the dart into his own chest. His body dissolved, leaving nothing but empty air where he had lain. Tad ran a hand through his hair, bewildered. "What's next in this freak show? Two-tailed cats? Vanishing men? Dragons?" "We need to move," Kieran said, hauling himself up and offering Madeline a hand. "Before more robots show up." Pain lanced through Kieran's body, each throb a stark reminder of their ordeal. He fought to keep his expression neutral, but a wince betrayed him. Madeline's gaze sharpened. "You need those painkillers." "I'm fine," Kieran insisted, his voice strained. "Let me use the mirror," Madeline urged. "We need to locate Joe and Stefan." Kieran hesitated, weighing the risks against their desperate need for information. After a tense moment, he relented with a curt nod. "All right, but keep it small." Madeline's lips curved into a triumphant smile. "Mirror, mirror in the air," she whispered. "Show me Joe." A compact mirror materialized, hovering between them. Its surface rippled, revealing the interior of a car. Joe's face appeared, her eyes widening in recognition. Joe blinked, suggesting she had seen the mirror. She knew how the magical mirror worked now. Madeline and people from this side could see and hear her, but Stefan wouldn't see or hear them. "I need to pee," Joe said, her voice strained. "I told you I needed it, but you rushed me out of the house." Stefan's gruff voice came from off-screen. "You'll hold." "I'll do it right here," Joe threatened, shifting uncomfortably. "Water damage is irreversible for the kind of technology I need to read your disc, Stefan." "Stop bluffing," Stefan growled. Joe wriggled her body dramatically. "You need proof, Stefan?" No. "Okay," Stefan relented, his voice tight with frustration. "The hotel is nearby." "I don't need a hotel. I can use the gas station," Joe countered. "See the Grand Plaza Hotel 5 miles sign? The gas station next to it." "I can use that one." "We're staying at the Grand Plaza. It's 5 miles. We'll get there quick, Joe." Joe's face hardened. "I'm not staying in the same room with you, Stefan." "That's non-negotiable," Stefan shot back. "I'm not being stingy, but you'll try any trick you can if I leave you on your own. I'll grab a twin room. Unlike Kieran LeBlanc, I'm not a gentleman. I don't have dazzling good looks and money enough to make it into wallpaper, but I won't force a woman. I will not touch you, Joe." A tense silence filled the car. Joe's eyes darted to the mirror, a silent plea for help evident in her gaze. "You like Madeline?" Joe asked suddenly, her voice carefully neutral. Stefan's tone softened, taking on an almost wistful quality. "More than like. She'll turn 33 in a few days." "Madeline isn't 33. "No, my sister. She loved that hotel. It used to be the Royal Maple, and she loved the game room. She said it gives her a sense of nostalgia. She loved that kind of shit. I reckon she and Madeline would get along well, except they both fall for the same pretty face." Madeline blushed. She waved her hand, cutting off the mirror vision abruptly. Clearing her throat, she turned to Kieran and Tag. "So we know where they are. What's the plan?" Tag ran a hand through his hair. "We should regroup. Hit the hotel first thing tomorrow." Kieran had vetted her record before they got involved. One had to. Juliet wasn't turning 33 this year based on the public record. Stefan would have known his sister's real age. Why fake the record? He needed to go home and use his machine to research for more information. Tonight? His muscles were screaming for relief. Maybe first thing tomorrow morning, then. Agreed. Let's go. We need to be at full strength, he said and headed toward the car. You're kidding me, Tad protested, glaring at the cat in the back seat. Kieran raised an eyebrow. I didn't know you were allergic to cats. I simply don't like cats, Tad grumbled. It's a matter of choice. Madeline reached back to scratch Miji's ears. Come on, Tad. She's a nice and gentle cat. Look at the size of her, Tag said, eyeing Migi warily. I'd feel safer with TJ. TJ is a puppy, Tad, Kieran said, exasperation creeping into his voice. Don't embarrass yourself. Man up. You can handle a cat. He turned away, shaking his head. Migi purred, her yellow eyes fixed on Tag. Don't grin at me, cat, Tag muttered, sliding into the car. I'm not that friendly. As the car pulled away from the curb, the tension inside was palpable. Kieran's mind raced, trying to anticipate Madeline's next move while grappling with the looming confrontation at the Grand Plaza. The night stretched out before them, full of uncertainty. Chapter 8. The grandeur of Kieran's room in Monsiel, with its high ceilings and ornate moldings, seemed to dwarf the world outside. The room was a testament to Kieran's taste for the exquisite, every piece of furniture a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Yet in this moment the opulence was a mere backdrop to the intimacy that was about to unfold. Madeline's fingers, deft and sure, unscrewed the cap of the painkiller bottle. She shook out 2 tablets, her movements deliberate and measured. Take these, she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. You can't keep pushing through the pain. Not tonight. Kieran's striking gray eyes met hers. The pain had etched lines around his mouth, but he acquiesced, swallowing the pills with a gulp of water. Madeline watched him, her gaze unwavering, a silent promise that she would take care of him. Now rest, Madeline commanded softly, her hand lingering on his uninjured shoulder, a gentle weight that seemed to anchor him. I should be taking care of you, Kieran protested, his voice a low rumble that betrayed his fatigue. She led him to the bed, a vast expanse of silk and down that seemed to swallow him whole. He lay back, his long frame an elegant contrast against the rich fabrics. Madeline sat beside him, her hands already exploring the hard planes of his chest, her touch softer than the whisper of dandelion seeds in the wind. Let go, Kieran, she murmured, her voice a melody that seemed to resonate with the very air around them. You don't have to be in control, not with me. His breath hitched as her hands moved lower, her fingertips tracing the contours of his abdomen, each muscle twitching beneath her touch. She could feel the tension coiled within him, a spring waiting to be released. Madeline's hands were a symphony of sensation, coaxing Kieran's body to respond. His breaths grew deeper, a low moan escaping his lips as she found the sensitive spots that made his body arch off the bed. She reveled in the power she held in that moment, the ability to make this formidable man surrender to her. Madeline, he gasped, his gray eyes darkening to the color of a storm-tossed sea. She silenced him with a kiss, her lips insistent, hungry for the taste of him. Her hands moved with practiced ease, stroking and teasing until she felt him tremble beneath her. She pulled back, her eyes locked on his as she straddled him. The connection between them was electric, a circuit of desire that hummed with anticipation. Slowly she lowered herself onto him, taking him in inch by inch. The sensation was exquisite, a slow burn that threatened to consume them both. Kieran's hands found her hips, his grip tightening as she began to move. Her breath hitched as she settled onto Kieran, their bodies fitting together as though they were 2 pieces of a puzzle, carved from the same stone. A moment of profound connection, a silence so complete that it seemed to hum with the intensity of their union. She looked down at him, and in his stormy eyes she saw a reflection of her own yearning, a mirror to the depths of her desire. Slowly, she began to move, each motion deliberate and fluid. With every rise and fall of her hips, a tide of sensation washed over her, a symphony of pleasure that resonated through every fiber of her being. Kieran filled her completely. his presence inside her a delicious invasion that left her feeling full and whole and entirely, irrevocably his. Each thrust was a dance of two souls intertwined, a rhythm that transcended the physical realm and elevated their connection to something almost ethereal. She increased the pace, driven by the primal beat of their hearts, the air around them alive with the electricity of their passion. Kieran's hands roamed her body, tracing the contours of her hips, her waist, the soft swell of her breasts. His touch was firm yet gentle, igniting trails of fire across her skin that converged in the core of her, where he was intimately entwined with her. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the sensations that threatened to overwhelm her. The feel of his hands on her skin, the warmth of his body against hers, the ragged cadence of his breath in her ear. Every sensation was heightened, each touch a whisper of eternity. Madeline's rhythm faltered as the pressure within her built, a crescendo that promised to shatter her into 1,000 pieces. Kieran's own breathing grew ragged, a testament to his struggle to maintain control in the face of her passion. She could feel his body tense beneath hers, the muscles in his arms and chest standing out in stark relief as he fought against the tide that threatened to sweep them both away. "Let go, Kieran," she whispered, her voice a mere shadow against the roar of their desire. "I want you to feel nothing but pleasure. I've got you." And with a guttural moan, he did. She felt the exact moment he surrendered, the way his body shuddered beneath her, the way his hands clenched against her skin. It was as though a dam had burst within him, unleashing a torrent of emotion that mingled with her own, carrying them both to unimaginable heights. Their movements became frenzied, a wild, untamed dance that shook the very foundations of the world around them. The pleasure crested, a wave that broke over them with the force of a storm, leaving in its wake a profound stillness that was as beautiful and as moving as the heights of their passion. The world outside the walls of Montiel ceased to exist. There was only the two of them, locked in a dance as old as time. She watched Kieran's face, the way the lines of pain and worry melted away, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated bliss. She lay beside him for a while, her head resting on his chest. The steady beat of his heart was a lullaby that sang of safety and contentment. "Sleep now," she whispered, her fingers tracing idle patterns on his skin. "I've got you." Kieran's only response was a soft sigh of acquiescence. His eyes fluttered closed, the tension finally drained from his body. As sleep claimed Kieran, Madeline pulled the covers over him. The world and all its chaos could wait until morning. Tonight, she would keep the nightmares at bay, and Kieran would rest. Moments later, Madeline slipped out of bed, her feet barely making a sound on the plush carpet. She cast one last glance at Kieran's sleeping form before easing the door shut behind her. The night air kissed her skin as she stepped outside Monsiel's gates. The world beyond was a canvas of shadows and moonlight, the perfect backdrop for what she was about to do. "Mirror, mirror in the air," she whispered, her words carried away by a gentle breeze. The air shimmered and an ornate frame materialized before her. Within its boundaries, a swirling vortex of light and color danced, waiting for her command. Madeline's fingers traced the edge of the frame, willing it to grow. The mirror obliged, stretching until it stood taller than her, wide enough for a person to step through. She leaned forward, peering into the depths of the portal. Shadows shifted and swirled, revealing glimpses of unfamiliar places. Somewhere in there, Joe was waiting. Madeline's hand hovered near the surface, not quite touching. She wouldn't step through. She'd promised herself that much. But if she could just reach in, maybe she could. A shadow lunged from the depths of the mirror. Before Madeline could react, icy fingers clamped around her wrist. She stumbled, caught off guard by the sudden assault. "No!" Madeline cried, struggling against the iron grip. "Let go." The grip tightened, yanking her forward with inhuman strength. Madeline's feet left the ground as she was pulled towards the mirror's surface. She clawed at the frame with her free hand, nails scraping against the ornate metal. "Kieran," she screamed, desperation coloring her voice. "Help!" But it was no use. The portal's surface rippled like water as she breached it, swallowing her whole. Madeline tumbled through a kaleidoscope of light and darkness. The world spun around her, a dizzying array of fractured images and half-formed landscapes. "Joe!" she called out, her voice echoing strangely in the void. "Where are you?" She landed hard on a cold stone floor, the impact knocking the breath from her lungs. The portal snapped shut behind her with a sound like shattering glass. Madeline scrambled to her feet, heart pounding. She was in a dimly lit chamber, its walls adorned with strange symbols that seemed to writhe and move in the corner of her eye. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone there?" A figure loomed before her, cloaked in shadows. It was tall, impossibly so, its form seeming to stretch and distort as it moved closer. Madeline backed away, her hand instinctively reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. Her back hit a wall, rough stone scraping against her skin. "Stay back," she warned, trying to sound braver than she felt. "I'm warning you." The figure stopped, just out of arm's reach. A low chuckle echoed through the chamber, sending chills down Madeline's spine. "Welcome," a voice rasped, ancient and terrible. "We've been expecting you." Madeline's eyes widened as the figure stepped into the dim light. The shadows peeled away, revealing a face that was both familiar and utterly alien. Her breath caught in her throat as recognition dawned on her. Chapter 9. Darkness engulfed Madeline as unseen forces yanked her through a void. Icy fingers, belonging to a massive figure, part medieval guard, part nightmare, gripped her arms. Her feet left solid ground and she hurtled forward at a dizzying pace. The stench of decay and musty stone assaulted her senses, making her stomach churn. An ancient wooden door materialized ahead, its surface scarred and pitted like a battlefield veteran. "No, wait." Her protest was cut short as she slammed into the unyielding wood. Instead of pain, reality warped around her, twisting her perception. For a heartbeat, Madeline hung suspended in nothingness before tumbling onto rough stone. Boom! The door slammed shut, shaking dust from the air. Silence descended, thick and oppressive. Madeline pushed herself up, her scraped palms stinging. A faint, sickly green glow pulsed nearby, casting more shadows than light. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of mold, and something metallic that set her nerves on edge. Suddenly, torches blazed to life. Warm orange light chased away the eerie green, revealing a stone chapel that seemed to exist outside of time. Massive pillars stretched upward, their intricate carvings worn smooth by countless years. Vaulted ceilings vanished into shadow above. Tattered banners adorned the walls, their once vibrant colors faded to ghostly echoes. Beneath her feet, the floor cracked and shifted, slimy moss creeping between uneven stones. Even the air felt weighted, as if centuries of forgotten prayers pressed down upon her. Madeline's footsteps echoed as she moved forward, passing rows of weathered pews. At the far end, an altar loomed, its surface stained dark with something she'd rather not contemplate. As she approached, a shadow stirred. Someone was praying. The figure turned, and suddenly, large candles on the stone base and torches along the walls burst into brilliant flame. The abrupt illumination revealed a woman of stunning beauty. Flaming red hair cascaded to her waist, framing milky skin that seemed to glow in the flickering light. Almond-shaped blue eyes fixed on Madeline with an intensity that made her breath catch. Instinct whispered a name. Juliet. "Hello, sister," the woman said, her voice smooth as silk. "Hello back." Madeline's tone was cautious, guarded. The woman glided closer, her long dress sweeping across the floor. "I'm Juliet." As if I couldn't guess, Madeline thought. Aloud, she said, "I knew that." "You're smart." Juliet's lips curved into a smile. Kieran always did have a weakness for intelligent women. "You certainly did your homework before you met and married him." Juliet's eyes flashed. "Are you implying I had an agenda like everyone else?" "Kieran never meant you harm. Why couldn't you just leave him be? What could I possibly have done to him?" Juliet's innocence seemed forced. "Two can play at this game," Madeline thought. "Oh, I don't know. Your brother Stefan claims you infiltrated Monsiel, stole LeBlanc's secrets, hid them on a disc. Is that enough? Or should I make a list?" "My, you are direct, aren't you?" "Comes with the job. Look, if you are who you say you are, I need answers. Stefan has my best friend, Joe. If she can't crack that disc, he'll kill her, and anyone else who gets in his way." Juliet's expression hardened. "I have no connection to Stefan anymore. As for secrets, yes, I had one, for my long-lost family, but it's not on that disc." "Then what is? Why should I make this easy for you?" Juliet's voice took on a bitter edge. "During my time with Kieran, I barely had any of his love. It was all about work. I devoted myself to him, to his projects. He loved you, Juliet. Loved, past tense, if it ever truly happened at all. Her eyes narrowed. And now his love is for you, isn't it? Madeline shook her head. You've got it all wrong. The passionate love Kieran had in his 20s, that was all for you. You had everything. All of him. Yes, times past. But that love was all he had to give, and he gave it to you. Your betrayal was his repayment. I did not betray him, Juliet snarled. His mother accused me of things I never did. Jennifer saw through you. Kieran might have been blinded by love, but his mother recognized your true intentions. If you're so misunderstood, prove it. Show that you married him out of love. And then what? You clear my name with that family. What good does that do me now? She's deflecting, Madeline realized. If this is about jealousy, just give me the information. I'll save my friend. We'll go back to New York, and you'll never see Kieran again. Juliet's laughter echoed through the chapel. And you think he'll just sit there like an obedient puppy and let that happen? You clearly don't know Kieran LeBlanc. He moves mountains to get what he wants. Oh, he'll chase what he wants to a point. But if he believes letting go is better for those he cares about, he will. I think even you can see that trait in him. Juliet's eyes softened. Madeline pressed on. I'll convince Kieran he needs to let me go if he truly cares for me. Do you love him, Madeline? Juliet's voice was barely above a whisper. Madeline paused, weighing her words. Yes, I do. But if letting him go is better for him, I'll do whatever it takes. Love is about giving, not taking, Juliet. Sister, oh sister. Juliet's laugh was bitter. She paced back and forth like a caged tiger. Talk is cheap. It was his fault for not believing in me. He never trusted that I loved him. Love and passion aside, Kieran's no fool. Did you ever give him reason to doubt you? Did you do anything to fuel others' suspicions about your intentions? Juliet's eyes flashed. I loved him, she declared. Strongly enough to resist other motives? You're a bitch, Madeline. Keep pushing, Madeline thought. Aloud, she said, if name-calling helps, go for it. I was 19 when I met him. What did I know? That was a long time ago. You know better now. Yes, I'm 21. Of course I know better. Madeline's mind raced. 21, that was years ago. A chill ran down her spine. Is Juliet's mind stuck in the past, or did that mirror somehow send me back in time? You're not 21 anymore, Juliet. We're the same age. 30-year-old women should be having a more mature conversation than this. Juliet's face hardened. Her image flickered rapidly, at points becoming semi-transparent. It was as if a computer was glitching. When the image solidified again, Juliet turned to Madeline. A cold smile crossed her face. What do you think you can do to make Kieran love me again, Madeline? I can only control my part, Juliet. I can leave him, but I can't control his love, for me or for anyone. How noble of you. Not really. Just being realistic. So what do you want? Be careful what you ask for, Madeline. Juliet looked Madeline up and down, her smile turning gracious. If you want to know where I hid the real secret, come here. I'll show you. She waved her arm, and a ring of fire burst up from the floor, surrounding her. I don't have to tell you that the fire is quite hot, do I? This can't be real, Madeline thought. She stepped toward the fire. The heat was intense, terrifyingly so. This isn't a fair fight, she said. Juliet laughed. No, it's not. You can have the weapon of your choice. What would you like? A sword. The answer came without hesitation. Fencing had always been Madeline's forte. She'd fare better with a blade than trying to claw through fire. Juliet flicked her finger. A sword dropped at Madeline's feet, and her clothes transformed into sleek black leather combat gear, straight out of a fantasy TV show. Where the hell am I, Madeline wondered. This has to be a dream. Surely she couldn't die in a dream. Madeline picked up the sword. It felt perfect, as if tailored for her hand. This is insane, she thought. But if it's a dream, I might as well play along. Juliet stood smiling on the other side of the firewall. Madeline took a deep breath and stepped into the flames. The pain was immediate and excruciating. How can a dream hurt this much? Her clothes, flesh, and bones burned. A fireball exploded on her chest, searing her heart. I can't survive this, Madeline thought, panic rising. If I die here, will I be trapped in oblivion forever? Somehow she made it through. Amazed to be alive, Madeline raised her sword and charged at Juliet. Juliet conjured a sword, blocking Madeline's blow. The clash sent numbing pain through Madeline's arms. This is no ordinary dream. Juliet staggered back, looking stunned. Then, like an enraged wolf, she attacked. Madeline dodged and parried, surprised at her own skill. I haven't fenced in years. How am I doing this? They traded blows, kicks, and slashes. It was brutal, unrelenting. This isn't a fight, Madeline realized. It's a death match. In a final desperate move, they lunged at each other. Madeline's sword pierced Juliet's chest as Juliet's blade found its mark in her own. The pain was beyond description. Juliet screamed. Madeline didn't. Is this what winning feels like? Madeline wondered, her vision blurring. Juliet waved her arm. The fire and swords vanished, along with their wounds. The pain, however, lingered. Juliet's image flickered, her expression suddenly warm, almost human. We're such fools, sister. I'll do whatever it takes to bring Joe home safely, Madeline said, still wary. Juliet waved absently. The secret was at Fountains Abbey, in a box. Her eyes filled with emotion. Do not let him find the box. It's not meant for him. The image flickered again, Juliet's face returning to its previous cold mask. What's going on here? Madeline frowned. If it's not meant for Kieran, who is it for? Cold Juliet stared blankly. When did I say it wasn't for Kieran? Something's not right, Madeline thought. She decided to probe further. Oh, I thought you might want to give the secret to your brother. Why would Kieran want it? If I tell Stefan where it is, would he leave us alone? Juliet frowned. Stefan, yes, my poor brother. He knows nothing. Father wasn't nice to him. Her image flickered violently, almost dissolving. When it stabilized, Juliet's expression was warm again. Two Juliets, Madeline realized. And this one seems real. Tell me why Kieran shouldn't find the secret in the box, Juliet. It will kill him, Juliet pleaded. Please don't let him do it. I love him. I never want to harm him. The image flickered once more, and the cold, emotionless Juliet returned. Juliet wiped at a tear running down her face, observing the teardrop on her fingertip like a robot examining a beating heart. Her gaze snapped up to Madeline, eyes narrowing. What did you just say? Juliet's voice was razor sharp. Madeline's mind raced. Nothing. Is this a dream? A cold smile twisted Juliet's lips. You're not dreaming. This is my world. More real than anything you can imagine. This is a hologame. But I didn't accept any challenges from you. The moment you admitted feelings for Kieran, you accepted my challenge. When he gave away my 6-pence coin to save your life, you both agreed to play. And in my game, I kill without consequences. Juliet's arm swung in a blur. A dagger materialized from thin air, its blade glinting in the eerie light. Before Madeline could react, white-hot pain exploded in her chest. She looked down, stunned, at the dagger protruding from her heart. Blood gushed from the wound, alarmingly real. The pain was less intense than before, but Madeline could feel her life ebbing away with each heartbeat. Her legs gave out and she crumpled to the floor. Through gritted teeth, she managed to speak. Killing me won't help you. I'm not dying in your stupid hologame. Juliet knelt beside her, cool fingers brushing Madeline's cheek. The touch was unnervingly real. You're a fighter. I underestimated you. Her voice softened, almost admiring. I haven't set the rules yet, so I can't kill you now, but next time, when the game is properly set up, I'll kill you both. Madeline's vision blurred, but she forced out one last defiant whisper. Whatever you do, you're dead to Kieran. Juliet's image flickered, her face a mask of cold fury. If Kieran thinks I'm dead, he's mistaken. With that, her form shimmered and vanished into the darkness, leaving Madeline alone in the oppressive silence of the ancient chapel.
Chapter 10. Kieran leaned against the window frame, his gaze fixed on Madeline's sleeping form. The gentle rise and fall of her chest matched the rhythm of the morning breeze rustling through the curtains. Sunlight crept across the room, casting a warm glow on her face. For years, he'd been adrift in a sea of emptiness after Juliet's death. Now, with Madeline's unexpected arrival, the world seemed to regain its color. He made a silent vow to nurture this connection, however fleeting it might be. Madeline stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She stretched languidly, a soft smile playing on her lips as she met his gaze. "Morning, hotshot," she purred, her voice husky with sleep. "Back at you, chocolate," she frowned. "That's a movie title. I haven't seen that movie. That makes it my invention. I like that." Kieran sat on the edge of the bed. "Sleep well?" She propped herself up on her elbows, her hair a wild tangle around her face. Like a rock. Your bed's dangerously comfortable. I'll take that as a compliment to my taste in furniture. Madeline chuckled, then her expression sobered. So, are we going to Joe now? Kieran nodded. Everything's in place. My team's ready to move on the Grand Plaza Hotel at our signal. Good. She sat up fully, the sheet pooling around her waist. I can't wait to see her safe. We'll have her back before you know it, Kieran assured her, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Madeline leaned into his touch, a mischievous glint in her eye. You know, after last night, I'm surprised I can even move this morning. Oh? Kieran arched an eyebrow, fighting back a smirk. Don't play coy, she teased, poking him in the chest. I'm pretty sure we broke some laws of physics. I don't recall hearing any complaints. Trust me, there were none. Madeline stretched again, wincing slightly. Though I might need a massage later. Kieran's lips quirked. I'm sure that can be arranged. She laughed, then sobered. Kieran, I thank you for everything you're doing to help Joe. It's the right thing to do. Madeline's eyes softened. She leaned forward, pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. Still, it means a lot. As she pulled back, Kieran caught her hand, intertwining their fingers. For a moment, they sat in comfortable silence, the weight of the day ahead settling over them. Kieran leaned in, capturing Madeline's lips in a deep kiss. His hand trailed down her neck, but he froze as his fingers brushed against something unexpected. Breaking away, his eyes widened at the sight of an angry red mark marring her chest. What the hell? He traced the outline of the wound, his stomach clenching. Madeline, did I? What? She glanced down, brows furrowing. That wasn't there before. Kieran's mind raced. Had he hurt her without realizing? The thought made him sick. Are you sure? I don't remember seeing it last night. Madeline slipped off the bed, shaking her head. No, it's new. I have no idea where it came from. As she stood, Kieran's gaze dropped to her feet. They were caked with dirt, as if she'd been traipsing through a garden. Your feet, he said, dread coiling in his gut. Have you been sleepwalking? Sleepwalking? Me? Madeline laughed, but it sounded hollow. Never in my life. Kieran's eyes narrowed. Something wasn't adding up. Then how do you explain the dirt? The mark? I don't know. She hugged herself, avoiding his gaze. I don't remember anything after we fell asleep. The pieces started falling into place, and a terrible suspicion took root. Madeline, he said, his voice low and controlled. Did you call the mirror last night? Her hesitation was all the confirmation he needed. Damn it, Madeline. He surged to his feet, pacing the room. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? I didn't. Don't lie to me. The words exploded out of him, raw and pained. You could have been killed. Madeline's eyes flashed. I can take care of myself, Kieran. I'm not some damsel in distress. No, you're just reckless. He raked a hand through his hair, struggling to rein in his temper. What were you thinking? I was thinking about Joe, she shot back, about finding a way to save her without putting you in danger. The admission hit him like a punch to the gut. She'd risked her life to protect him. The thought only fueled his anger and fear. And what about you? He advanced on her, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Did you even consider what losing you would do to me? Madeline's expression softened. Kieran, no. He held up a hand, cutting her off. You don't get to brush this off. I can't lose you, Madeline. I won't. The raw emotion in his voice seemed to startle her. You're not going to lose me. How can you be sure? He gestured to the mark on her chest. Look what happened in one night. What if next time? He couldn't finish the thought. Images of Juliet's lifeless body flashed through his mind, followed by visions of Madeline lying cold and still. The fear threatened to choke him. Juliet died in this house, doing what you did. Am I asking for that? Hell no, Madeline. I'm sorry, Madeline said softly. I didn't mean to scare you. Kieran's anger deflated, leaving only bone-deep weariness. I can't protect you if you keep throwing yourself into danger. Maybe I don't need protection. She reached for his hand. Maybe what I need is a partner. He wanted to believe her. God, how he wanted to. But the specter of past failures loomed large. And what happens when I fail? Together, you and I, we won't fail, Kieran. Only you let me in. We work through things together. Then we will get to where we need to be. If we fail, hell, we fail together. Kieran took a deep breath, forcing his racing heart to slow. Madeline's eyes, wide and confused, held no trace of deception. She truly didn't remember. The realization doused his anger like a bucket of cold water. "All right," he said, gentling his tone. "Let's work through this together. Close your eyes." Madeline hesitated, then complied. Her lashes fluttered against her cheeks as she settled. "Now take a deep breath, in and out. Good. Focus on my voice." Kieran kept his words soft, measured. "Think back to last night. What's the last thing you remember before waking up?" We were in bed, talking. Then," her brow furrowed. "It's hazy." "That's okay. Don't force it. Let the memories come naturally." He guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. "What do you see? Any images, sensations?" Madeline's fingers twisted in the sheets. "Moonlight, cold air on my skin." "Good. You left the room. Where did you go?" "Down the stairs, the foyer." She paused, her breath catching. "The mirror. I called the mirror." Kieran's stomach clenched, but he kept his voice steady. "What happened when you called?" "It rippled, like water. And then—" Madeline's eyes snapped open, panic flashing across her face. "Oh God, Kieran, I went through." He reached for her hand, anchoring her. "It's all right. You're safe now. What do you remember on the other side?" Madeline's gaze grew distant, unfocused. Stone walls, cold, the air smelled old, musty. Her fingers tightened around his. "A chapel, I think, with stained glass windows." "Was anyone there?" She nodded slowly. "Juliet." The name hung in the air between them, heavy with unspoken implications. Kieran's chest constricted, but he pushed through. "What happened with Juliet?" "We talked, I think. But then—" Madeline's free hand drifted to her chest, to the angry red mark. "Swords, we were fighting." "Fighting? Why?" "I don't know, it's all jumbled." Frustration colored her voice. "I remember the clash of metal, the way the moonlight glinted off the blades. And then—" She trailed off, her eyes widening in horror. "Madeline?" Kieran prompted gently. "What is it? I lost." The words came out as a whisper. "Juliet, she won, her sword." Madeline's hand pressed against the mark on her chest. "Oh God, Kieran, she stabbed me." The room seemed to tilt on its axis. Kieran fought to keep his composure, to be the anchor Madeline needed. "But you're here. You're alive." "Am I? What if? What if this isn't all just a dream?" "No." Kieran cut her off, cupping her face in his hands. "You're here. You're real. I can feel you, see you, smell you." He leaned in, kissing her forehead. Madeline swallowed hard, her eyes meeting Kieran's. She nodded, urging him to continue. "Look, what you experienced wasn't just some random dream," Kieran said, his fingers intertwining with hers. "I've been digging into our data sources, and I've found something. Well, it's not good." "What is it?" Madeline leaned forward, her grip on his hand tightening. "Juliet's real age is 33 this year. Someone's been hiding this, just like they did with your age. Both of you were involved with me, and now that text at the museum, it's all pointing to something big." Madeline's brow furrowed. "Have you talked to Jennifer about this?" Kieran shook his head. "She's in Dublin. I can't reach her." "So what now? Joe or your mother?" "We need to sort out your situation first, Madeline." Kieran's eyes locked onto hers. "I know you're worried about Joe, but my team's watching the hotel. She's safe for now." Madeline nodded, her shoulders relaxing slightly. "What happened to you?" Kieran continued. "It was a hologame, but not like anything I've seen before. You were forced in without consent, and those injuries, it's a whole new level of manipulation." "Joe said you were an experienced player." A wry smile tugged at Kieran's lips. "I'm top tier in mainstream hologames, but this is something else entirely. It's not just advanced, Madeline. It's sinister." He tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. "There's more going on here than we thought, and I swear we're going to figure it out." Madeline leaned into his touch. "Where do we start?" "First, we need to understand what exactly happened to you last night. Can you tell me more about what you saw? Any details, no matter how small, could be important." She nodded. Kieran continued, his thumb tracing circles on the back of Madeline's hand. "The level of detail and realism in your experience suggests an advanced system, one that shouldn't exist outside of highly controlled environments." Madeline's brow furrowed as she tried to piece together the fragments of her memory. "I remember flashes, images of Juliet, but they were inconsistent, like I was talking to two different versions of her." "What do you mean?" "At one point, I recall suggesting that Juliet was 33, not 21. And after that, it was as if I was interacting with two distinct Juliets. One was warm and emotional, just like the one you loved, and the other, well, like a cold-hearted witch. Not that I know what a witch should be like. I'm guessing that's the one that hurt you? She nodded. Next time I'll ask for a gun, not a sword. Juliet mentioned something about secrets in a box. She was adamant that it wasn't on a disc. It's like she tried to explain properly, but she kept being disconnected. Kieran stood up abruptly, pacing the room as his mind raced. This is starting to make sense. Someone must be using samples of Juliet's biological and psychological profile to simulate her current self. But the data they're working with is limited to the time she died. He paused, turning back to Madeline. Whoever programmed this simulation didn't know Juliet's real age. That's why you're experiencing these glitching images and inconsistencies. Madeline nodded slowly, absorbing the information. So what does this mean for us? For Joe? Kieran sat back down beside her, taking her hands in his. It means we need to be even more careful, but it also gives us an advantage. We know something they don't. He stood up again, gently pulling Madeline to her feet. There's something we need to check. In the old lab, there's a compound Juliet was working on just before, that fatal evening. It might hold some answers. Madeline squeezed his hand, sensing his unease. Are you sure you're ready to go back there? Kieran's jaw tightened, but he nodded. We don't have a choice. Whatever's happening, it's all connected. Juliet, you, Joe. We need to understand the full picture. He grabbed a shirt from the closet and handed it to Madeline. Here, put this on. We'll stop by your room so you can change properly before we head to the lab. As Madeline slipped on the shirt, Kieran's hand brushed against her arm, a gesture of reassurance. We'll figure this out, Madeline. Together. She looked up at him, a small smile playing on her lips despite the gravity of the situation. Together, she agreed. Kieran nodded, leading her toward the door, and he kissed her deeply. The answers they sought lay in the echoes of the past, in a lab filled with memories both bitter and sweet. Whatever they discovered, Kieran knew one thing for certain. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Not with Madeline. Chapter 11. The soft padding of paws echoed through the polished hallway of Monsieur's new quarter. Tag LeBlanc found himself in an unexpected standoff with Miji, the peculiar two-tailed cat. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the gleaming hardwood floor. Okay, listen, sweetheart, Tag said, his voice a mixture of exasperation and amusement. I'm about to go into the men's room, and you are not following me there. Migi's twin tails swayed in different directions, her emerald eyes fixed on Tad. With deliberate slowness, she sat down, her tails thumping rhythmically against the floor. Tag ran a hand through his hair, sighing. Come on, be patient. When Dr. Thomas brings TJ back from the vet, you can be friends with him and leave me alone. He's only a puppy, but he's a lot of fun. Thump, thump. Cats don't thump their tails, Tag muttered, raising an eyebrow. And could you try to be a bit more ladylike? Thump, thump, thump. The persistent thumping grated on Tad's nerves. He crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. No, I'm still not comfortable leaving Willow with you. I sent her to Lily, so thump away. You won't get her back anytime soon. Thump, 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 thump. Tad threw his hands up in surrender. All right, I'll ignore you then. He turned towards the bathroom, intending to sneak out the other side and make a beeline for the kitchen. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee and warm croissants wafted through the air, making his stomach growl. Suddenly, Migi sprang up. Her fur bristled, standing on end, and her tails shot straight up, the tips quivering. A low, menacing hiss escaped her throat as she slashed at the air with unsheathed claws. Come on, Tag pleaded, his eyes darting between the cat and the empty hallway. Don't act like that, or people will think I hurt you. The cat's hissing intensified, her eyes wild and focused on something Tad couldn't see. We might disagree on things, but this is completely unnecessary, he said, his voice tinged with concern. What do you want? A chill ran up Tad's spine, raising goosebumps along his arms. He spun around expecting to see someone, but the hallway remained empty. Yet, he could have sworn he heard his name being called. A faint whisper carried on a non-existent breeze. An inexplicable urge gripped him, pulling him towards something. Tad glanced around, his heart rate quickening. Without warning, the hallway leading to the old quarter of the house lit up, a soft, ethereal glow guiding his way. Despite a nagging feeling of unease, Tada found himself drawn to follow the light. Miggy's claws dug into his jeans as she meowed loudly, her cries echoing off the walls. Why is she doing that? Tada shook his head, trying to clear the fog that seemed to be settling over his mind. He kept walking, his feet moving of their own accord. Before he knew it, he stood in front of the old lab. The familiar security pad loomed before him, but his mind went blank. He'd never entered the lab alone, and the code eluded him. As if responding to his thoughts, the security pad suddenly illuminated. The code appeared, highlighted as if by an invisible hand. A voice in the back of his mind screamed for him to stop, but it was muffled, distant. "It has to be the cat," Tag muttered, sneering as he pushed the door open. The lab greeted him with the sharp scent of chemicals and the soft hum of equipment. Rows upon rows of jars lined the shelves, their contents shimmering in the dim light. Tad's finger traced along the cool glass as he walked, leaving a trail in the thin layer of dust. How on earth could anyone find chemicals and potions interesting? He mused aloud. The thought of his brother, Kieran, and his fascination with this world of science felt alien to Tad. Despite being only 2 years apart, sometimes it felt like they were from different planets. A chuckle escaped his lips as he swayed slightly, a strange dizziness overtaking him. The room seemed to spin, and Tada felt as if he'd had one too many drinks. What am I doing here, he wondered, his thoughts hazy. Sure, his family owned a pharmaceutical company, but his experience with medicine was limited to the occasional aspirin for a headache. A jar filled with an iridescent liquid caught his eye, its contents swirling hypnotically. Tag reached out, his hand moving of its own volition. The screaming voice in his head grew louder, but he ignored it. Suddenly, a blur of fur and claws flew at him. Sharp teeth sank into his hand, and Tad yelped in pain, the jar slipping from his grasp. It hit the floor with a dull thud, but miraculously didn't break. "Ouch, you stupid cat," Tada hissed, bending to retrieve the jar. Miggy, however, wasn't done. With the force of a small leopard, she launched herself at Tad, knocking him off balance. He landed hard on his backside, the impact jarring his teeth. "Okay, that's enough, cat," Tada growled, his patience wearing thin. "I'll kick you if you come near me again. I really will. Don't tempt me." As Tad reached for the jar once more, the world around him began to blur, reality seeming to shift and warp. Something was very wrong, but through the haze in his mind, he couldn't quite grasp what it was. All he knew was that he needed that jar, needed to open it, needed to. The cat's incessant meowing faded into the background as Tada's fingers closed around the cool glass, a sense of triumph washing over him despite the growing unease in the pit of his stomach. Tag's fingers closed around the smooth glass of the jar, but before he could secure his grip, Miggy pounced. Her paw struck with lightning speed, sending the container tumbling to the floor with a resounding clatter. "You're pissing me off, Miggy," Tag snarled, lunging for the jar. His fingers scrabbled against the cold tile as he snatched it up. "Come near me, and I'll smash this over your head." Miggy retreated, her emerald eyes glowing with an eerie intelligence as she hissed from a safe distance. The air crackled with tension. Suddenly, the lab door burst open. Kieran and Madeline stumbled in, chests heaving, faces flushed with exertion. "What are you two doing here?" Tad's lips curved into a lopsided grin, the jar dangling precariously from his fingertips. Kieran's eyes darted between Tag and the jar, his voice low and urgent. "Put that jar down, Tad. Now. Why?" Tag yanked the lid off with a sharp twist. The acrid scent of chemicals filled the air. "I'm making something here. I have a headache." Kieran's hand shot out, gesturing for Madeline to stay back. He inched forward, his movements slow and deliberate. "Want to help me?" Tada waved the jar, its contents sloshing dangerously close to the rim. "Sure," Kieran said, his voice carefully neutral. He extended his hand, palm up. "But give me the jar first." In one fluid motion, Kieran plucked the jar from Tada's grasp and snapped the lid back on. The soft click seemed to echo in the tense silence. Tada blinked rapidly, the world around him blurring and shifting. His thoughts scattered like leaves in a storm. "Aren't you going to whip something up for me?" He shook his head, trying to clear the fog that seemed to be settling over his mind. "I will," Kieran assured him, his voice soothing. "Why don't you go back to your room to rest? I'll bring you some medicine." Tag nodded, taking a few unsteady steps towards the door. Suddenly, he whirled around, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, you tricked me. You just don't want me to touch your stuff." "It's not my stuff, it's Juliet's," Kieran said, his patience wearing thin. "You need something for your headache. I'll take care of it. Get out of here, Tad." "Oh, no, you don't understand." Tag lurched back into the lab, his finger jabbing towards a cabinet in the far corner. "The jar you're holding and this jar will make a dream potion." He yanked the cabinet door open with a screech of metal. Kieran's face paled. "No, Tag, don't touch anything in there." But Tag was already reaching inside, his hand closing around a bottle. "It's not poison or anything. This stuff in that jar will make a primer." "A what?" "The dream primer. Here, I'll show you." Tad's eyes gleamed with an unnatural light. No, give me the bottle," Kieran pleaded, his hand outstretched. "I'll do it for you, I promised." For a moment, Tag hesitated. His brother had promised. Kieran always kept his promises. "All right," he conceded. But as he moved to hand over the bottle, a voice screamed in his head. "Kieran is lying. Take the bottle and run." Without warning, Tad bolted. His feet pounded against the floor as he darted towards the exit. Kieran lunged, his arms wrapping around Tad's waist. "Leave the bottle!" "No!" Tad thrashed wildly, his elbow connecting with Kieran's ribs. The bottle slipped from Tag's grasp, arcing through the air. Kieran released his hold, diving to catch it before it shattered on the floor. "Tag, get out of here!" Kieran shouted, shoving his brother toward the door. Tag stumbled, then whirled around, his face contorted with rage. "Don't you push me around, big brother." He charged forward, his shoulder ramming into Kieran's chest. Kieran grunted, his back slamming against a lab bench. "Out! Out!" He pushed back, but Tag was immovable. In desperation, Kieran's fist flew, connecting with Tad's jaw. Stars exploded in Tad's vision, but the pain only fueled his fury. He barreled into Kieran, sending them both crashing into a row of shelves. Glass shattered, raining down around them as they grappled. Kieran managed to break free, scrambling to place the bottle on a nearby bench. He spun around just in time to see Tad charging again. With a swift movement, Kieran grabbed Tag's arms and swept his legs out from under him. Tag crashed to the floor with a bone-jarring thud. Before he could recover, Madeline was on him, her weight pinning his arms to the cold tile. Through the haze of rage and confusion, Tad saw Kieran rush to a cabinet, returning with a syringe. Panic surged through him. He bucked wildly, nearly dislodging Madeline. "Hold him!" Kieran shouted, dropping to his knees beside them. Tad felt the sharp sting of the needle in his neck, followed by a rush of cold spreading through his veins. He roared in defiance, summoning a burst of strength to throw Madeline off. He staggered to his feet, the room spinning around him. His legs felt like lead as he stumbled forward, desperate to escape. But after just a few steps, darkness engulfed him. In the inky blackness, a scream tore from his throat. He spun around, and there, illuminated by an otherworldly glow, stood Juliet. "Juliet!" Tad cried out, reaching for her. Her arms extended towards him, a beatific smile on her face. But as they neared, her limbs twisted and writhed, transforming into massive, scale-covered serpents. They coiled around Tad's neck, constricting, choking the life from him as everything faded to black.
Chapter 12. Juliet! Tad's anguished cry pierced the air as he bolted upright in bed, his chest heaving with rapid, shallow breaths. Madeline rushed to his side, her fingers wrapping around his wrists as she gently pried his hands away from his throat. His eyes, wide and unfocused, darted around the room, taking in familiar surroundings as if seeing them for the first time. Madeline drew him into an embrace, feeling the tremors coursing through his body. She held him close, her warmth a silent comfort as the trembling slowly subsided. "You're okay now," she murmured, her breath tickling his ear. "Kieran's gone to speak with Dr. Thomas. He'll be back soon." Tag eased out of Madeline's arms. "What happened?" he asked, his voice hoarse and uncertain. "You were in the old lab," Madeline explained, her fingers absently smoothing the rumpled bedsheet. "Mixing something. Kieran had to. Intervene before you hurt yourself." Tad's brow furrowed as he rubbed his forehead, struggling to piece together fragmented memories. With a frustrated sigh, he flopped back onto the bed. "I can't remember any of it." "Give it time," Madeline reassured him. "It'll come back to you." A flicker of concern crossed Tad's face. Joe? Madeline's lips curved into a small smile. She's safe. Kieran's people are keeping watch. Stefan hasn't made a move at the hotel. How can you be sure? Joe ordered her favorite, toasted prawn and avocado sandwiches with extra anchovies. It's our secret signal. She knows we're watching over her. Tad's eyebrows shot up. Prawn and avocado with extra anchovies? That's unique. That's Joe for you, Madeline chuckled. Tad shook his head, a hint of amusement breaking through his confusion. I could use some coffee. I'm not sure if that's wise right now. Maybe we should check with Kieran first. Tad sat up, arching an eyebrow. Madeline's resolve crumbled under his pleading look. All right, I'll fetch you some coffee. As she rose to leave, Tad waved her off. No need. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, gripping the bedpost for support as he stood. Madeline moved to help, but he gently brushed her aside. I've got this. Thanks. He made his way to a wall cabinet, revealing a sleek coffee maker nestled among containers of biscuits and sweets. Turning back to Madeline, a mischievous grin played on his lips. While Kieran stocks spirits and wine, I prefer the finer things in life, coffee and treats. Madeline's gaze swept the room, noting the stark contrast to Kieran's tech-laden quarters. No massive wall screens or complex computer systems here, just the warm, lived-in feel of a traveler's sanctuary. I'm not anti-technology, Tad explained, catching her wandering eyes. I just prefer to travel light. Coffee? At Madeline's nod, Tad busied himself with the coffee maker. Soon the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air. He carried 2 steaming mugs to the bed, settling cross-legged atop the covers. A small plate of cookies appeared between them, a peace offering pushed towards Madeline. How are you feeling? She asked, wrapping her hands around the warm mug. Tag's lips quirked. Still a bit queasy, but this should set me right. He raised his mug in a mock toast before taking a careful sip. Any word from Jennifer? Tad's expression sobered. Mum called. She's back in Dublin now, but... He trailed off, shaking his head. She wouldn't speak to Kieran. You can see where he gets his stubbornness from. As if summoned by the conversation, a soft meow announced Migi's arrival. The cat sauntered into the room, leaping gracefully onto the bed and curling up next to Tad. I don't recall inviting you, madam, Tad teased. Migi patted over to Madeline, curling up against her side. As Madeline's fingers found the cat's ears, a contented purr rumbled through the feline's body. Tad shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips as he took another sip of coffee. Do you like Juliet? Madeline asked. Tad spluttered, coffee nearly spilling from his lips. What? He managed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. You heard me, Tag, Madeline pressed, her gaze steady. Tag reached for Migi, perhaps seeking a distraction, but the cat inched away, nestling closer to Madeline. He cleared his throat, a gesture so reminiscent of Kieran that Madeline couldn't help but notice the family resemblance. Look, Tag began, his voice low and measured. Kieran's always been the smart one in the family. By 14, he'd mastered university-level subjects, chemistry, medicine, AI, you name it. At 16, he was running our business empire, growing it tenfold. He leaned back, stretching his legs out on the bed. You might think our parents pushed him, but that wasn't it at all. Me? I went to college just to keep up appearances. Your point, Tad? Tad took another sip of coffee, his eyes meeting Madeline's over the rim of the mug. Kieran's always been hungry for knowledge, not just learning, but creating. And Juliet. He paused, choosing his words carefully. In that regard, they were a perfect match. How can you be so sure I don't love knowledge and creation? Madeline challenged. Tad shook his head, a rueful smile playing on his lips. Apart from looking vaguely alike, Kieran and I couldn't be more different. I'm not perfect, and I don't try to be. Kieran? He thinks he has to be perfect, responsible for everything. Agreed, Tad smiled. Juliet was like a mirror image of Kieran, just in a different gender. And isn't a perfect match a good thing? Madeline asked, her brow furrowing. Tad let out a short laugh. It's like having 2 right shoes. Looks great in theory, but try walking in them. Interesting analogy, Madeline chuckled, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. Tad's expression grew serious. Look, you haven't been with him long and I barely know you, but I'm telling you this even though Kieran will have my head for it. He's a very complicated man, but a good man. Dr. Thomas and I are Team Madeline. I appreciate you telling me. It's as much for me as it is for you, Tag muttered, his gaze fixed on the swirling coffee in his mug. It's nice to see my brother feeling something again. I knew Juliet was using him, but now that she's gone. About that, Madeline interjected. I don't think she's actually dead. Excuse me? Tad's eyebrows shot up, his coffee mug frozen halfway to his lips. Madeline took a deep breath, steeling herself. Last night, I saw Juliet in my dream. She said if Kieran thinks she's dead, then he's mistaken. Tag's eyes narrowed, his jaw clenching. You dreamed about Juliet and she said she didn't die? While I personally saw to the funeral arrangements, including her body being placed in the coffin? It wasn't just a dream, Madeline insisted, leaning forward. I went outside to call the mirror. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! Tad exploded, slamming his mug down on the bedside table. Coffee sloshed over the rim, staining the polished wood. Are you insane, Madeline? Madeline held up her hands, placating. Can you hear me out, Tad? Tag ran his fingers through his hair. When we were in the car and Kieran looked like he needed to breathe into a paper bag, you think it was because I threatened to tell Mum about the museum incident? He shook his head. No, it was because of what you did in there. You called that stupid mirror, and you passed out. You scared the shit out of him. He stood up abruptly, pacing the length of the room. When Juliet died, it was pain and guilt. Nothing he could do about it. But in the museum, what I saw was fear, and that sort of emotion doesn't exist in my brother's dictionary, Madeline. He stopped, turning to face her, his eyes blazing. Lucky you weren't out for too long, because if you'd taken a few more seconds, his head would have exploded. So don't do that again. Madeline swallowed hard, her fingers twisting in the bedsheets. No, I'm sorry. I won't do that again, okay? Promise? Tag's voice was gruff, but there was a hint of vulnerability beneath the anger. Madeline chuckled. Are you 12, Tad? Do you need a pinky swear? He waved his hand absently. Sinking back onto the bed, he reached for his coffee, grimacing at the cooled liquid. Okay, so what about your dream? Midgie, sensing the shift in mood, uncurled from her spot and stretched languidly before padding over to Tad. She butted her head against his knee, purring softly. Tad's hand automatically went to scratch behind her ears, his fingers sinking into her soft fur. Madeline watched the interaction, gathering her thoughts. The weight of what she was about to reveal pressed heavily on her chest. She took a deep breath, the words tumbling out in a rush. Kieran said it wasn't a dream, but it was more like a hologame. Someone programmed Juliet using information they learned from her when she was alive. She challenged me to a fight and killed me. In the game, I mean. But look at this. Madeline pulled down the collar of her shirt, revealing an angry red mark on her chest that pulsed like a warning light. Tag's eyes widened, his hand stilled on Midgie's head, the little creature momentarily distracted from its preening. That's not how hologames are supposed to work, he muttered, leaning closer. His brow furrowed in concentration as he inspected the mark, the faint outline of something unnatural marring her skin. That's not the biggest concern, Tad, Madeline replied. Right, Tag pressed, his voice rising in disbelief. Being stabbed in a hologame and carrying a scar in real life isn't a concern? Then what is? She clenched her jaw, willing herself to stay calm. In the game, there were two versions of Juliet, a warm one and a cold one. Tad's posture stiffened. The cold bitch stabbed you. Yes, I guess so. But the warm one didn't make me feel better. She admitted to stealing a secret from your family. His eyes flashed with the realization, fists curling at his sides. God damn, I knew it. But she hid it in a box, not on the disc, as we thought. Madeline lowered her voice. And she said the box is not for Kieran. He's not supposed to find it because it will kill him. Knowing Kieran, if you tell him. Yeah, Tad growled. He's going to go and find it. Exactly. That's why I can't tell him that the box is at Fountain Abbey's. Hell, I told him I can't remember much at all. Tad paced a few steps, his frustration manifesting in clipped movements. Did the cold Juliet or the warm one tell you about the box? The warm one, he squared his shoulders. So what did the cold one say? She just said she would set up a proper game and kill us both. Do you think she has some kind of bomb or poison inside the box? The question lingered between them, heavy and unanswered. Tad shook his head, deep in thought. If Juliet was ordered by her people to steal a secret from us, Not that I think we have one that's worth dying for. Why hide it in a box that will kill her people? So, when she said the box will kill Kieran, does that mean it will kill anyone who opens it, or just Kieran? Madeline, there's one way to find out. We'll find the box, figure everything out, and then we'll let Kieran know. We're not hiding anything, so he shouldn't get mad. But before we do that, we need to get to Joe. How are you supposed to get men to Fountain Abbeys without Kieran finding out, Tad? Tad halted mid-stride, turning back to face her with a knowing grin. I have my people. How many men do you need, Tad? The unexpected voice sliced through the tension, causing both Madeline and Tad to whirl around. Kieran, leaning casually against the doorframe, surveyed them with a watchful gaze. He squatted down, beckoning Miggy. Come here, Miggy. The traitorous cat hopped off the bed with an eagerness that made Madeline's stomach churn. Miggy scurried toward Kieran, rubbing against his hand and purring in that irritatingly affectionate way. Let's take this off you. Kieran deftly removed a brass charm from Miggy's collar, his curiosity piqued by the connection between them. You're spying on us? Tad's voice erupted. Kieran stood, an innocuous thumb-sized device glimmering in his hand. Have you heard any babies complaining about being monitored? That's a baby monitor? Tad's jaw dropped, eyes wide as he stared at the sleek piece of technology. Kieran shrugged nonchalantly, amusement dancing in his gray eyes. You don't have to explain. I've heard everything. Chapter 13. I can call a quick small mirror to check on Joe, Kieran. Madeline's fingers twitched, already reaching for her pocket. Kieran's gaze remained fixed on the road ahead, his knuckles whitening on the steering wheel. After a beat, he said, Stefan agreed to meet. The best progress we've made so far. If it's not broken, why fix it? From the back seat came the sound of Tad swallowing the last bite of his hastily grabbed sandwich, crumbs dusting his lap. Madeline knows that, Captain Grumpy. She just wants you to say something, because your silence is thicker than this bread. You two are bonding well, Kieran muttered, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Tag snorted. Mainly my charm at work. By the way, this isn't the most direct route. Mind sharing your agenda, Kieran? We'll stop by Laurent. I want to see if there was more information from Juliet before she moved into Monsiel. The car wound its way through narrow lanes until they arrived at Stow-on-the-Wold. The house loomed before them, its familiar facade now stripped of the somber atmosphere that had cloaked it during the funeral. Madeline's mind flickered with the image of Robert's coffin, the raw emotion of that day still palpable. Her fingers absently traced patterns on her knee as she pondered Laurent's resilience. The door swung open, revealing Laurent, her eyes warm and her posture relaxed. Oh, Tad, you look so well. It's so good to see you. You are beautiful, as always, Tada beamed. I'm desperate to see baby Bella. She's asleep, but she'll be up soon. Come on in. The group settled around the coffee table, the cushions sinking beneath their weight. Laurent's gaze fixed on Kieran. Why now, Kieran? For so many years you refused to touch any of her belongings. Is it worth it to dig up old memories now? Kieran's jaw tightened. It's a long story. I need to have a look at her journals or anything about what she did before we got married. Also, I've reserved a very nice holiday home overseas where you can stay. You need a break from all this. Laurent's brow furrowed. Are you evacuating us, Kieran? What's going on? I've lost Robert, and there's nothing I can do to bring him back. But I can't let anything happen to you and Bella. Just go for a short time. It would give me peace of mind. Please. Laurent's shoulders sagged as she sighed. All right, very well then. The room is intact. Help yourself to anything in it. Kieran's eyes widened. You kept her room all these years? We were like sisters. You're not the only one who can't let go, Kieran. She used it occasionally after you got married as well. Whenever she was confused, desperate, lonely, or just needed a shoulder, she'd come here. I'm sorry, Kieran began, his voice trailing off. Tad cleared his throat, his eyes darting between Kieran and Laurent. I think the baby is crying. Could I please see her, Laurent? I'm good with kids. I promise I won't scare her or anything. Tada's voice trailed off, the phantom cry of a baby hanging in the air. Madeline caught the flicker of understanding in Laurent's eyes, a silent acknowledgement of Tag's masterful distraction. Laurent rose, her smile a bridge between past and present. All right then, you two can head to the room. You know where it is, Kieran. I'll take Tad to see the baby so he'll stop nagging. I have something else for you too, Kieran. They parted ways, footsteps echoing in different directions. The door to Juliet's room creaked open, revealing a space frozen in time. Minimalism reigned supreme. No flowers, vases, paintings, or decorative items cluttered the surfaces. A single bed huddled in the corner, while a desk stood sentinel before a small window. The desk bore the weight of a small computer, books and journals, each item meticulously arranged. Madeline's fingertip glided across the surface, coming away spotless. The air hung still, undisturbed. A small shelf caught her eye. Among the books, a photograph stood out. Kieran and Juliet, beaming in front of the Bodleian Library. Kieran's long black hair swept back, barely grazing his shoulders, a mirror image of the man beside her. Kieran's hand reached for the frame, a low mutter escaping his lips. Madeline's fingers closed around it first. "Look at you. You wore your hair long even back then." A ghost of a smile touched Kieran's lips as he turned away, resuming his search. A large wooden box beckoned. Madeline lifted the lid, revealing a trove of tiny jars and tubes. Eyeshadows, lipsticks, lip balms, a small bottle of perfume nestled among them, its contents a mystery of Juliet's creation. Her fingernails found purchase on the box's edge, prying up a velvet-covered false bottom. "What do we have here?" Kieran's attention snapped to the discovery. Together, they peeled back the layer, unveiling a smaller box with a rusty lid. Kieran's thumb brushed away the corrosion, revealing the words, "Dream Primer." He set the box on the bed with uncharacteristic haste, pulling Madeline back. "It's a primer. She had been making this all along. What's it for?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. A large folder emerged from the shelf under Kieran's touch. He rifled through its contents, articles, pictures, notes. Susceptibility to hypnosis. One title proclaimed. Neurological fantasy, declared another. Kieran's brow furrowed. "I didn't know she was into these subjects." A handwritten note caught his eye, its diagram a maze of wavy lines connecting boxes and bubbles. "Electrical waves, brain waves," Kieran murmured, tracing the paths with his finger. He tilted the page, squinting at the tiny print in the corner. "Dreamer Primer," he read aloud, the words hanging heavy in the silent room. A deafening bang shattered the silence, followed by a fireball smashing through the glass window. Shards of glass rained down as the curtain and rod collapsed, burying Kieran and Madeline. In one fluid motion, Kieran dropped everything, yanking Madeline aside. They hit the floor just as another fireball whooshed overhead, igniting the bed. Flames licked up the linens, spreading with alarming speed. Kieran's grip tightened on Madeline's arm as he dragged her out of the room. Tad's frantic shouts echoed from the other end of the house. Through the smoke-filled hallway, they glimpsed him supporting Laurent, who clutched the baby to her chest. The acrid smell of burning wood filled the air as flames engulfed the back room and kitchen. Outside, footsteps pounded on the roof and around the house. The group converged in the living room, hearts racing. Kieran and Tad drew their guns in unison, shielding the women behind them. A spark in the kitchen caught Kieran's eye. With a powerful kick, they burst through the door into the open air. Behind them, the gas tank exploded, engulfing the house in a massive fireball. "Get in the car," Kieran barked. As they sprinted towards the vehicle, a fireball plummeted from above, detonating mere feet away. The heat seared their skin as they stumbled back. 3 masked figures in black emerged from behind the house, closing in fast. A passing car screeched to a halt, its occupants gaping at the inferno. Before they could react, 2 more masked men materialized, firing dart guns. The tourists vanished into thin air, leaving only piles of clothes behind. Gunshots cracked the air as Kieran and Tada took down 2 assailants. The third aimed at Madeline but hesitated upon seeing her face. Kieran seized the moment, putting a bullet through the man's skull. The baby's wails pierced the chaos. 2 remaining shooters ducked behind a tree, out of Kieran and Tada's line of fire. Madeline darted out, snatching 2 wood panels from the garden fence, ignoring Kieran's shouts. Kieran cursed, grabbing a panel and shoving Madeline behind him. Tag mirrored the action, shielding Lauren and the baby. 10 more attackers swarmed from both sides, kicking at the makeshift shields, but oddly refraining from shooting. Kieran and Tad's guns blazed, dropping 3 more. The onslaught continued. A masked man broke through, driving his knee into Kieran's cracked rib. Kieran crumpled, gasping for air. Tag spun around, only to be felled by a vicious kick. 5 masked assailants charged the women and baby. Madeline's fingers closed around a nearby steel bar. She swung with savage force, sending 3 attackers crashing to the ground, skulls cracked. Kieran and Tad, recovering, grappled with the remaining 2. Madeline seized the moment, guiding Laurent and the baby towards the car. They'd barely covered any ground when 5 more men surged from across the road, brandishing the lethal dart guns. A boot connected with Madeline's side, sending her skidding across the ground. Time seemed to slow as she watched Kieran and Tad draw their weapons, firing at the new threat. 4 attackers fell, but the last man swiveled, aiming his dart gun at Laurent and the baby. Time slowed to a crawl as Madeline assessed the situation. The masked assailant's dart gun gleamed menacingly, aimed at Laurent and the baby. Kieran and Tada stood frozen, their own weapons rendered useless by the threat to innocent lives. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat thundering in Madeline's ears. She knew she had to act, and fast. Medusa was out of the question. Any reflective surface would put Laurent and the baby in danger. Her mind raced, searching for alternatives. Without conscious thought, Madeline's hands shot forward, fingers splayed towards the attacker. "Hit him!" she shouted, her voice cutting through the eerie silence. The masked man's head snapped towards her, momentarily distracted. In that instant, a dazzling burst of light, a swirling vortex of blue, pink, and purple, erupted from Madeline's palms. It slammed into the assailant's face with the force of a physical blow, enveloping his head in a blinding cocoon. The man staggered, his weapon dropping from stunned fingers. Kieran and Tad seized the opportunity, their reactions lightning fast. 2 sharp cracks split the air, and the threat crumpled to the ground. Tag immediately pulled out his phone, barking orders for backup and cleanup. Kieran, however, strode towards Madeline, his gray eyes a maelstrom of emotions, concern, anger, and confusion warring for dominance. "It wasn't Medusa or the mirror," Madeline said, her breath coming in short gasps. Kieran nodded, his jaw clenched. "I know, thank you. Without your quick thinking, we might have lost Laurent and the baby." "You're welcome," Madeline replied, her brow furrowing, "though I'm not entirely sure what I did." A soft, gentle voice floated through the air. "You called me. I'm Lora, a fae." Madeline whirled around, searching for the source. All she could see was a hovering orb of minty green light. Kieran's eyes locked onto it, his posture stiffening. "You can see her too?" Madeline asked, incredulous. "Yes," Kieran replied tersely. "How?" Leora's voice drifted between them. "Because you are soulmates who have consummated and recognized your spiritual bond." Kieran's eyes narrowed. "What will it cost Madeline to use your assistance?" "Help change my tale." Leora pleaded. "Free my spirit. I made one mistake. I don't deserve to be locked inside the dark swamp." Madeline frowned. "How can you be so sure I can help?" "Taleweaver, your call is powerful. You can change my fate." "What did you call me?" "Taleweaver, the maker of tales. Please keep your promise and free my spirit." The orb vanished, leaving behind a charged silence. Kieran turned to Madeline, his eyes glinting. "What exactly did you say when you called her?" Madeline shrugged. "You heard me. I just said hit him. That's all." Kieran's brow furrowed. "This means it's random. You don't know who or what will respond to your call." He gently rubbed her arms, his voice softening. "Please don't make a habit of it." Madeline nodded. "Promise. Now let's go to Joe." As she walked towards the car, Kieran called out, "Why do I have a feeling you've just made a false promise?" "Your feelings aren't always accurate, Kieran," Madeline shot back, continuing her stride. But Kieran was right. Madeline had no intention of keeping that promise. If Stefan made even the slightest wrong move towards Joe, she'd use every trick at her disposal to ensure her friend's safety. Chapter 14. Kieran slid behind the wheel, Madeline taking shotgun while Tad clambered into the back. "Buckle up," Kieran said, turning the key. As the engine roared to life, another sound caught their attention, a car hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. "Looks like we've got company," Madeline said, gripping her seat. Kieran's lips curled into a half-smile. "Time for some fun." "Oh God, not again," Tad groaned, bracing himself. With a screech of tires, Kieran's car shot onto the road, fishtailing at the corner of the driveway, and leaving nothing but a cloud of smoke for their pursuers. Madeline glanced in the rearview mirror, catching sight of Tad. His eyes were squeezed shut, sweat beading on his forehead. "You okay back there, Tad?" she called out. "Just peachy," he managed through gritted teeth. Kieran chuckled. "Speed is Tad's worst nightmare. Always has been." "I can hear you, you know," Tad mumbled. The chase continued as Kieran veered onto a back road, leading them away from Rufford Abbey. The rural, two-way country roads were barely wide enough for one car, let alone two speeding vehicles. "Kieran, are you trying to turn my stomach inside out?" Madeline gasped as they narrowly missed another stone fence. "Just adding some excitement to your day, Chocolate," Kieran replied smoothly, his eyes never leaving the road. "I think I'm going to be sick," Tag moaned from the back. "Not in my car. You're not," Kieran warned. As they approached a sharp corner, Kieran's expertise shone through. He hit the brake, veered to the other side of the road, and executed a smooth turn. Their pursuers weren't so lucky, careening straight into a fast-flowing creek. "Farewell," Kieran said, steering them back towards Rufford Abbey. "Show off. Hot shot," Madeline muttered. A short while later, they pulled up to a small rest stop in the middle of deer hunting grounds. Stefan and Joe were waiting for them. As they approached, Madeline noticed Tag's eyes widen at the sight of Joe. The petite girl, with her long black hair and striking green eyes, seemed to have quite an effect on him. Joe's gaze locked onto Kieran. "White Knight," she breathed. "Hello, Joe. It's a pleasure to meet you face to face," Kieran greeted with a nod. Madeline gave Joe a reassuring smile, their silent communication speaking volumes. Tag stepped forward, hand outstretched. "I'm Tag, Kieran's brother. Nice to." Stefan cut him off with a wave. "This isn't a social call." Joe, however, beamed at Tad. "Very nice to meet you, Tag. I can tell you're Kieran's brother. Do you play hologames?" "I said this is not a party," Stefan snapped. Joe winked at Tad. "We'll play later." "Looking forward to it," Tad replied, a slight blush creeping up his neck. Kieran cleared his throat, suppressing a smile. "All right, we're here. Now tell us what you want, Stefan." Stefan's face hardened. "Joe can only decode half the disc. I want you to do the other half for me. Otherwise..." He grabbed Joe, pressing a gun to her temple. "One wrong move and I'll blow her head off." Joe rolled her eyes. "He's been saying that for 2 days. Getting a bit old, isn't it, Stefan?" Stefan pressed the gun harder against Joe's head, his knuckles whitening. Whoa, time out," Tad interjected, raising his hands. "Let's take a step back here. You want us to do something, right? But here's the thing. I'm about as tech-savvy as a potato. So enlighten me. Which half did our genius Joe here translate? First half? Second half? Every other word like some deranged crossword puzzle?" Stefan's face flushed crimson. "You think this is a goddamn joke?" Madeline bit her lip, stifling a laugh that threatened to escape. Joe sighed, her voice gentle but tinged with exasperation. "It's the last one, unfortunately." "What the fuck?" Stefan exploded. "You said you were halfway done." "I am," Joe retorted, rolling her eyes. "But it's not that simple. I did bits and pieces, like solving a jigsaw puzzle without the picture on the box." Kieran stepped in, his tone measured. "Program coding is a complex beast, Stefan. I'm sure Juliet mentioned that. There are parts Joe can handle, and parts only I can crack. It's not about who's better, it's about specialized experience." "I don't give a rat's ass about your coding 101, Stefan snarled. "Just get me the info, complete and in plain English." Madeline, sensing the rising tension, tried to reason. "Stefan, surely you see that Kieran and Joe need to work together on this. It's not a one-person job." "Fine," Stefan spat. "Then you're all coming with me." "Not so fast," Kieran countered. "We need proper equipment." "Juliet used my systems to encode this disk. Our tech is leagues ahead of anything else in the country. Can you match that?" Joe snorted. "He's got a fossil in his room he calls a computer." Stefan's eyes narrowed dangerously. "You think I'm an idiot? That I'll just hand over the disk and let you waltz away? Or worse, follow you home so you can turn the tables?" Kieran held up a placating hand. "That's not what I'm suggesting. You're the one waving guns around here. But let's be real. The crucifix isn't your endgame. You're after gold. You think my family can conjure it out of thin air, that Juliet got her hands on some golden secret and hid it in that crucifix. Newsflash, we don't make gold, and no such method exists. Why don't we cut to the chase and discuss some financial compensation?" "Hell no," Tag butted in. "I'm not bankrolling this circus. Keep your disc and half-baked info. I couldn't care less. But that stunning woman you're manhandling? She's Madeline's friend, and Madeline's practically family now. What? Madeline and Joe exclaimed in unison. Kieran shot Tag a withering look. Now you're really talking out of your ass. Oh, come on, Tag sneered. You only married her 'cause you slept with her. You seriously think I'd marry everyone I've had sex with? Kieran retorted, incredulous. Bro, you take casual sex way too seriously. Casual sex? Kieran's voice rose sharply. Tad backpedaled. My bad, that's more my style, but hey, I've already thrown money at Juliet, smoking hot but expensive taste, so no more cash for trigger happy here. He jerked a thumb at Stefan. What the hell are you talking about? Kieran snarled. It was before you tied the knot? Come on. A hottie like Juliet? While you were out playing big shot businessman? You didn't expect her to sit around twiddling her thumbs, did you? Tag. Kieran's voice was a warning. Oh, don't tell me you thought she was some blushing virgin. Enough! Stefan roared, his face contorted with rage. Shut your fucking mouths. You think you can play me for a fool? In a sudden burst of rage, Stefan swung his gun wildly, the barrel now aimed at Tad. The moment it left Joe's head, Kieran and Tada moved with lightning speed, drawing their own weapons and training them on Stefan. Don't move, Kieran commanded. Tada's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. 2 against 1, buddy. Better keep that gun where it is. Don't even think about twitching, you son of a bitch. His eyes gleamed dangerously. My brother here, he doesn't miss, ever. So keep that gun on me if you want, but I promise you this. You pull that trigger, and your brains will be decorating the wall faster than you can blink. Joe, come here. Now, Madeline called out, her voice steady despite the tension crackling in the air. Joe inched away from Stefan, the sound of his heavy, angry breathing following her like a shadow. As soon as she was clear, she bolted towards Madeline. The 2 women collided in a fierce embrace, clinging to each other as if their lives depended on it. Tad's eyes never left Stefan, but he managed a sheepish grin. Sorry about the trashy sex talk, Madeline. My improv skills need some serious work. Gotta hand it to Kieran, though. He rolled with it like a champ. Kieran's lips twitched in amusement. Next time, pick a better angle, you brat. You've still got a lot to learn. What was your code? Joe asked, curiosity getting the better of her despite the tense situation. Tag chuckled. Talking shit. It's been our go-to since we were kids, right, bro? Nice, Joe said, letting out a short, nervous laugh. Kieran gestured at Stefan with his free hand, his movements deliberate and controlled. The disc, Stefan. Take it out, now. With trembling hands, Stefan produced the disc, clutching it like a lifeline. Look, Stefan, Kieran said, his tone measured. I want to be fair. You've worked hard for whatever Juliet sent you. But Mrs. Rutherford? She was family. You can't just kill one of us and walk away scot-free. Stefan's face contorted with anger and grief. But you killed one of ours. You killed Juliet. No, I didn't, Kieran retorted, a hint of pain in his voice. She might have died because of me, but I did not kill her. She was my wife, for God's sake. Mrs. Rutherford died because she called security on me, Stefan shot back. She might have died because of me, but I didn't mean to kill her. Kieran paused, considering. Fair point. All right, I'll let you go, but only because you're Juliet's brother. I didn't kill her, and I won't kill her family either. But the disc stays with us. No, Stefan protested, his knuckles white around the disc. Tag rolled his eyes. You don't have a choice, pal. We'll keep you in the loop about what's on it. I'm running out of patience, Stefan, Kieran warned. Put the disc down and leave. There's no point in dying for this. Whatever you think is on there, an artifact, a formula, it doesn't exist. Stefan's entire body shook with rage, his grip on the disc unwavering. Suddenly, a strange sound from outside caught their attention, like a massive bird taking flight. A loud thunk echoed from the roof, followed by a blur of movement past the window. It almost looked like a person flying? Madeline's eyes widened as she caught sight of a figure in black, suspended from a rope, swinging through the treetops. In a flash, the figure swung past again, tossing a small object through the window. The ball rolled to a stop in the center of the room. Stefan, Kieran, and Tag remained frozen in their standoff, guns still trained on each other. No one dared move. Joe and Madeline sprang into action, lunging for the mysterious object. Their fingers had barely grazed its surface when it erupted, filling the room with a thick, red smoke. In an instant, chaos engulfed them all.
Chapter 15. The stench of rotten bodies blasted at him. Kieran winced, his nostrils flaring against the putrid assault. He stood in a different world, one he had visited many times, Hologame. The dark gray sky bore scars and bruises, as if ravaged by demons' claws and fangs. Haunting trees clumped together, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. They were dense enough to impede running, but too sparse to form a proper forest. Kieran's eyes darted around. Images of Madeline, Tad, Joe, and Stefan flickered into existence, their forms shimmering like heat mirages before solidifying. Joe's eyes widened with recognition. "Hologame," she muttered, her voice barely audible above the eerie whisper of wind. Kieran strode toward Madeline and Tad, his footsteps crunching on the parched ground. "Don't be alarmed. We'll be fine. It's just like playing a computer game, except we're in it." Their normal clothes stood out starkly against the bleak landscape. Kieran and Tad's long black coats billowed slightly in the cold breeze. Madeline's red leather jacket gleamed dully in the muted light, while Joe's furry coat and leather pants seemed incongruous in this desolate setting. Stefan stood apart, his brow furrowed in confusion, hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. The absence of their weapons was palpable, leaving them feeling exposed and vulnerable. A gust of frigid wind carried bizarre sounds from the distance, demonic calls echoing from some unseen hell. Wolves cried for their pack, their mournful howls drifting through the twisted trees. The faint sound of running water teased their ears, familiar yet out of place in this barren world. Madeline's voice was taut with tension. "If this is a game, do we get to specify the expertise level?" Joe shook her head, her dark hair swaying. "I don't think so." Tad's eyes darted nervously. "If we got beaten up in here, would it be the same as on the outside? Are you asking if we die in here, will we die out there?" Joe's fingers drummed against her thigh as she spoke. "In theory, the answer is no. It's a game, but in reality, I really don't know. The designer of this game violated the rules. We didn't consent to be in here. My guess is that we're lying unconscious somewhere back there and will be eaten by wild animals by the time we get back." Stefan's lip curled into a sneer. "If we get back?" A chilling laugh echoed behind them, sending shivers down their spines. Beyond the trees, a small stone bridge materialized, its weathered surface appearing solid despite its sudden manifestation. A small creek bubbled into view, its waters dark and forbidding. Juliet stood on the bridge, a vision of terrible beauty. Her long red hair whipped in the wind like flames, and her bright blue eyes pierced through the thick fog, unnaturally clear and cold. Kieran's breath caught in his throat. She looked the same, but something was off. This might not be his Juliet. "You look like Juliet," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Tag, seemingly oblivious to the tension, quipped, 10 years older, though." Juliet's arm shot out, a bolt of lightning erupting from her fingertips. It struck Tag squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, the air driven from his lungs. Her voice dripped with venom. "I can see that you still haven't grown up. You don't mock a woman's age, Tad, especially one who has total control of your environment, your life, and your death." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Out there, your family can have whatever they want, but in here, in my world, you will play by my rules. You will do what I say. I alone will decide whether you live or die." Juliet's laughter echoed through the desolate landscape, a chilling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Her eyes gleamed with a manic light as she regarded Kieran. "So how do you want to play, Juliet?" Kieran asked, his stance tense and ready. Juliet's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Oh, my dear Kieran, you're just the same as you were. Even after 10 long years, you still love games, and let me guess, you still love winning." "Who wouldn't?" Kieran's response was quick and sharp. "That's exactly right. Who wouldn't want to win?" Juliet's voice took on a sing-song quality. "So let's play the game you all wanted to play in your world. Let's play crucifix hunting, all of you against me." She began to pace along the bridge, her movements fluid and predatory. "Here are the rules. The crucifix is in this park. You are to find it and bring it to the other end of the park for me. You will fight as a group. If you lose one person, you lose the game." Madeline stepped forward, her eyes narrowed. "What will happen if we lose the game?" Juliet's gaze snapped to Madeline, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. You do not want to lose, sister. She turned her attention to Stefan, who stood rigid with shock. I thought you were dead, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I'm not, Juliet replied, her tone almost gentle. Win the game and we can see each other again, brother. I'm sure you missed me. Stefan's face contorted with conflicting emotions. Why can't you tell me where it is? We don't need them, he pleaded. Juliet's expression hardened. Oh, no, that's no fun at all. I hid it, and I traded my life for it. Now you will have to work hard to find it. Isn't that fair? With a dramatic wave of her arm, she vanished into the darkness. A sudden gust of wind roared past them, carrying an unnatural sound. Tag's eyes widened. That's not wind. Wind doesn't sound like that. They looked to the sky, where a flock of monstrous creatures, half dragon, half bat, was rapidly approaching. Their leathery wings beat against the air, creating a thunderous cacophony. Get some ammo, Kieran shouted, his voice cutting through the din. Joe's eyes lit up with recognition. Tree gives life. She sprinted toward a massive, gnarled tree nearby. What? Tag called after her, confusion evident in his voice. Madeline dashed toward Kieran and Joe, with Stefan reluctantly following behind. Joe placed her right hand on her hip, her voice clear and commanding. Knife! A belt materialized around her waist, complete with a hunting knife in a side pocket. All right, so we've got the basic package. Get what you want, Kieran instructed, his tone urgent. He called for a sword and a massive blade appeared in his hand, its weight reassuring. Tag, Stefan, and Madeline requested handguns, which materialized in their grips instantly. The flying creatures were closing in fast, their shrieks growing louder. Kieran and Joe attacked the tree's roots with their weapons, but it remained stubbornly immobile. Joe's face set with determination. Got to lose some blood here. She raised the knife to her wrist, but Kieran intervened. No, let me. He made a swift cut on his arm, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the tree. The roots suddenly sprang to life, pulling up like arms to reveal hidden caches of machine guns. Tag let out a gasp of surprise. Kieran snatched up a gun, and the others quickly followed suit. As the monstrous flock descended upon them, Kieran and Joe opened fire. The air filled with the deafening rattle of gunfire and the agonized screams of the creatures as they exploded into clouds of black dust and ash. Awesome! Tad exclaimed, his eyes alight with adrenaline. A new threat emerged from behind. A leopard with twisted horns leaped from the bushes, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Madeline spun around, her stance steady as she emptied her clip into the beast. It collapsed in a heap, riddled with bullet holes. Kieran's gaze met Madeline's, a smile of admiration crossing his face. Magnificent warrior. In the distance, a massive dragon rose from the ground, its scales glinting ominously in the dim light. Tag raised his gun, taking careful aim. Kieran, however, had other plans. He dropped his machine gun and charged toward the beast. He's mine, brother. I want my blood back. Kieran ran, his feet barely touching the ground as he launched himself at a low-hanging tree branch. With a powerful swing, he propelled himself upward, leaping from tree to tree with the agility of a panther. The dragon, its scales glinting like polished obsidian, unleashed a torrent of flames that roared through the air. Kieran twisted mid-leap, the heat of the fire singeing his clothes as he narrowly avoided the inferno. In a fluid motion, he unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming in the hellish light. With a battle cry, he plunged the weapon deep into the dragon's chest, piercing its heart. The beast let out an earth-shaking roar, its body convulsing before crumbling into ash. As it disintegrated, a stream of viscous, dark blood spurted from its heart, seemingly drawn to Kieran's outstretched hand. The liquid seeped into his skin, leaving no trace behind. Rejoining the group, Kieran was met with wide-eyed stares. Joe broke the silence with an admiring salute. White Knight. We have to move, Kieran said, his eyes scanning the horizon. The group huddled closer, assessing their surroundings. Stefan, his brow furrowed in concentration, spoke up. She said this is a park. If it's man-made, there will likely be a lake in the middle. The trees will be surrounding it, and the hiding place will be somewhere in the center of the road, middle of the lake. It has to have some kind of central logic to it. Tag, his voice tinged with curiosity, asked, Could it be in the water? Maybe. It depends, Stefan responded, his eyes narrowing as he considered the possibilities. Madeline pointed towards a distant shimmer. Let's head that way to see if we can find a lake. They trekked through the eerie landscape, the ground beneath their feet transitioning from parched earth to damp soil. Soon, a vast expanse of water materialized before them, its surface dark and forbidding. Following a winding path along the shore, they came upon a small island with a weathered statue at its center. Joe's voice cut through the silence. That looks quite central. Kieran, his voice tinged with frustration, muttered, I forgot, we've got a basic package, as his attempts to summon additional equipment failed. Stefan, his jaw set with determination, declared, I'll go out there, before plunging into the murky waters. The group watched anxiously as he swam to the island, disappearing beneath the surface several times before making his way back. Suddenly, two massive tentacles erupted from the water, wrapping around Stefan's legs and dragging him down. Madeline and Joe rushed forward, grabbing his arms, while Kieran and Tada opened fire on the unseen beast. Let go of my arm, Stefan gasped, his face contorted with pain. Madeline's grip tightened. No! Just let go, Madeline, Stefan insisted. With reluctance, she released him. In a desperate move, Stefan unsheathed his hunting knife and slashed at his own leg. The water around him turned crimson as the octopus retreated, taking Stefan's severed limb with it. Tag rushed to Stefan's aid, tearing his coat to fashion a makeshift tourniquet. Can you keep going? He asked, concern etched on his face. Stefan, his voice weak but resolute, replied, Do I have a choice? As they continued their search along the lake's edge, they approached a small bridge. Kieran held up a hand. Wait here. He crossed cautiously, testing each step before gesturing for the others to follow. A small temple loomed before them, its ancient stones covered in creeping vines. Madeline's voice was hushed. Maybe this is it? Tad gently lowered Stefan to the ground. It does look like a good hiding place. I'll have a quick check inside, he said, moving towards the entrance. Kieran nodded. I'll look around the back. Joe, check out the side, please. And Madeline, if you could stay with Stefan? As Tada pushed open the weathered door, its hinges groaning in protest, Kieran disappeared around the corner. Moments later, his voice rang out in alarm. Tada, get out! But the warning came too late. Chapter 16. The chunky wooden door of the small temple slammed shut, trapping Tag inside as Kieran's angry yells echoed from outside. Fuck! Tad muttered, his heart racing. He yanked the door handle frantically, the cold metal biting into his palm, but it wouldn't budge an inch. The muffled sounds of fists pounding against the thick wood and desperate shouts filled his ears as the others tried to break through from the outside. Tag's eyes darted around the dimly lit interior, searching for anything out of place. The musty scent of old stone and wood filled his nostrils as he moved further inside, his footsteps echoing in the confined space. He meticulously inspected every shadowy corner and crevice of the temple, but there was no sign of the elusive crucifix. Suddenly, Kieran's voice boomed from outside. Get out of the way, Tada! Tag's instincts kicked in, and he dove to the side, his body hitting the cold stone floor just as the deafening rat-tat-tat of a machine gun filled the air. Splinters of wood exploded inward as the door collapsed in a shower of debris. Relief flooded through Tad as he scrambled to his feet and headed toward the now open doorway. But his hope was short-lived. Without warning, a searing line of fire erupted from the floor, creating an impenetrable barrier between him and freedom. The heat was so intense it felt like it was scorching his skin from several feet away. Sweat immediately beaded on his forehead as the small temple, with its thick brick walls and lack of windows, quickly became an inferno. Desperation clawed at Tada's throat as he yelled over the roar of the flames. I'm going to run through this. It's only a game, right? Should be okay. Madeline's panicked voice cut through the crackling fire. No, you'll die. You can't cross it. Outside, Kieran and Joe frantically searched for anything to douse the flames. The clatter of objects being tossed aside and frustrated grunts punctuated their futile efforts. Inside the temple, the heat became unbearable. The air grew thick and acrid, burning Tag's lungs with each labored breath. His vision swam, and his legs gave out, sending him slumping to the floor. Madeline's voice, tinged with determination, barely reached him through the roaring inferno. Don't cross! I'll fix this. But Tag had already succumbed to the suffocating heat, his body limp on the scorching floor. Outside, Madeline's eyes locked onto a nearby tree, a desperate idea forming. "Tree gives life," Joe said. "Tree gives life. Must be some kind of game code," she muttered, her words almost lost in the chaos. With trembling hands, she pulled out her hunting knife, the blade glinting in the firelight. Gritting her teeth, she sliced into her arm, crimson blood streaming down onto the tree's rough bark. Kieran watched, his face a mask of concern and understanding, but he didn't intervene. Madeline's voice rose, filled with desperate hope. "Tree gives life. Okay, you have enough of my blood now, so I'm asking you to fall down and make a bridge." She pushed against the tree's trunk, her palms scraping against the rough bark. To her amazement, it lifted easily from its roots, toppling with a thunderous crash across the wall of fire. Kieran wasted no time charging into the smoke-filled temple. He emerged moments later, Tad's limp form cradled in his arms. As he laid his brother on the cool grass, Jo sprang into action, her hands compressing Tad's chest in rapid CPR. Tad's body jerked as he coughed violently, his eyes fluttering open. He blinked rapidly, focusing on Joe's concerned face above him. "That was smoking hot," he quipped. Joe's relief was palpable as she smiled down at him. "Thank you," she said softly, her eyes sparkling with a mix of exasperation and fondness.
The group trudged to the end of the lake, their footsteps squelching in the damp earth, but the elusive crucifix remained hidden from their grasp. The air grew thick with disappointment and tension as they surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, looming before them like a mirage, stood the ruins of an ancient castle. Towering stone walls, weathered by time and the elements, stretched skyward, their glassless, arched windows gaping like hollow eyes. Gothic rooflines, sharp and menacing, pierced the bruised sky above. The structure's magnificence and imposing presence seemed wildly out of place in this desolate landscape. As they stood in awe, tendrils of fog parted, revealing Juliet. Her voice, cold and cutting, sliced through the eerie silence. "I'm disappointed. I thought you were much better than this." Kieran's eyes narrowed, his voice low and challenging. "So who's going to punish us if we lose the game?" Juliet's lips curled into a menacing smile, her words dripping with malice. "My game, my rules, and my execution." "But we haven't lost yet," Kieran retorted, his jaw set with determination. "We still have the final round." Juliet's grin widened, a predatory gleam in her eyes. With a fluid motion, she raised her arm and a sword materialized in her grip, its blade gleaming wickedly in the dim light. "You asked for it, my husband." Without warning, she lunged, her sword whistling through the air. Kieran barely managed to block, the clash of metal on metal ringing out like a discordant bell. The force of the impact sent him stumbling backward, his boots scraping against the uneven ground. As they continued their deadly dance, Kieran caught glimpses of shadowy dragon wings unfurling behind Juliet. Each of her blows carried an otherworldly strength, the air crackling with supernatural energy. It was clear she was cheating, bending the rules of their reality to her will. Kieran gritted his teeth, mustering his strength to push back. He managed to force Juliet to retreat a few steps, but the inferior quality of his weapon was becoming painfully apparent with each exchange. On the sidelines, Madeline turned to Jo, her voice urgent. "What kind of sword does he need to win?" Jo's reply was cryptic, one soaked in angel blood. Confusion etched Madeline's features. "What does that mean?" "I don't have angel's blood." Desperation driving her, she dashed to a nearby tree, her knife already in hand. With a quick slash, she drew blood from her palm, letting it drip onto the gnarled bark. "Here is my blood. I need that sword." Nothing happened. The fight raged on, metal singing against metal. Suddenly, Juliet's legs shot out, catching Kieran off guard. The kick sent him crashing to his knees, the impact jarring through his body. Tag, unable to stand idle any longer, charged forward with his knife raised. But his valiant attempt was cut short as he slammed into an invisible barrier, the impact throwing him to the ground. Jo's voice rang out, tinged with frustration. "Game rules, Tag. Their fight is one-on-one. You can't get in." Tag scrambled to his feet, his fists clenched in anger. "But that bitch has a better weapon. How is that fair?" Jo sprinted to where Madeline still stood by the tree, her attempts to summon a sword proving fruitless. "Nothing yet?" Jo asked, breathless. Madeline shook her head, her voice laced with desperation. "No, I've given my blood. What else can I do?" Without hesitation, Jo produced her own knife and made a cut. "Here is my blood, too," she declared, her voice strong and clear. "We give you our sister blood, pure love. Give us strength, give us the sword." A low rumble emanated from within the tree trunk, growing in intensity. Suddenly, the bark split open, revealing a magnificent knight's sword, its blade a deep blood red. Madeline snatched the sword and sprinted toward the dueling pair. But before she could reach them, she collided with the same invisible wall that had stopped Tata. "I can't get in," she cried out, her voice tinged with panic. "Joe, what do I do?" Joe's reply came swiftly. "Kieran has to ask for it himself. You can't bring the sword to him." As if on cue, Kieran's sword shattered, the broken pieces clattering to the ground. He tossed the useless hilt aside, his face a mask of grim determination. Juliet's laughter echoed across the battlefield, cold and mocking. "Well, my warrior, I don't want you to be disadvantaged." With a casual flick of her wrist, her own sword vanished into thin air. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Kieran and Juliet faced each other, now unarmed but no less dangerous. The true test was about to begin. Juliet's arms were as hard as steel, and her strength was superhuman. As soon as she made contact with him, Kieran felt the abnormal power behind her blows. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. She was cheating again. A bitter taste filled his mouth as he wondered if she had been deceiving him all along, if not a single moment between them had been genuine. His momentary lapse in concentration cost him dearly. Juliet's steely arms connected with his body, each impact sending shockwaves of pain through his muscles. Whatever stood before him was no woman, but a monster wearing a familiar face. "Concentrate. Look into her eyes," he commanded himself. She was a monster, and he was the White Knight. His mission, his very purpose, was to destroy all evil. With renewed determination, Kieran clenched his fists and charged head-on at Juliet. He blocked her steel-like blows with precise kicks, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing in the air. The sheer force of his will radiated from him, an intangible power that even Juliet couldn't overcome. Kieran unleashed a flurry of attacks, his fists and feet connecting with brutal efficiency. Juliet stumbled, then fell, tumbling across the uneven ground. He pursued relentlessly, unwilling to stop until this evil force was defeated. As he charged forward, Kieran caught a glimpse of Madeline outside the fighting arena, clutching the blood-red sword. The sight of it reminded him of the sacrifice made to obtain it. He continued his assault on Juliet, who roared with demonic fury. The sound reverberated through the air, a mixture of anger and frustration. Her power was waning, and as she looked up at Kieran from the ground, he saw something that made him hesitate. Juliet's eyes, those innocent, bright eyes he had loved years ago, stared back at him. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Was this truly Juliet he was about to kill? It couldn't be. Yet, how could a demon possess such familiar, loving eyes? Suddenly she began to hum a hauntingly familiar tune, the song she had written on their honeymoon, the one she sang before she died. Her soft voice carried the lyrics on the wind. "Little hummingbird, do you see the sky? It is free. It is yours. Fly, past the mountains, past the oceans. There, you will find love." Kneeling on the ground, Juliet gazed up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. They held a sea of innocence, reminiscent of when they first met at Oxford University. The memory of her sacrifice, her death for him, flooded his mind. How could he now be her executioner? That single moment of hesitation was all Juliet needed. With lightning speed, she flexed and turned her fist. Before Kieran could react, her hand morphed into a gleaming blade, which she plunged deep into his body. Madeline's anguished scream pierced the air as Kieran fell. The world seemed to slow down around him as he wondered, is this the end? Even as pain coursed through him, he couldn't bring himself to kill Juliet, regardless of her actions. As Juliet withdrew her steel arm, now slick with his blood, Kieran slumped to the ground. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he struggled to stay conscious. Juliet rose, a devil's smile playing on her lips. "Ever lost a game, Kieran?" Through gritted teeth, he managed to reply, "I don't like losing, and I've never lost. So this will be your first loss, your first and your last." Juliet extended her arm, and her sword materialized with a sinister gleam. The realization struck Kieran like a bolt of lightning. She was going to kill him. From his position on the ground, Kieran looked up, no longer seeing Juliet, but a demon wearing her face. "You're not Juliet," he shouted, his voice hoarse with pain and anger. In that moment of clarity, Kieran reached up. The sword in Madeline's hands vibrated violently before flying towards him as if pulled by an invisible force. He grasped the hilt, feeling its power surge through him, and swung with all his might. The blade connected with a sickening thud, cleanly severing Juliet's head from her shoulders. Her scream of rage and disbelief was cut short as her head fell, her eyes wide with shock. In an instant, her entire body shattered like crystal, the fragments dissolving into nothingness before they hit the ground. The air crackled with dissipating energy as the last traces of the demon vanished. Breathing heavily, Kieran muttered, "If you were Juliet, you would know that I lost my first game to her. The real Juliet. Demon bitch."
Chapter 17. Tag winced as the cold moisture from the ground seeped into his skin, the damp earth clinging to his clothes. He opened his eyes groggily, blinking away the disorientation, and immediately registered the reality of the situation. His heart raced as he scrambled to reach for his gun, the cold metal just out of reach. His fingers grasped at empty air as he saw the muzzle of Stefan's weapon pointing directly at his face, the black hole of the barrel seeming to expand in his vision. Hey, stay still," Stefan said, his voice low and threatening. Tad's muscles tensed as he slowly stood up, his eyes darting around to take inventory of the scene. The acrid smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. They were back at the rest stop, the harsh fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the worn linoleum floor. Madeline and Joe had just gotten up, their faces etched with a mix of fear and determination. Kieran lay motionless on the ground, his chest barely rising and falling with shallow breaths. Stefan limped badly, his injured leg dragging behind him as he moved, but he managed to reach over and grab Madeline. The fabric of her shirt bunched under his grip as he yanked her close, pressing the cold barrel of the gun against her temple. "Without Kieran, no one can work on your disc, Stefan," Tada said, his voice steady despite the fear coursing through him. "And he doesn't look as if he's coming back soon." "I can see that," Stefan scolded, his eyes narrowing. "Here's my solution. I'll take Madeline with me. When our white knight here wakes up, he and Joe will decode the disc for me. Then we'll talk again." "Let me try again. I'll go with you," Joe said, her voice trembling slightly despite her brave words. Madeline's eyes softened as she looked at her friend. "No, it's better you stay with Kieran and Tad." "I can handle this, Joe," she said, her voice filled with a forced calm. Stefan's lips curled into a cruel smirk. "Hear that, Joe? Your big sister wants you to do your job and be a good girl." "When we sort out the disc, how can we find you?" Tad asked, desperately trying to find a way out of this nightmare. Stefan laughed, the sound echoing off the tiled walls. "Why don't you just come right out and ask where I'm hiding?" he mocked. "I'll contact you. Remember, I like Madeline, but I like what's in the disc much more. Don't disappoint me." With a rough jerk, Stefan pulled Madeline towards the door. The hinges creaked as they disappeared into the night, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Joe stomped her feet on the floor, the sharp clack of her heels echoing in the empty space. "Damn it." Tada's eyes darted to her feet. "Careful. You'll punch holes on the floor with those heels. Damaging national park property will land us in jail." Joe's eyes flashed with anger as she glared at Tad. "That's not funny." "I'm not trying to be funny, but I have to entertain us somehow because we're going to be here for hours." "Why?" Tada nodded at Kieran's still form. "He'll be out for that long." Joe's gaze shifted to Kieran, her brow furrowing with concern. "Because of the stab wound?" She knelt beside him, her fingers trembling as she ripped open his shirt. The fabric tore with a harsh sound, revealing a large, angry red scar where the demon had stabbed him. Tad couldn't resist a jab. "You're just checking out his abs, aren't you?" Joe's head snapped up, her eyes blazing. "What's your problem, Tad? Why do you keep making stupid comments?" Tad crouched down, bringing his eyes level with Joe's. The tension in the air was palpable. "It's because I'm feeling completely stupid right now. We did everything we could to rescue you, and then things got so messed up. People we care for died. Now we got you back, and he took Madeline. When will this end? How many more people will be killed?" Joe's expression softened slightly. "You care for Madeline. Not as much as he does." Tag pointed at Kieran's unconscious form. In fact, I don't think I've seen him care that much for anyone in years. Now he's out, and I couldn't even keep Madeline safe for him." He shook his head, frustration evident in every line of his body. "You couldn't help it. Stefan is a trained soldier. He had a gun on you." Tada's eyes flashed. "So you're saying I was scared shitless when he pointed the gun at me?" Joe's patience snapped. She jabbed her finger at Tag's chest, her voice rising. "Why do you have to twist everything I say the wrong way? What did I do to offend you?" He shook his head, the fight draining out of him. "It's just me. I'm sorry." A soft groan from Kieran interrupted their argument. Tada moved quickly to his brother's side, tapping his shoulder. "Okay, get up, Kieran." Joe watched, confusion evident on her face. "Why does he take such a long time to wake up?" "He's allergic to anesthesia. It must have been in the smoke bomb they threw at us. It knocks him out for hours. And it'll get worse." "How?" Joe asked, her voice laced with concern. She reached for the sleeve that had contained the disc, lying forgotten on the ground. As she lifted it, the weight felt wrong. She turned it over, her heart sinking as she realized it was empty. She held it up to Tag, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Shit," he exclaimed, the word echoing in the empty rest stop. Joe's voice trembled as she spoke. "Okay, so we have no disc. Stefan thought we had it. I don't know what to do now. Who were those men with the red bombs?" "Probably the same ones who attacked us at Robert's house just before we came here. They burned his house down and killed his wife and daughter." Tad's fingers frantically searched Kieran's jacket pocket, the fabric rustling under his touch. His eyes widened in shock as he realized what was missing. "Holy fuck, Juliet's diary is gone too." He pulled at his hair, the strands tangling around his fingers as if it would somehow conjure a solution from thin air. Joe's eyes welled up, the fluorescent lights of the rest stop reflecting off the unshed tears. Tada noticed and groaned. "Oh no, that's the last thing I need here." Girl crying. Joe's jaw clenched, her teeth grinding audibly. "I don't cry," she said, her voice tight with suppressed emotion. "I'm female, and this is a normal biological reaction of the female body in situations of distress." Tad stared at her, bewildered. "Why can't you just say girls cry when they're stressed?" he grumbled, shaking his head. "Never mind." Kieran's eyelids fluttered open, his gaze unfocused and bleary. He tried to sit up, but his movements were uncoordinated and sluggish. Tag quickly moved to his side, grasping his brother's arm. "All right, let's go." Tad pulled Kieran's arm over his shoulders, the weight of his brother's body pressing against him. Kieran weakly pushed against him, his hand slipping off Tada's chest. All right, I've got it." "You don't have to carry me," Kieran slurred, his words running together. Tad released him, and Kieran immediately slumped to the floor again, his body hitting the linoleum with a dull thud. "I'm going to help you whether you like it or not." Tag pulled his arm over his shoulders again and started walking, Kieran's feet dragging slightly on the floor. "Back to the car, this way," Tag said, steering his brother toward the exit. Suddenly, Kieran wrenched away from him, stumbling toward a nearby tree. He bent double, his body convulsing as he vomited violently. The acrid smell filled the air, mixing with the earthy scent of the surrounding forest. Tad looked at Joe, his face a mixture of concern and resignation. "That's what I meant by it gets worse. He does that all the time, and if you ever tell him you've seen him like that, you'll never be his friend." Joe rolled her eyes, the action exaggerated in the harsh light. "Men and their dicks." "Excuse me?" Tag's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You wanted me to put things simply, or would you rather me analyze the neurological system of the male species when it comes to their so-called sexual organs?" "No, thank you. Let me keep my sanity." When Kieran had finally emptied the contents of his stomach, Tag half-dragged, half-carried him to the car. The vehicle's sleek surface gleamed under the streetlights as Tag maneuvered Kieran into the back seat. He then slid into the driver's seat, his hands hovering uncertainly over the steering wheel. Tag sat for a long moment, staring at the dashboard, his fingers tapping nervously on the leather-wrapped wheel. "Out of gas?" Joe asked, peering at him from the passenger seat. "I can't believe I have to drive this stupid machine." "You don't know how to drive?" "Of course I do, excuse me, but I drive normal cars like normal people, not this piece of shit. This is a very expensive sports car. It's supposed to be every man's wet dream." Well, it's not my dream, okay? I can drive, Joe offered, her hand already reaching for the door handle. Oh no, thank you. You Americans drive on the wrong side of the road. This is not a hologame. If we die here, it's going to be very real. We Americans think you British drive on the wrong side of the road. Stop babbling and let me concentrate. Tada focused on the array of buttons and levers before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. He started the car while Joe rolled her eyes and swallowed a laugh, the engine's purr filling the quiet night air. The car jerked forward abruptly, then roared up, accelerated sharply, stopped with a lurch, and stalled, the sudden silence deafening. Don't tell me you drive an automatic, Joe said, her voice tinged with amusement. Just shut up. Tada tried again, his movements more deliberate this time. The engine caught, and they slowly pulled out onto the highway, the tires crunching on the gravel. You might get a ticket for driving too slow, Joe quipped, watching the speedometer barely creep past 30 miles per hour. Just shut up, Tad muttered, his knuckles white on the steering wheel as they inched their way down the dark, empty road.
Chapter 18. The cold metal of Stefan's gun pressed against Madeline's spine as they stumbled into the cramped hotel room. A pungent mixture of stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener assaulted her nostrils. Stefan limped behind her, his breath ragged. A dark stain spread across his pant leg, the wound oozing with each labored step. Sit. He shoved her toward a rickety chair. Madeline's gaze darted around the room, her eyes flicking from the grimy windows to the peeling wallpaper. Her pulse quickened. I need to use the bathroom. Stefan's eyes narrowed to slits. No tricks. He hobbled to the bathroom door, gun trained on her as he peered inside. Satisfied, he jerked his head. Make it quick. The lock clicked behind her. Madeline leaned against the sink, her reflection a pale ghost in the grimy mirror. Kieran needed to know she was alive. She turned on the tap, then whispered, Mirror, mirror in the air. A small mirror materialized, hovering before her. But before she could connect to Kieran, a figure appeared inside, its impish face framed by wild, unkempt hair. Rumpelstiltskin's eyes glinted with mischief. His leathery skin creased into a wide, knowing grin that revealed crooked teeth. He leaned forward, seeming to press against the glass as if trying to squeeze through into the cramped bathroom. Rumpelstiltskin? Yes, and I'm at your service. I didn't call you. Well, between a small space, you're whispering, the water running, it gets confusing. I thought I heard you call for assistance. Madeline's jaw clenched. No, I didn't. You're playing tricks on me. I'd say assisting people in tricky situations is my expertise. Stefan's fist pounded on the door. Rumpelstiltskin's grin widened. See? You won't have enough time to do anything. I will if you get out of my face. No, when your captor gets in, he'll see your mirror. You can't have it on so that your lover can hear you, but with my help, you can. I don't do deals with you. Get out of my mirror. Another fist pounded on the door. Time's up, Madeline flinched. Fine, what can you do for me? A magical creature appearing in two places at once, one following you and one relaying the message to your lover. How does that work? Well, you say yes, and my magical twin dragonflies will do what they're asked. Right. Stefan pounded on the door again. What's the cost? Madeline asked. Nothing you can't afford, price to be named later. How do you know what I can and can't afford? That's my bread and butter, Madeline. I know what people need most and what they can afford. No point asking for a price people can't pay, then they'll default and I'll run a loss on that deal. Okay, I'll take it. Excellent choice. Rumpelstiltskin cackled as a dragonfly fluttered toward her, then turned around and parked on the wall. Hurry up in there. Stefan's muffled voice grew impatient. The door burst open. Stefan grabbed her arm, dragging her back into the room. What were you doing in there? Madeline stumbled, fighting to keep her balance. What do you think? Using the facilities. Stefan's eyes darted suspiciously around the tiny bathroom. Finding nothing amiss, he shoved her back toward the chair. Fucking stupid game, he mumbled to himself. Madeline walked over. Stefan immediately grabbed his gun. I just want to have a look at your injury. Are you going to hold me at gunpoint all night long? We used to be friends, Stefan. You're good with words, Madeline, but you need to check the dictionary for the definition of friendship. If this continued, getting away from Stefan would be difficult, Madeline mused. She glanced at his wound. It's badly infected. You might need medical treatment. If it gets any worse, you'll lose your leg for real. I'll take care of this little scratch. You can't do what you want to do if you can't walk. I won't be able to carry you, even metaphorically. I said I'll figure it out. All right then. I have to give it to you, though. Chopping your leg off was very brave, even if it was just in a game. Stefan smiled slightly. I can do a lot better than that. I bet. There was a knock on the door. Stefan grabbed the gun. They waited, and an envelope was slipped under the door. Stefan waited another moment and then picked up the envelope. He opened the envelope to find a fancy card. He glanced at the card and gave it to Madeline. For you, he said. The card read, Dear Madeline, it is my pleasure to invite you to visit our residence. I trust you will find this meeting beneficial. We had a brief encounter earlier. Thus you know the resources I can provide to help you to achieve what you want. Should you accept the invitation, your transportation is ready now. Sincerely yours, Mr. Kelly. P.S. Your friend Stefan may accompany you. Should he keep you against your will or cause you any harm, I assure you he will not make it out of that hotel alive. She gave the note back to Stefan, trying to look as smug as she could. She had nothing to lose, being captured here or there. She remembered the encounter at Robert's place. The men had drawn their guns on her but hadn't fired. Who is her ally? Friendly and helpful people, aren't they? Madeline said. Who are they? I have no idea. They sent about 15 men to burn down a house, and they killed 4 people, including 2 innocent bystanders and a woman and her baby. So I guess they'll give you the same if you stop me from accepting their invitation, if you can call it an invitation. So you want to go? Well, both you and they have pointed guns at me. What do you think I'm going to do? Madeline grabbed her jacket and left the room. Stefan followed like a meek dog. As they walked along the sidewalk, a car approached them and stopped. The uniformed driver spoke to Madeline. Ms. Madeline Rue? Yes? He gestured toward the car. Your transport, ma'am. Madeline nodded toward Stefan. He's with me. Yes, ma'am. They arrived at a private villa outside London. The house sat back almost a mile from the road and was surrounded by nothing but green fields. It looked like a converted barn. She was sure it held a world of surprises inside. The dragonfly, its iridescent wings shimmering with an otherworldly glow, parked discreetly on the wall atop the doorframe. Its body, no larger than a fingernail, pulsed with a faint, ethereal light, almost invisible to the untrained eye. The door swung open as they approached and text images floated in the air. Welcome. You can't afford a screen or a voice announcement? I don't want to walk into your words, Madeline said. They entered a large foyer. A robotic voice directed, Please sit. Someone will be with you shortly. For a moment it seemed oddly quiet. Then the air thickened, and Madeline knew what it was. It was the holocast she'd experienced at the museum. Mr. Kelly, if you're there, I'd like to talk to you. After all, you're the one who summoned us here. A hologram of a man in his 60s appeared. He was sitting on the sofa opposite Madeline and Stefan. Welcome back to the family, Madeline. Thank you, but I'm happy with who I am now, and with the people I'm with. Family is important. Well, I've had a decent life without having family. I have no plans to change that. I'm sorry you've been down here all this time by yourself, but 33 years is long enough. It's time to come back. A chill shot up her spine. Based on the note this man had sent her, he had organized the attack at Robert's place and had sent them into the hologame with the demonic version of Juliet. This man had some kind of connection to Juliet, and now it seemed he had ties with her as well. In addition, he'd confirmed she was 33 years of age. If she still believed all of this was just coincidental, she would have to be an idiot. Madeline? Stefan called. Huh? You okay? She nodded and turned toward the man. Who are you? I'm Richard Kelly, your grandfather. Your parents died in a battle, and you were stolen from them. A battle? A battle between us and our enemies. We don't live on Earth. So you're alien? Stefan muffled a laugh and became quiet when he received a cold stare from the old man. We're human. We just took residence in a place that is far more supreme than this filthy, polluted, and overpopulated planet. What do you want from me, apart from a family reunion? Madeline asked. The crucifix. The sample gold inside the crucifix, to be precise. The crucifix has been where it is for a long time. Why do you want it now? Madeline asked. The 33-year cycle is very important to us. Your parents fought and died in that battle. We never regained our strength after that. And now the critical time is back again, and if we don't have the gold, we will be destroyed forever. I'm only a journalist. What can I possibly do to help you fight battles that aren't even my own? I'm certainly not going to fight any of your battles, wherever they are. Stefan raised his voice. Your father was my ally. It was a shame he passed away because of the mishaps of Juliet. But we continued his work. What the hell are you talking about? Your father was going to tell you his plan for you, but he didn't have a chance. Apparently, he didn't tell you much beforehand. I don't care about any of this, and I have no intention of being friends with you. Stefan stood up. You killed for gold? Why didn't you just ask the LeBlanc for money? Madeline asked. Richard shook his head. It's not the kind gold you know, Madeline. I regret killing people, but it couldn't be helped. As I said, Juliet is the key to our technology. I can't let anyone get their hands on any trace of her material, including the disc and the diary. She's my sister. So fuck your technology, fuck your people, and fuck your gold. I'm done with this. Stefan grabbed Madeline and turned to leave. When your father retrieved Juliet, she was effectively a corpse. He lost his life because of that failure. I can only revive a part of Juliet's mind, and to fulfill your father's dying wish, we need to get the crucifix, which is somewhere in Fountains Abbey. Don't you want to fight for your father's legacy, Stefan? Stefan and Madeline looked out the door. Dozens of men in black were lurking. What exactly do you want from me? Stefan asked. I came in peace. I just wanted to meet my granddaughter. Besides, I'm going to help you get the crucifix, and you can keep it. Stefan narrowed his eyes. And what do you want in return? I only ask for a sample. You can keep the rest. It's a win-win solution and a very generous offer from our end. Why can't you just ask Juliet where the crucifix is? Her mind is very unstable. We get very limited information from her. The most I can do is simulate her image, the one you saw in the hologame. So Richard had no idea Juliet had spoken to her at the chapel, Madeline thought, and he certainly didn't know about the warning that the crucifix killed. Maybe she should just play along and help Stefan obtain the crucifix. What support will you give me? Stefan asked. You will have my men. They are well trained and well equipped, Stefan nodded. That should do for now. When can we start? Our people are ready to go as soon as you're ready. We just need to wait until my people finish decoding Juliet's disc. I want to be sure there is no additional information we need to know in order to plan accordingly. Once that's confirmed, you're good to go. The disc? Madeline asked. Yes, my men took the discs and the diary from you while you were out and about in your hologame world. You think I sent you to the game for fun? It was a practice round for your show and a test of your skills. Apparently you both passed. Test for what? You're our family. You're a warrior, Madeline. But you were stuck on this planet for a long time. I've got to make sure you can be trained. You can't be a part of us if the only skill you have is cooking. I don't cook, but I can kill. I believe you know that, Madeline muttered. Indeed, the old man laughed. One other thing. You can't go back to the LeBlancs after this is done. Why not? Madeline was astonished. We're not exactly on friendly terms with them and haven't been for generations. So if you're involved with them, you cannot be with us. Then I don't want any of this. She turned to leave. The grandfather cleared his throat. If you don't want this family, that is fine. However, you know quite a bit of our plans, so I'm afraid I'll have to hold you until things are finished. If you ruin our plan, and I hope you don't, I won't leave the LeBlanc boys alive. If she refused, they would keep her, and Kieran would try to find her. Kieran was in the dark about all this. But if she agreed, then she would have control over the situation and could communicate with Kieran to ensure he didn't get involved in the crucifix hunt. Once things were over, she could go back to Kieran and break her promise with this Kelly family. Considering this a good plan, she nodded. All right, I'll stay and help. Don't hurt any of the LeBlancs, Madeline said. The grandfather smiled warmly. Good news for the whole family. Remember, Madeline, don't take your promise lightly. If you return to the LeBlancs after this, I'll hunt you down wherever you are, no matter how long it takes. When can we begin this hunting game? Stefan asked. Tomorrow at the latest. Then the holocast disappeared.
Chapter 19. The mechanical dragonfly's wings ceased their hypnotic flutter, plunging Kieran's room into an eerie silence. Jo cleared her throat, breaking the spell. "How'd you know about the dragonfly, Kieran?" "Flew in, parked itself on the windowsill." Kieran's gaze remained fixed on the now dormant insect. "One look, and I just knew." Tad leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "So, what's the plan, Kieran?" Kieran's fingers drummed against his thigh. "I respect Madeline's choice to stay with her grandfather. She's trying to protect us." "But," Jo prompted, "but I'll do whatever it takes to free her from Stefan's grip." Jo's brow furrowed. "Madeline's grandfather seems to have some serious tech and manpower at his disposal." "The only thing that old man has that I don't is blood relation to Madeline," Kieran retorted. He stood abruptly, pacing the length of the room. "We're going to Fountains Abbey tomorrow. Site research." Tag's eyebrows shot up. "Tomorrow? Isn't that a bit soon? I thought we were going for Madeline and Stefan first." "Time isn't exactly on our side. We need to know the site and get enough men to work for us. We also need to figure out the connection between Richard and Madeline. He says he's her grandfather, but I'd prefer to get our own intelligence." Jo nodded, already pulling out her tablet. "What kind of tech do you need me to prep?" "Everything we've got. Drones, scanners, the works. I want to know every nook and cranny of that place before we set foot on the grounds." "On it," Jo replied, fingers flying across the screen. "I'll have a full suite ready by morning." Tad stood, stretching. "I'll round up the men, if you trust me on that." "Of course, I trust you more than anyone, Tad. If you can take care of that, I'll focus on digging into the Kellys' connection. I'll need to stay stationed here." He pointed his chin at the dragonfly on the wall. "It seems to be taking a bit of a rest, but it might speak again very soon." "All right, I'll go make a few calls." "Stick to the basics, Tag. Nothing fancy. This will happen in public, so we might have to use handheld weapons as basic as knives or just rely on scuffling. Ideally, we can manage without violence at all." Tad chuckled. "We're on the same page. I don't condone violence, but I'd still love to land a few punches on Stefan's face." "When we get him, he's yours. Just be ready to move at dawn," Kieran said. "And Tad, no heroics this time." Tad's lips quirked into a half smile. "Wouldn't dream of it." Then he sauntered out of the room. Kieran's fingers hovered over his mother's contact on his phone. He tapped the call button, the familiar ringtone echoing in the empty room. 1 ring. 2, 3, voicemail. "Mother, it's Kieran. I'll be tied up tomorrow, but I wanted to check in. Well, you know what day it is. Father's anniversary. Don't spend it alone, please. Call me when you can." He ended the call, his thumb lingering on the screen. The silence in the room pressed in around him, heavy with unspoken memories. Shaking off the weight of nostalgia, Kieran strode across the room to the liquor cabinet. Crystal decanters gleamed in the low light, promising temporary respite. He reached for the scotch, the amber liquid sloshing gently as he poured a generous measure. A faint whirring caught his attention. The mechanical dragonfly had stirred from its perch, its delicate wings carrying it across the room in his wake. It alighted on the edge of the cabinet, its multifaceted eyes reflecting the warm glow of the scotch. Kieran raised an eyebrow at the tiny creature. "Following me, are you? Interesting." He lifted the glass to his lips, savoring the smoky burn. The dragonfly's movement confirmed his suspicions. He wasn't tethered to one spot to maintain the connection with Madeline. A tactical advantage if he could exploit it. Kieran paced the length of the room, glass in hand, mind racing. The dragonfly shadowed his movements. He paused by the window, gazing out at the sprawling grounds of Monsiel. Tomorrow loomed large in his mind. Fountains Abbey, Stefan, the tangled web of secrets surrounding Madeline and her supposed grandfather. And underneath it all, the raw ache of his father's absence, as sharp now as it had been years ago. He took another sip of scotch, letting the warmth spread through his chest. The dragonfly settled on the windowsill again, its wings catching the moonlight. Kieran studied its intricate design, marveling at the work of the supernatural. A creation born of two worlds, much like the situation they found themselves in. Kieran drained the last of his scotch and set the glass aside. He moved to his desk, powering up his computer. As the screen flickered to life, the dragonfly took flight once more. coming to rest on the edge of the monitor. Kieran's fingers hovered over the keyboard, poised to dive into the depths of digital information, when a sharp rap at the door interrupted his focus. A moment later, Jo burst in, Tada hot on her heels. "I've got it!" She waved her tablet triumphantly. "We can use Stefan's own tech against him." Tada continued Jo's sentence. "The stuff at Mrs. Hansen's." "Exactly." Jo's eyes gleamed with excitement. "With Stefan tied up at the hotel, we've got a clear shot." Kieran pushed back from his desk, the chair wheels squeaking in protest. "Let's move." The night air was crisp as they piled into Kieran's car, the engine purring to life beneath them. As they pulled away from Monsiel, Jo's voice cut through the darkness. "I just hope someone remembers how to turn on a computer this time." Tag scoffed from the back seat. "Rich coming from someone who needs a calculator to add 2 and 2. "At least I know how to use one," Jo shot back, her grin evident in her voice. "Children, please," Kieran interjected, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Tag's a walking, talking computer and calculator rolled into one. He just prefers to keep it a secret. "Ah, the cat's out of the bag," Tag chuckled. "Next you'll be telling them about my secret life as a superhero." Jo twisted in her seat to face him. "Let me guess, your superpower is the ability to bore people to death with animal facts?" "Ouch." Tad had clutched his chest in mock pain. "I'll have you know those animal facts have saved lives." "Yeah, maybe the animals," Jo quipped. The banter continued as they wound their way through the darkened streets, the tension of their mission momentarily lightened by the familiar ribbing. Kieran let their voices wash over him, a welcome distraction from the weight of responsibility pressing down on his shoulders. As they pulled up to Mrs. Hansen's house, the playful atmosphere evaporated. Tag let out a low whistle. "Looks even creepier at night. Let's hope Stefan's tech is as good as he thinks it is," Jo muttered, already moving toward the house. Kieran hung back for a moment, his eyes scanning the surrounding area for any sign of movement. The street remained still, the only sound the soft crunch of gravel under their feet. "Tad, keep watch," he instructed, following Jo to the front door. "Jo, how long do you need?" Jo's fingers flew over her tablet. "Give me 10 minutes to hack in and download everything." The door clicked shut behind them as they moved carefully toward the basement. Tad's voice echoed in. "Are you going to be okay going in there?" Jo whirled around. "It's been 3 seconds, Tad," Kieran chuckled. "He's not doing well with waiting. Come in, Tad." Kieran surveyed the room, gathering projectors and leftover computer equipment. "How did Stefan have it set up, Jo?" Kieran asked. "He didn't exactly set anything up here, Ad. He gave me a piece of junk called a computer and asked me to decode the disk. I think he knew this was a communication center for whoever he was working for, but he really had no idea how to operate it." Kieran nodded and focused on a couple of broken wires. "What medium do you think they're using?" Jo inquired. "The most primitive holocast model uses sound frequency." "Why don't we try that?" Kieran suggested. Willow popped out of Tag's jacket pocket and made a squeaking sound to gain attention. "You brought the guinea pig with you?" Jo raised an eyebrow. "She's not safe with Miggy. I don't trust that cat. Not yet." Kieran glanced at the dragonfly. "Madeline could use some comfort if she can hear us and see we have Willow with us." Behind Kieran, Jo made a heart shape with her hands. Tag rolled his eyes at the gesture. "I can see you two," Kieran said. Tag chuckled. "He has an eye on his back, Jo." "No, I can see the reflection." He pointed his chin at the round plate that looked like John Dee's scrying mirror in the museum. "I think we can get a frequency from it," Jo squealed in excitement. Kieran nodded. "Possible." He approached the dull plate and examined it. At the base, he found something that looked like a switch. He turned it on, and the dull plate glowed faintly with a shimmering hue, like an old TV antenna with disco lights at the rim. The old computer turned itself on. Jo approached a computer. "I'll work on this one," she said, and sat down in front of the monitor. Tad stood behind, rocking back and forth from his heels to his toes. The computer screen popped up an authorization box. "Okay," Jo smiled. "Stefan always asked me to type in this key, 524HJ.65321ZR. The computer flashed, "Authorized." "How did you remember that?" Tad asked. "Photographic memory," Jo grinned. "All right, let's start the search," Kieran said and took over computer duty. A while later, there was a diagram on the computer monitor and a needle hitched up. "That's it," Kieran said and pointed at the diagram. Both Kieran and Joe typed lines of codes and commands into the computer. "Stupid light waves," Kieran muttered, more to himself than to anyone else. A moment later, Joe yelped in delight. And then, "Got you, bitch," Kieran muttered. Static crackled through the speaker before a robotic female voice spoke. "Verification affirmative, Kieran LeBlanc. This is TK 5467.237 channel authorized by Sci-Fi Central. You can refer to me as TK54, not a bitch." "I'd like to talk to Sci-Fi 2, Kieran said. "Sci-Fi 2 is not available. I am authorized to give you necessary assistance. Last week there was a troop helping me at the creek in Henley-on-Thames. Did Sci-Fi 2 send them?" "Affirmative. Can I have access to them?" "Affirmative. How many do you need?" "As many as you can give. The direct contact will be sent to you. This channel can only be used for 3 minutes, Earth time. What is the next task?" "Earth time? Where are you exactly?" Tad asked, leaning forward. "Affy, a satellite station of U-Days." "How far from here?" Joe interjected, her eyes wide. "We're not in the same dimension. There is no available data on physical distances." Kieran nodded. "Dimensional travel," he muttered. Then he asked, "The people attacking us were using dart guns that could turn organic objects into thin air. Any idea who they are and where they come from?" "That weapon is used exclusively by the Kellys." Kieran paused. "What's the relationship between Madeline Rue and the Kellys?" The computer monotoned the answer. "Madeline Kelly, age 33, the only daughter of Thomas Kelly and Diana Kelly. Reported lost. Reason unknown. Recently found on Earth by grandfather Richard Kelly." "Is Juliette Dubois one of yours?" Kieran asked. "Please elaborate on the term yours. Is she human? Is she alive?" "She was born on Earth as a human. Her current status is unknown." "What about Madeline? Is she human?" "You do not have the clearance to obtain her information." "Damn it, so what is she?" "Please elaborate on the term damn it." "What about Stéphane Dubois?" "Stéphane Dubois is not in our database." "Why does Richard want the crucifix?" "We cannot identify an association between Richard Kelly and the object crucifix. You have 3 seconds left." Kieran stood. "What am I? What's my connection to your world?" At this current stage, Kieran LeBlanc is not qualified to obtain the information about his future position. 3 loud beeps emanated from the computer, and the voice died out. Silence enveloped the room. Kieran paced, contemplating the plans. "So the grandfather deal wasn't bogus," Tag said, running a hand through his hair. "Kieran, do you think the crucifix at Fountains Abbey is fake?" Joe asked, her brow furrowed. Kieran shook his head, still circling the room. "You're making me dizzy, Kieran. Say something," Tag said, his eyes following Kieran's movement. Kieran spoke, his words measured. "I think Richard Kelly is onto something bigger than a crucifix, but the crucifix is real." He pulled his left sleeve up and studied the tattoo the robotic soldiers had inked him with at the creek. Joe and Tada leaned in, turning their heads sideways and upside down to examine it from all angles. "It looks like a key from this angle," Joe said, squinting. "Yeah," Tad agreed. "Key? To what?" Kieran muttered the question to himself. His phone buzzed. On the screen, a line of text appeared. "Your troops are ready at Henley-on-Thames. Specific locations will be indicated on maps." "Let's go," Kieran said. Chapter 20. The car hummed softly as it sped down the winding country road, the setting sun casting long shadows across the dashboard. Perched atop the smooth surface, a delicate dragonfly sat motionless, its iridescent wings catching the last rays of daylight. Joe's voice broke the tense silence. "Do you think Madeline still has the connection on?" Kieran's eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, his knuckles white against the steering wheel. "When it comes to magical matters, Madeline's the one who initiates it. She's in control. I have no idea, Joe, but I assume if she doesn't have any more use for it, she would have dismissed it." From the back seat came Tag's low chuckle, the leather upholstery creaking as he shifted. "She might not have anything to say, but she still wants to hear us. That's why she keeps it on." As if summoned by Tada's words, voices suddenly crackled through the air, emanating from the dragonfly's direction. "How much further have we got to go?" a male voice asked, tinged with impatience. Stefan's voice cut through, sharp and irritated. "Douglas, we've only scanned halfway, and on one side. This isn't going to work." Madeline's familiar tone followed, authoritative and clear. Then ask for more scanners and get them to do the scanning. Call Richard, Stefan commanded, his voice fading slightly as if he'd turned away. Kieran's jaw clenched. They're at Fountains Abbey now, he muttered. Jo leaned forward, her breath fogging the window slightly. They're one step ahead of us? Not necessarily. Tad's voice was closer now as he leaned between the front seats. If they find nothing, they'll be more tired than us tomorrow. What if they find something? Jo's voice trailed off, heavy with unspoken worry. Stefan's voice came through again, clearer this time. 10 more scanners. Give me the phone. Mr. Kelly, we can't stop now. We're on site and my men are tired. I need more men here to sweep the site fast. As many as possible. They have to be able to fight if necessary. I don't know what sort of manpower Kieran has access to, but we have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario if you don't want to lose the crucifix. There was a pause, then Stefan's laughter, bitter and mocking. You've never been to this planet, have you? Pun intended. You've never set foot in our world. In my world, you can't send hundreds of your men here to run around civilian areas with guns and scanners and not alert the cops. I've already killed a cop, and Kieran would turn me into the police in a heartbeat. I need men strong enough to go against Kieran, but subtle enough to stay off the police radar. The tension in the car seemed to thicken with each word. Stefan continued, his voice growing more determined. I'll take 50, 10 on the ground and 40 to back them up. Can you provide that? I'll need to talk to them, but not here. There was a moment of silence, then Stefan's voice returned, softer now. Madeline, we need to go back to the villa. Hang on, there's a bug on your shoulder. A sudden harsh smashing sound crackled through the air. In an instant, the dragonfly on the dashboard vanished, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. He killed the dragonfly on Madeline's end, Kieran said, his voice tight. Fuck. The car swerved slightly as Kieran inhaled deeply, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. The road stretched out before them, bathed in the fading light of dusk, as they raced toward an uncertain confrontation. Moments later, a shooting star streaked across the sky as Kieran and his troops returned to Fountains Abbey. The ancient stones of the ruins cast long shadows across the grass, creating an eerie atmosphere that matched the tension in the air. The robotic soldiers, indistinguishable from humans at first glance, moved with uncanny precision. Their artificial nature was betrayed only by the fluid, almost too perfect motions as they unloaded coils of rope from their transport vehicles. These advanced androids, designed to blend seamlessly with human troops, possessed an unsettling quality in their flawless execution of tasks. Their skin-like exterior didn't gleam like metal, but instead mimicked human flesh with eerie accuracy. As they worked, their movements were a study in efficiency, lacking the small imperfections and hesitations typical of human behavior. This subtle wrongness in their actions only served to heighten the surreal atmosphere of the ancient abbey grounds in the fading light. Kieran addressed the assembled troops, his words carrying across the quiet evening air. I remind you again, only discharge your weapons if it is absolutely necessary. The best-case scenario is that we do not have to kill anyone. However, casualties might be unavoidable. Our opponents are dangerous, and they are trained to kill. I believe we will be outnumbered. Within the best of my capability, I promise to return you to your employer as much as possible in the same condition that I received you. Am I understood? The robotic soldiers responded with a synchronized nod. Turning to James, the leader of the soldier group, Kieran asked, "Can these soldiers perform advanced tasks?" James shook his head, his expression grim. "Unfortunately not, but they're very stable and expendable." "How long have you been working for these people?" 5 years. I have enough experience, if that's what you're concerned about. No, I'm not concerned about your experience, but we are going against robotic soldiers, and I don't care to have any human casualties. James's face hardened. I signed up for it. It's the same at the other end. The commander is going to be human. All soldiers will be basic robots. They don't have robots that can carry out complicated tasks yet. Kieran nodded, his mind already racing with strategies. Is 20 the maximum number we can get? James confirmed with a curt nod. For now. They scanned half of the right-hand side of the lake, looking down from the abbeys, and they found nothing. That saves us time and effort. So we'll set our people up on the left-hand side only. My prediction, however, is that the crucifix is not lakeside, but somewhere in the abbeys. Kieran paused, his gaze sweeping across the ancient ruins. The top priority, however, is not finding the crucifix, but keeping Madeline safe. James nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Got it. As Kieran surveyed the robotic soldiers, he couldn't help but marvel at their uncanny resemblance to human troops. They stood in perfect formation, their posture rigid and unwavering. The air around them seemed to hum with barely contained energy, a testament to their strength, robustness, and discipline. But it was their unwavering dependability that truly set them apart. Focus on parts of the lake that have hillsides as close to the water as possible. Get your men up as high as they can go and work in groups of 3, Kieran instructed, his tone brooking no argument. James's brow furrowed. Why? A hint of a smile played on Kieran's lips. Have you ever read Sun Tzu's Art of War? James shook his head, curiosity evident in his eyes. You don't need to. You're practicing it now. In his peripheral vision, Kieran noticed Tag ending a call with his own people. The knowledge that Tag's human soldiers were on standby weighed heavily on Kieran. He was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. They were skilled mercenaries, but they were also flesh and blood. Going up against robotic opponents was no fairy tale battle, regardless of the compensation offered. The abbey grounds were plunged into an otherworldly starlight. The air grew thick with anticipation, the calm before an impending storm. Kieran's plan was set in motion, the pieces carefully arranged on this ancient battlefield. Now, all that remained was to wait for their opponents to make their move.
The expansive lawn of the London villa stretched out before them, a sea of green dotted with 50 men in heavy-duty military uniforms. Madeline stood beside Stefan, her gaze sweeping over the assembled troops. The air hummed with tension, a stark contrast to the peaceful suburban setting. Stefan's voice cut through the silence, sharp and commanding. "Michael!" The crisp sound of boots striking the ground in unison echoed across the lawn as 5 soldiers stepped forward, their movements synchronized with military precision. They snapped to attention, hands raised in a sharp salute. "Yes, sir." Their voices rang out in perfect harmony. Stefan's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Oh yes, dandy. 10% of our troop is called Michael." He let out a humorless chuckle, then snatched up his phone. "Richard, on which planet are you living?" Richard's voice crackled through the speaker. "You wanted 50 men, I gave you 50. I told you I need soldiers that can fight, not these meatballs." Stefan spat, his frustration palpable. Madeline noticed Douglas, the head of the fighter group, stiffen at Stefan's words. His jaw clenched, eyes narrowing dangerously. He's playing with fire, Madeline thought. Those aren't the fighters we had at Robert's place. No flying, no dart throwing, just regular men with guns. But Stefan's going to get himself killed if he keeps this up. Stefan's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Let's get to work," he barked, jabbing a finger at Douglas. "You, with me." Without waiting for a response, he stomped off across the lawn. Madeline watched as Douglas's hand twitched, inching toward his holster before he caught himself. "Keep that going, Stefan, and you'll catch a bullet very soon," she mused silently. Stefan's voice carried across the lawn as he addressed the small group of fighters. "The 5 of you with me this morning? You will be right behind Madeline and myself. We'll get 10 men to do the scanning. The other 40 will surround us from the outside." He paced back and forth, gesticulating as he spoke. "We'll be working our way from the lake up to the abbeys, as planned. My guess is that if they attack us, it will be lakeside. The abbeys are too confined for large numbers of men, so I want you 5 to stick with us, all the way to the abbeys." His eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze over the rest of the troops. "These meatballs? They're expendable. Got that?" Douglas nodded, his face a mask of cold professionalism. "Understood, sir." "The 40 surrounding men," Stefan continued. "Tell them to shoot at anything moving." Douglas's eyebrow arched. "They were hired for you. Why don't you tell them I only handle my 4 fighters?" The air crackled with tension as Stefan glared at Douglas. Their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. After a moment that seemed to stretch for eternity, Stefan gave a curt nod and turned on his heel, marching towards the hired soldiers. As he walked away, Madeline overheard one of the Michaels mutter under his breath, "Bloody wanker thinks he's General Patton." Another soldier snickered quietly, more like General Pratton. Madeline bit back a smile, her mind racing. This is a powder keg waiting to explode. Stefan's ego is going to get us all killed before we even reach Fountains Abbey. But maybe that's not such a bad thing after all. She watched as Stefan began barking orders at the hired soldiers, his voice carrying across the lawn. The men shifted uncomfortably, exchanging uneasy glances as Stefan's tirade continued. He has no idea how to lead, Madeline realized. He's treating them like disposable pawns, not thinking men. If Kieran's there with a proper strategy. Her thoughts were interrupted as Douglas approached her, his voice low and controlled. "Ms. Rue, a word?"
Chapter 21. Darkness enveloped Fountains Abbey as Madeline surveyed the eerie landscape. The cold wind slithered between thousands of trees, creating a haunting chorus that sent shivers down her spine. Despite the gusts, the lake's surface remained unnaturally still, as if concealing an army of ancient soldiers ready to burst forth at any moment. The night air grew increasingly frigid as time ticked by. 10 of Stefan's soldiers crouched behind sparse bushes, their eyes fixed on the lake and the team below. Through the gloom, they could make out 10 men wielding scanners, methodically sweeping the left bank in a slow, deliberate line. Madeline and Stefan trailed behind, flanked by 5 alert fighters who scanned the surroundings with practiced vigilance. Save for the wind's ghostly whispers and the occasional rustling of unseen wildlife, an unsettling quiet blanketed the forested area, the calm before the storm. High above, concealed by a thick canopy of trees, Kieran's team held their position. Though their view was obstructed, Kieran felt confident they had the terrain mapped out. With the grace of a panther, Kieran glided between the trees, his footfalls barely disturbing the leaf litter. His eyes never left Madeline's distant form, but to close the gap, he'd need to neutralize Stefan's first line of defense. Kieran's hand moved with practiced precision as he signaled, his flashlight cutting through the darkness with 3 quick bursts. The pinprick of light resembled nothing more than the reflection in an animal's eye. On cue, a bird took flight, its quacking call piercing the night as it swooped into the bushes. Wings thrashed against leaves and branches, creating a cacophony of sound and motion. 2 of Stefan's men instinctively glanced up, their hands tightening on their weapons. Finding nothing amiss, they returned their attention to the lakeside team, oblivious to the fact that their rear guard had silently vanished during the distraction. Kieran's voice was barely a whisper as he addressed James. "What's our count?" 40 in the bush, 10 on scanner duty, and 5 with Madeline and Stefan, James reported, his tone clipped and professional. Kieran's jaw tightened. "Those 5 are the real threat. We're short on tranks, so some will require alternative methods. Progress on the scan? 20%, give or take." Kieran's mind raced, calculating risks and opportunities. "Change of plans. I need a clear shot down there. This line of 10 has to go, and fast. We've only taken 2, and they haven't noticed yet. Get me 3 more from the north corner, and I'll drop the remaining 8 in one go." James nodded, melting into the shadows without a sound. At the lakeside, Stefan's remaining 8 men maintained their vigil. The rearmost soldier turned, his eyes widening as he registered the absence of his companions. As he opened his mouth to raise the alarm, chaos erupted. A swarm of bats exploded from a hidden cage, engulfing the soldiers in a maelstrom of leathery wings and shrill cries. The men recoiled, some crying out in surprise and fear as they swatted at the air. Stefan's head snapped up at the commotion, his eyes narrowing as he watched his men flail against the onslaught of bats. He turned to Madeline, his voice dripping with disdain. "Like I said, meatballs." Madeline's gaze drifted upward, catching a glimpse of 3 white flashes in the distance. A small smile played at the corners of her mouth as she continued walking, her steps never faltering. As the soldiers battled the swarm, ropes descended from the canopy like striking snakes. In a flurry of motion, Kieran's team hoisted the disoriented men skyward. Tranquilizer darts found their marks with deadly accuracy, and within moments, the 8 soldiers hung limp among the branches, securely bound and silenced. Kieran seized the opportunity to advance, his heart pounding as he closed the distance between himself and Madeline. From his new vantage point, he could see her clearly, her determined stride never breaking as they approached the temple. Stefan's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing as he tracked the chaotic silhouettes of his men flailing against the swarm of bats. He turned to Madeline, his voice dripping with disdain. Like I said, meatballs. Madeline's gaze drifted skyward, catching a glimpse of 3 white flashes piercing the darkness. Her steps never faltered as they continued their approach to the temple. In the canopy above, a ballet of precision unfolded. Ropes snaked down from the branches, wrapping around the disoriented soldiers like striking vipers. With swift, practiced movements, Kieran's team hoisted the men upward. Tranquilizer darts found their marks with deadly accuracy, and within moments, 8 limp forms hung suspended among the foliage, securely bound and silenced. Seizing the opportunity, Kieran advanced through the shadows, his heart pounding as he closed the distance. From his new vantage point, Madeline's determined stride came into sharp focus as she and Stefan neared the temple. Kieran's fingers danced across his flashlight, sending out another coded signal. 3 blue flashes cut through the night, answered moments later by an identical response. Tag tensed, adrenaline surging as he registered Kieran's command. 4 against 10. The odds were steep, but failure wasn't an option. He gripped a tranquilizer gun in each hand, his team fanning out behind him as they crept toward the unsuspecting line of soldiers. On Tag's silent signal, a volley of darts whistled through the air. 5 men crumpled instantly, their weapons clattering to the ground. Tag exploded into action, closing the gap in a heartbeat. His foot lashed out in a devastating arc, sending one soldier's gun spinning into the darkness. Chaos erupted as Tag's men surged forward. Ropes whipped through the air, ensnaring the remaining soldiers' arms and neutralizing the threat of gunfire. In the melee, Tag found himself disarmed, locked in hand-to-hand combat with a burly opponent. A flurry of strikes later and the man lay unconscious at his feet. Surveying the scene, Tag nodded in grim satisfaction. "Gag them," he ordered tersely. "Save the tranks. We'll need them." With practiced efficiency, they secured their captives before Tada sent a confirming signal to Kieran. A ghost of a smile touched Kieran's lips as he registered Tad's success. He melted through the underbrush, drawing ever closer to the looming silhouette of the temple. Inside, he could make out the scanning team at work, but his eyes locked onto the alert fighters still flanking Madeline and Stefan. Kieran's hand moved, another signal cutting through the night. At the far end of the clearing, Joe's fingers hovered over a remote control. The moment Kieran's signal registered, she struck. A deafening boom shattered the night as smoke erupted from within the temple, billowing out just as Madeline and Stefan crossed the threshold. Through the haze, 5 scanner-wielding soldiers collapsed in heaps, while their comrades stumbled out, coughing and disoriented. Douglas sprinted toward the chaos, his weapon at the ready. As the smoke began to dissipate, he ventured inside, emerging moments later with a terse report. Tranquilizer gas. No explosives. Stefan's eyes darted across the hillside, searching for any sign of Kieran's team. Finding nothing but his own men, frustration etched across his features. So this is his game, smoke and mirrors. His voice hardened as he turned to Douglas. Where are the others? Go check on them. Douglas hesitated, his brow furrowing. You want me to leave you unprotected? Stefan waved dismissively. No, stay put. Send one of your men. With a nod, Douglas dispatched a fighter up the shadowy hillside. Kieran's fingers flew, another coded message streaking through the darkness toward Tag's position. Tag tensed, readying his team for action. But as he turned to issue orders, the blood drained from his face. Where the fighter had stood moments before, there was nothing but empty air. Chapter 22. The night air hung thick with tension as Kieran crouched behind the rocky outcrop. Shadows danced across the uneven terrain, obscuring his view of Tad's position. An eerie silence blanketed the area, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Kieran's muscles coiled, ready to spring into action as he inched forward. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted from the darkness. A boot materialized out of nowhere, connecting with Kieran's chest with bone-jarring force. The impact sent him reeling backward, his gun flying from his grasp. He He tumbled down the hillside, sharp rocks and twigs tearing at his clothes as he rolled. With a sickening thud, he landed on the unforgiving stone below, the air forced from his lungs. Above him, the fighter's silhouette loomed against the starlit sky, the barrel of a gun glinting ominously as it aimed downward. Time seemed to slow as Kieran's eyes widened, his body frozen in place. A fierce battle cry pierced the air. Tag burst from behind a gnarled tree, his leg arcing in a powerful roundhouse kick. His foot connected with the fighter's wrist, sending the gun spiraling into the underbrush. The two men crashed together, a tangle of limbs and fury. Fists flew in a brutal dance as Tada and the fighter grappled. Tad's years of training shone through in every calculated move. He dodged a wild haymaker, countering with a swift jab to the fighter's solar plexus. The man doubled over, gasping for air. Kieran clawed his way back up the hillside, gravel slipping beneath his feet as he scrambled for purchase. He reached the top just in time to see Tag deliver a devastating roundhouse kick to the fighter's temple. The man crumpled to the ground, seemingly unconscious. Tag approached cautiously, reaching for the zip ties at his belt. In a flash, the fighter's hand shot out, a wicked blade glinting in the moonlight. Kieran's warning died in his throat as the knife slashed through the air. Tad jerked backward, but not fast enough. The blade tore through his shirt, leaving a crimson trail across his side. He stumbled, his face contorted in pain as he collapsed to the ground. Rage flooded Kieran's veins. He launched himself at the fighter, tackling him with the force of a freight train. They hit the ground hard, Kieran's fists raining down in a furious assault. He wrested the knife away, using it to slice through the zip ties and bind the fighter's hands. The man's struggles ceased abruptly as he reached for something in his pocket. Kieran's eyes locked onto a familiar dart, its tip gleaming with deadly promise. In a heartbeat, Kieran's hand shot out, fingers wrapping around the fighter's throat. With a sharp twist, a sickening crack echoed through the night air. The fighter's body went limp beneath him. Panting heavily, Kieran scrambled to Tag's side. Blood seeped through his brother's torn shirt, staining the fabric a deep crimson. Tag's face was pale, but a weak smile played at his lips. "No worries," he wheezed. "Just a flesh wound." The sound of running footsteps announced Joe's arrival. She skidded to a halt beside them, her eyes widening as she took in the scene. Her hands trembled as she pressed them against Tada's side, trying to stem the flow of blood. "Jesus Christ," she breathed. "This is a lot of blood." Tag attempted to sit up, grimacing as he repeated, "It's a flesh wound." Kieran's jaw clenched as he assessed the situation. "You're going back to the van," he said, his tone brooking no argument. He turned to Joe, locking eyes with her. "He's all yours. Get him back to the van and do whatever you can to stop that bleeding." Joe nodded, her face set with determination as she helped Tag to his feet. He leaned heavily against her, his protests growing weaker as they made their way back through the darkness, leaving Kieran alone with the aftermath of the brutal encounter.
At the lake, the head of the fighters jerked his chin towards the hill. "Fighter down," Douglas said, his voice as dry as the crackling leaves underfoot. Stefan's eyes darted between Douglas and the hill. "What about the rest?" Douglas's shoulders rose and fell, his tactical vest barely shifting. "I don't know. They're your men. Who did you set to report?" "I thought it was you," Stefan snapped, his fingers twitching near his holster. "No, I told you, I only handle these men." Douglas's jaw clenched. "I have one man down now, and I won't send more up there to get killed." Stefan's face contorted. "Isn't it your job to protect us?" "No, we work for Richard Kelly. We're here to protect Madeline." Douglas's eyes narrowed. "He hired these soldiers for you. They won't listen to me." "Son of a bitch," Stefan growled, lunging forward, his fingers curled around Douglas's collar, knuckles white with tension. Douglas didn't flinch. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "This is your first and the last warning. Take your hands off me." Stefan's grip loosened, his hand falling away. Madeline stepped between them, her eyes darting from one man to the other. "We should keep going. If Kieran has us surrounded, we need to keep these fighters with us to get to the crucifix and get out of here. There's no time for you to throw a tantrum." Stefan's nostrils flared. "Throw a tantrum? I'll show you what it's like when I throw a tantrum." In a flash, Stefan's hand shot out, grabbing the back of Madeline's jacket. He dragged her towards the lake's edge, her feet skidding on the damp grass. With a rough jerk, he positioned her in front of him, using her body as a shield against the hillside. "Kieran, I know you can see me," Stefan bellowed, his voice echoing across the water. "I want to play nice, but you're playing some psycho game with me. Kieran!" The night air hung heavy with silence. "Kieran!" Stefan's voice cracked with desperation. "If you don't come out, I'll put a bullet in her head. You hear me?" His words ricocheted off the water's surface, bouncing back from the hillside and through the trees. The silence stretched on, broken only by Stefan's ragged breathing. Suddenly, Stefan's arm jerked upward. The gun's report shattered the night, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the scene. Birds erupted from the trees in a cacophony of panicked wings, while unseen animals crashed through the underbrush. A rustle came from a tree directly ahead. Kieran emerged from the shadows, his hands raised. "You have to give me time to move from one place to another. I don't fly, Stefan." Madeline's heart raced as she took in the scene. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with Stefan's hot breath on her neck. Kieran stood alone, facing down 10 armed soldiers and one unhinged man using her as a human shield. All her efforts to keep Kieran from the crucifix seemed to be unraveling before her eyes. "My grandfather won't be happy with this," Madeline said, her eyes locked on Douglas. She could see the tension in his stance, his body coiled like a spring as Stefan held her hostage. "Let her go. As you can see, I'm unarmed, Stefan," Kieran said, his voice steady despite the danger. Stefan's laughter was sharp and brittle. "I don't think you're stupid enough to come here unarmed, Kieran. How many of your men are up there? How many bombs did you plant down here?" Madeline struggled to breathe as Stefan's arm tightened around her. The cold metal of the gun barrel dug into her temple, threatening to leave more than just a bruise. Kieran's eyes narrowed. "If you want to find the crucifix, go find it yourself. Why do you always hide behind women? First Juliet, and now Madeline." "I don't hide behind women." Stefan's scream tore through the night. In a blur of motion, he swung the gun towards Kieran. Kieran's body twisted, but not fast enough. The bullet whistled past, grazing his left arm. A dark stain began to spread on his sleeve. As Stefan's attention shifted, Madeline seized her chance. She snapped her head back, feeling the satisfying crunch as her skull connected with Stefan's nose. He staggered, his grip loosening. Madeline spun, her hands finding purchase on Stefan's chest. With all her strength, she shoved, sending him stumbling backward into the frigid lake waters. Without hesitation, Madeline sprinted towards Kieran. Their hands connected, fingers intertwining, and they plunged into the dense undergrowth. The shadows of the forest swallowed them, leaving only the sound of cracking twigs and rustling leaves in their wake.
They ran, their feet pounding against the uneven terrain. Kieran's hand gripped Madeline's tightly, guiding her up the steep incline. The night air was thick with tension, broken only by their labored breathing. "Watch your step," Kieran warned, steadying Madeline as she stumbled over a hidden root. "I'm fine," she gasped, pushing forward. "Keep going." They crested the hill, finding a small stone platform nestled among the trees. Kieran's eyes darted around, scanning for any sign of pursuit. Satisfied they were alone, he pulled Madeline close, cupping her face in his hands. "Don't ever leave me again," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, and he kissed her, pouring all his fear and longing into that single moment. A few hours ago, he couldn't even think about how it would feel to have her in his arms again. And now he would breathe her in if he could. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them. Their moment of respite was shattered by a whistling sound cutting through the air. Kieran broke away, his eyes widening as he saw the incoming threat. "Get down!" he shouted, pushing Madeline behind him as a fireball crashed to the ground mere feet away. The impact was deafening, sending sparks and embers flying. A couple of trees burst into flame, casting eerie shadows across the clearing. Before they could catch their breath, 4 fighters emerged from the darkness behind the trees, their silhouettes menacing against the flickering firelight. Kieran's hand flew to his holster, but one of the attackers was faster. A well-aimed kick sent his gun spinning into the underbrush. Another assailant lunged, his fist connecting with Kieran's jaw with a sickening crack. Stumbling back, Kieran tasted blood. He ducked under a wild swing, countering with a sharp jab to his attacker's solar plexus. The man wheezed, doubling over. "Kieran, behind you!" Madeline cried out. He spun, but not fast enough. Two fighters kicked simultaneously, their boots slamming into his chest and side. The force sent him sprawling, his head cracking against the stone platform with a dull thud. The world spun, voices and sounds blurring together. Through the haze, Kieran saw a familiar figure step forward, gun raised. "Please, don't shoot," Madeline pleaded, throwing herself between Douglas and Kieran. "Please, for God's sake, I'm going with you." Douglas thrust the gun forward, the muzzle inches from Madeline's face. She didn't flinch, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "I'll go with you and get the crucifix. You will have all of my grandfather's praise and glory. Stefan is down there looking for the crucifix himself. If you shoot Kieran, nobody will stop Stefan. Please don't." A tense moment passed, the only sound the crackling of the nearby flames. Then, without warning, Douglas grabbed Madeline's arm, yanking her towards him. "Move," he barked, dragging her down the hill. Kieran struggled to his feet, his vision swimming. "Madeline," he called out, his voice hoarse. He stumbled forward, only to be caught by strong hands. "Easy, brother." Tad's voice cut through the fog. "We've got you." Jo appeared at his side, her face etched with concern. "Are you all right?" "You should be in the van," Kieran scolded, trying to shake off his brother's grip. Tad's response was quick and sharp. "Look who's talking." Frustration and anger boiled over. Kieran lashed out, his foot connecting with a nearby tree trunk with a resounding crack. "They took her again," he roared. "I'll get the crucifix, and I'll get Madeline. Fuck them all." He charged forward towards the sounds of approaching footsteps, his men finally arriving. But before he could reach them, another fireball hurtled from the sky, exploding in a blinding flash of light right in front of him. In that brief, brilliant moment, the entire battlefield was illuminated. Kieran's men stood mere meters away from Stefan's forces, all momentarily frozen in shock. The stillness lasted only a heartbeat before chaos erupted. Stefan's soldiers, acting on his orders to shoot anything that moved, raised their weapons, prepared for a massacre. Kieran's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "Use your weapons! Fight!" The night air filled with the deafening cacophony of gunfire and shouted orders. The two sides charged at one another, evenly matched in numbers but driven by different motivations. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness like deadly fireflies, and the acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with the scent of burning wood. As the battle raged around him, Kieran's mind raced. Somewhere in this chaos, Madeline was waiting to be rescued, and he'd be damned if he let her slip away again.
Chapter 23. When Madeline and the fighters reached level ground, their boots squelching in the mud, they spotted Stefan and his 5 remaining soldiers. The men stood like sentinels among the weathered tombstones, their scanners still humming with residual energy. The graveyard stretched before them, a patchwork of upturned earth and scattered bones, both human and animal, testament to their fruitless search. Stefan's face was a mess of crimson, blood trickling from his nose and mingling with the rainwater that drenched his clothes. He looked like a drowned rat, but his eyes burned with barely contained fury. Douglas sidled up to Madeline, his voice low and urgent. "What's our play? We're scannerless and man down. Kelly will have my head if I return with just you and a handful of men." Madeline's mind raced, piecing together a plan. "Stefan's our ticket. Your men are the real deal. He'll need them against Kieran. And Douglas," she paused, meeting his eyes. "Thanks for holding your fire earlier. I won't forget it." Douglas gave a curt nod, his hand tightening on his weapon as they began their ascent towards the graveyard. The moment Stefan caught sight of Madeline, his gun was out, the barrel aimed squarely at her chest. "You bitch," he snarled, his finger twitching on the trigger. In an instant, the air was thick with tension. Madeline's fighters raised their weapons, a swerve, the click of safeties being switched off, echoing in the eerie silence of the graveyard. A Mexican standoff with Madeline at its center. The seconds stretched like hours as Stefan's eyes darted from face to face, mentally calculating the odds. 5 against a group of hardened fighters. The math wasn't in his favor. "What's your angle this time?" Stefan spat, his gun still trained on Madeline. She stood her ground, unflinching. "The deal stands. They need me and the gold from the crucifix. Your scanners are still in play, but Kieran's on his way down, and your men up there?" She jerked her head towards the hill. Gone. You need these fighters or you're as good as dead. Ball's in your court, Stefan. Stefan's eyes narrowed, flicking to Douglas. All my men? Gone? Douglas shrugged, his face a mask of indifference. I barely got her out. Your men were sitting ducks up there. No leadership, no chance. It was a bloodbath. The lie hung in the air, a palpable thing. Madeline held her breath, watching as Stefan processed the information, his jaw working furiously. Finally, his shoulders sagged, defeat etched in every line of his body. Fine, he growled, lowering his weapon. Dig in. But you, he jabbed a finger at Madeline, his eyes cold, don't think for a second you've won. Luck runs out, and when it does, I'll be there.
The acrid stench of gunpowder lingered in the air, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Atop the hill, Kieran, Tad, and Joe stood amidst the aftermath of battle, their clothes torn and stained, faces smeared with sweat and grime. Scattered around them, bodies lay motionless, some friend, some foe. Kieran's gaze swept over the carnage, his jaw clenching as he tallied their losses. I'm sorry, we've lost 10, he said, meeting James's eyes. James straightened his back, his face etched with determination. It was still a win. We took out 20 of them. He jerked his chin towards the lake. There were 10 more down there, but taking the fighters won't be a walk in the park. A groan from Tad drew Kieran's attention. His brother's sleeve was darkened with blood, the fabric torn to reveal a nasty gash. How's the injury? Kieran asked, eyeing the wound. Tag attempted a grin, but it came out as more of a grimace. Do I need to say it? I'm alive and kicking. He flexed his arm, wincing. Told you it was just a flesh wound. His bravado faltered as he glanced at Joe, who was cradling her arm against her chest. But you'll have to fix Joe's dislocated shoulder. With gentle care, Tata guided Joe towards Kieran. She stumbled slightly, her face pale and drawn with pain. Kieran's eyes met Joe's, silently seeking permission. May I? Joe nodded, biting her lower lip. Kieran's touch was light as he carefully lifted Joe's left arm. His right hand ghosted over her shoulder, assessing the damage. In one swift motion, he snapped the joint back into place. A sharp cry tore from Joe's throat, tears spilling down her cheeks. Kieran pulled her close, his lips brushing her forehead. I know, he murmured. We'll get you a sling, but for now, try to keep it still. Joe managed a shaky nod, her breath coming in short gasps as she fought to control the pain. Kieran transferred Joe into Tag's waiting arms. His brother's protective stance spoke volumes about the bond that had formed between them. Without another word, Kieran turned and began making his way down the hill. Loose stones skittered under his feet, the treacherous slope a reflection of the challenges that lay ahead. As he descended, the full extent of the battle unfolded before him. The air was thick with the moans of the wounded and the acrid smell of spent ammunition. A fighter stumbled past, supporting an injured comrade. Sir, the man gasped. What now? Kieran paused, the weight of leadership settling heavily on his shoulders. Now, he said, his gaze fixed on the horizon, we prepare for what comes next.
Stefan led the way to the abbey via the courtyard, his steps purposeful and unaffected by the drizzle that had begun to fall. Madeline's shoes squelched in the wet grass, her feet sinking into the muddy areas between the graveyard and the abbey. Her gaze darted up to the hill, her heart clenching at the thought of Kieran and his people up there. The knowledge that he would come after her, despite the danger, sent a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the cold rain seeping through her clothes. As they entered the long courtyard, Stefan's voice cut through the patter of raindrops, ordering the fighters to come inside with him. The soldiers remained at the entrance, their rigid postures a stark contrast to Madeline's trembling form. Time seemed to stretch as they waited, each second feeling like an eternity until the soldiers finally entered to start the scan. The rain intensified, drumming against the ancient stones of the abbey. Madeline's hair clung to her face, raindrops mingling with the beads of sweat on her brow. Her eyes caught a fleeting smirk on Stefan's face. A memory flashed through her mind, the same smirk at the hotel when she agreed to stay with her grandfather and leave Kieran. The expression sent a jolt of unease through her, her fingers curling into fists at her sides as she struggled to decipher its meaning. Her gaze was drawn outside, through the rows of stone columns and arched doorways. The view before her was a dark, rain-soaked canvas, but her breath caught in her throat as she spotted Kieran's men approaching the abbey. Her heart began to race, pounding so loudly she was sure Stefan could hear it over the storm. With a start, Madeline realized that the path the men were taking was the same one where Stefan had been lurking before he entered the hall. The pieces clicked into place, and a wave of horror washed over her. It wasn't just rain and thunder she was hearing. She had been mistaken. An explosion ripped through the air, the force of it slamming into Madeline like a physical blow. The men in front of her were torn apart, their bodies reduced to fragments in an instant. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, reality warping around her. Kieran! The name tore from her throat, raw and primal, though she couldn't be sure if she'd screamed aloud or if it was just echoing in her mind. Time slowed to a crawl as the implications sank in. There was no way anyone could have survived that explosion. The thought sent ice through her veins, freezing her in place for a heartbeat before adrenaline surged through her system. Madeline's body moved of its own accord, propelling her through the rain and mud. Her feet slipped and slid on the wet ground as she sprinted outside, but she barely noticed. The wind whipped at her face, stinging her eyes and mixing with the tears she didn't realize were falling. The ringing in her ears drowned out everything else, leaving only the thundering of her pulse and the echo of her fear. The world around her seemed to have vanished, leaving only emptiness, darkness, and an eerie quiet in the wake of the explosion. Madeline's chest heaved with each breath, her lungs burning as she pushed herself forward. One thought consumed her, driving her onward through the chaos and destruction. She could not believe that Kieran was dead until she saw him for herself. Her eyes scanned the devastated landscape frantically, searching for any sign of life among the rubble and rain. Chapter 24. The explosion had left a deep, jagged hole in the ground, its edges still smoldering despite the rain. Flames licked at the debris, casting an eerie glow over the scene. The acrid smell of burnt flesh hung heavy in the air, mingling with the metallic scent of blood and the earthy aroma of wet soil. Body parts lay strewn about, a gruesome jigsaw puzzle of human remains. Madeline stepped into the middle of the massacre, her shoes squelching in the muddy ground. Her eyes darted from one piece of carnage to another, searching, always searching. She refused to accept any conclusion until she found him. She dropped to her hands and knees, crawling from one body to the next, her clothes soaking up the mixture of fresh blood, mud, and rainwater. Her fingers probed each piece, each fragment, looking for something, anything that belonged to him. Time seemed to stand still as she continued her grim task. The rain pelted her back, plastering her hair to her face, but she paid it no mind. She wouldn't stop until she had examined every last scrap of evidence. Finally, she sat back on her heels, her hands trembling. She had seen everything, touched everything. A strange bubbling sensation rose in her chest, threatening to burst forth as laughter. Her head felt light, almost disconnected from her body. There was no sign of his body, not a single trace. Douglas materialized beside her, his face a mask of concern as he gazed down at her. He reached out a hand, gently helping her to her feet. "I'm very sorry," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the patter of rain. Madeline allowed herself to be led inside, her mind racing behind her carefully composed facade. He thinks Kieran is dead. Good. Let him think that. The main hall of the abbey loomed around them, its cold stone walls seeming to mock their futile efforts. The scanning equipment lay abandoned, having yielded no results. Madeline's gaze swept over the ancient stones, imagining them laughing at the group of treasure hunters, so desperate in their search for riches. As they stepped out into the central courtyard, the rain abruptly ceased. Magnificent stone columns and arches stretched before them, silent witnesses to centuries of human drama. Roofs lay in ruins, their absence creating a patchwork view of the sky above. A faint sound reached Madeline's ears, almost like the distant chanting of monks, but she couldn't be sure if it was real or just her imagination playing tricks on her. "I think I've got it," a soldier called out, his voice echoing in the stillness. Stefan and Douglas surged forward, their eyes fixed on a roofless stone tower. The scanner in the soldier's hands beeped insistently, revealing a 10-inch rectangular box buried in the center of the structure. The image on the screen showed the contents with startling clarity. A fancy crucifix dominated the interior, its ornate design unmistakable even through the layers of earth. Beside it lay what appeared to be a piece of paper, perhaps a note or letter, its edges curled with age. This was it. The object of their relentless pursuit lay just beneath their feet, surrounded by crumbling stone walls and arched Gothic windows. Madeline couldn't shake the feeling that thousands of unseen eyes were watching them, the spirits of the past standing guard over their ancient secret. "Shovel," Stefan barked, his excitement palpable in the tense atmosphere. 2 soldiers rushed forward, their shovels biting into the soft earth of the roofless tower. Within moments, they had unearthed a metal box, small and unassuming with its simple lock. Madeline's gaze fixed on the innocuous object. It reminded her of a young girl's diary, the kind used to lock away dreams and secrets, waiting for a prince to come and rescue her from her tower. Who would suspect such a thing could be rigged with explosives? Yet Stefan and his men were no fools. Their wary approach spoke of past experiences with such deadly traps. As the box was carefully lowered to the ground, Madeline observed the faces around her. Each pair of eyes seemed to glow with an inner fire, a primal hunger that twisted their features into masks of naked greed. A soldier's hand stretched towards the box, fingers trembling with anticipation. The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the tense silence. The soldier crumpled to the ground, a crimson bloom spreading across his forehead. Stefan's gun barrel smoked as he turned to the others, his eyes cold and unblinking. "Touch it and die," he snarled, the threat hanging heavy in the air. The remaining soldiers stumbled backward, their faces pale with shock. Douglas, his jaw clenched, locked eyes with his fighters stationed outside. A silent command passed between them. In a fluid motion, the fighters unspooled thin, gleaming wires, launching them towards the tower's peak and the arches spanning the courtyard. With inhuman agility, they ascended, their movements a blend of flight and spider-like crawling across the ancient stonework. Confusion rippled through the soldiers as the fighters descended upon them. Loyalties blurred, hands fumbled for weapons, uncertainty etched on every face. The courtyard erupted into chaos, a maelstrom of conflicting allegiances. Stefan lunged for the box, his fingers mere inches from its surface when Douglas's boot connected with his ribs. The impact sent Stefan sprawling, gasping for air. He clawed for his gun, but Douglas was upon him, fists flying in a furious assault. Each blow carried the weight of pent-up rage, a day's worth of hatred unleashed in a brutal flurry. Amidst the mayhem, Madeline's gaze drifted to a line of weathered stone columns. They arched gracefully over a strip of verdant grass, leading to a grand stone frame where a gate once stood. The absent gate seemed to frame a slice of sky, as if offering a glimpse into heaven itself. There, at the base of the imposing stone frame, stood Kieran. His presence was like a beacon in the storm, his smile a promise of safety. The distance between them felt both insurmountable and tantalizing close. All she needed to do was run. The courtyard had devolved into a frenzied battleground, with all attention fixed on the coveted box and its mysterious contents. Madeline pressed her back against the cool stone wall, her mind racing as she calculated the shortest path to Kieran. Her eyes darted back to the stone frame, but Kieran had vanished. An instinctive certainty told her he was making his way to her. She steeled herself, ready to dash towards where she had last seen him. Another quick survey of her surroundings revealed Douglas and Stefan locked in a brutal hand-to-hand struggle. Nearby, 3 of Douglas's fighters grappled with 4 soldiers, their bodies twisting and colliding in the confined space. The ancient stone walls, columns, and arched footpaths that had once echoed with monastic chants now reverberated with grunts and the clash of combat. The tight quarters made gunfire too risky, forcing the combatants into close quarters fighting while keeping one eye on the prize. Madeline took a deep breath, her muscles coiling like springs. With one final step backward, she launched herself forward, feet pounding against the uneven ground as she sprinted towards freedom. Douglas's head snapped up, his eyes widening as he caught sight of her fleeing form. "Get the girl!" he bellowed, his voice cutting through the din of battle. The fighter shot up his hanging wire to the top window of the roofless tower, his body a blur as he soared away from the chaos below. Madeline's feet pounded against the uneven ground, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she zigzagged between the stone columns. The slap of her shoes echoed off the ancient walls, barely audible over the thundering of her heart. Behind her, the fighter descended like a predatory bird, his wire singing as he swung from arch to arch. His movements were fluid, almost spider-like, as he skittered across the tops of the stone structures. Madeline risked a glance back, her eyes widening at the rapidly closing distance. She pushed herself harder, legs burning with the effort, even as the sinking realization of the futility of her escape settled in her gut. The fighter's presence loomed larger, the air pressure changing as he closed in. Madeline's lungs screamed for air as she sprinted, the last of the columns falling away, leaving her exposed. The fighter's fingers brushed her waist, sending a jolt of panic through her body. Suddenly, Kieran burst from the long abbey hallway, his gun raised and steady, aimed directly at the approaching fighter. The fighter reacted instantly, yanking his wire upward, but not before managing to snag the back of Madeline's jacket. In a dizzying moment, Madeline found herself airborne, dangling helplessly below the fighter. The ground swayed sickeningly beneath her feet as they hung suspended above Kieran. With deadly precision, Kieran adjusted his aim and fired. The bullet found its mark in the fighter's arm, eliciting a cry of pain. The fighter's grip faltered, and Madeline plummeted. Kieran lunged forward, arms outstretched. He caught her, the impact sending them both tumbling to the ground in a tangle of limbs. They rolled to a stop, breathless and disoriented. Kieran's lips curved into a smile as he met Madeline's gaze. As they clambered to their feet, a gruesome sight caught their attention. The fighter's body hung limply next to a stone window, his head at an unnatural angle where it had collided with the jagged edge of broken stonework. Before they could make their escape, Tag and Joe appeared in the distance. Without a word, the group turned towards the abbey hallway, seeking an alternate route. The sounds of ongoing conflict echoed from the courtyard as they raced down the corridor, their footsteps reverberating off the ancient walls. Just as they neared the exit, Douglas materialized before them, his imposing figure blocking their path. "I can't let you go, Madeline," he declared, his voice laced with determination. Kieran stepped protectively in front of Madeline, his body tense. "I'll talk to Richard Kelly if you let Madeline go," he offered, his tone measured. Douglas's eyes flicked towards the courtyard, where one of his fighters was clearly losing ground to Stefan. Kieran inched forward, the others huddled behind him. "You want the box? Go get it," he continued, his words carefully chosen. "I'll talk to Mr. Kelly regarding Madeline. I promise. You spared me a bullet. I owe you." "I'll keep my promise. If you let Stefan abscond with the box, he'll never come back. He doesn't keep promises." In the courtyard, the tide of battle suddenly shifted. The fighter losing to Stefan produced a small explosive device, its presence immediately recognized by Stefan. The air crackled with tension as Stefan ceased his assault, his eyes locked on the deadly object. In a fluid motion, the fighter scooped up the box and hurled it towards Douglas. Time seemed to slow as multiple actions unfolded at once. Stefan's foot connected with the explosive, sending it skittering away as he simultaneously fired his weapon at the fighter. Douglas launched himself through the air, arms outstretched to intercept the flying box. His fingers closed around the prize, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. But as he landed, a bullet from Stefan's gun found its mark, striking Douglas in the head. His body crumpled to the floor, lifeless, the box slipping from his grasp. The metallic scrape of the box sliding across the stone floor cut through the sudden silence. It came to rest mere feet from Kieran, its presence both alluring and ominous. Madeline's hand shot out, fingers digging into Kieran's arm as she pulled him back. She shouted, "Get away! Get away from it! I won't let you touch it!" Chapter 25. Kieran pivoted, his eyes meeting Madeline's. "Don't worry, I know, Madeline." His fingers intertwined with hers, a gentle yet firm grip that spoke volumes. They stepped over Douglas's lifeless form, the cold reality of mortality pressing against their souls as they made their way to the exit. Stefan burst into the hallway, his body a coiled spring of tension. His gaze locked onto the box, tunnel vision rendering everything else invisible. The gun in his hand trembled slightly as he aimed it at the lock, his finger twitching on the trigger. Madeline's heart leaped into her throat. "No, you'll damage the crucifix," she blurted out, her free hand instinctively reaching out as if to stop him. The air around them seemed to crackle with potential energy, the threat of an explosion hanging heavy in the atmosphere. Stefan's head snapped towards Madeline, his eyes wild and unfocused. A smile crept across his face, but it was all wrong, a grotesque parody of joy that sent shivers down her spine. His eyes were a maelstrom of emotions, satisfaction and confusion battling for dominance. He reminded Madeline of a starved vampire who had finally found blood but had forgotten how to drink. Two thunderous bangs shattered the tense silence, echoing from outside. The fight was over, but uncertainty lingered like a thick fog. Who had emerged victorious? Before anyone could react, a blur of motion caught their attention. The last fighter, propelled by a wired device, soared into the hall. He moved with inhuman agility, ricocheting off walls and stone columns, his fingers closing around the box. In a heartbeat, he was airborne again, aiming for a massive window. Stefan's gun barked, the muzzle flash briefly illuminating the dim hall. The fighter's body jerked midair, carried by momentum and the wire out through the window. Time seemed to slow as the box slipped from the fighter's grasp. It tumbled through the air, striking a stone arch with a sickening crack. The lock gave way, the lid flying open. The crucifix within spun out, glinting in the low light, before crashing to the floor, with a dull thud that seemed to reverberate through Madeline's bones. The top of the crucifix popped off, and its contents spilled out, a cascade of black powder that spread across the floor like a stain. A piece of paper fluttered down in its wake, drifting on unseen currents before settling atop the dark pile. Stefan circled the crucifix, his movements predatory and precise. His eyes darted between the spilled contents and Kieran, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "It's certainly not gold," he said, his voice laced with a manic edge. He dropped to his knees, hands hovering over the mysterious powder. Kieran took a step forward, but Madeline's grip on his hand tightened, holding him back. Her pulse raced, every instinct screaming danger. Stefan plunged his hands into the powder, letting it sift through his fingers. A chuckle escaped his lips, growing in volume and intensity. "It's dirt. I think it's dirt," he said, his laughter taking on a hysterical quality that set Madeline's teeth on edge. As Stefan rubbed the substance between his palms, his laughter crescendoed. "I think it's really dirt." Confusion swirled in Madeline's mind, but one look at Kieran's face stopped her cold. His expression was one of dawning horror and comprehension, as if the pile of dirt held some terrible secret that only he could understand. Stefan snatched up the note, his eyes scanning it briefly before his manic grin widened. He thrust the paper towards Kieran. "Recognize this handwriting?" he asked, his voice dripping with dark amusement. He began to read aloud, each word falling like a hammer blow in the tense silence. Stefan's voice cut through the air, each word a dagger to Madeline's heart. "We came from dirt, and to dirt we shall return. There is no gold in the LeBlancs for you, not the kind that brings material joy. But I have discovered the most precious gold of all, the golden life. By the time you unearth these words, I will have vanished into the unknown. The formula for the golden life belongs to Kieran now, a testament to what truly matters. I know I've squandered your investment in me. For this, I beg your forgiveness, though I don't expect it. Perhaps it's better if you forget me entirely. Remember, what you thought you created was merely dust. What I've become is something you can never truly understand. Farewell, your eternally lost daughter and sister, Juliet." "She chose me," Kieran mumbled, his voice barely audible. Stefan's head snapped up, a manic glint in his eyes. "You're right. As usual, you're always right. You're her prince," she always said. "Her destiny." The realization hit Madeline like a physical blow, her stomach twisting into knots. The pieces fell into place with devastating clarity. Juliet's betrayal, her plans for a future with Kieran, the life they never got to build, it all made a terrible, perfect sense. Guilt, that insidious poison, would eat away at Kieran. Madeline's heart ached, knowing that the doubt he had lived with might have been kinder than this brutal truth. But it was too late. The words hung in the air, impossible to take back. Stefan sat on the floor, his face contorted into a grotesque grin. Kieran stood motionless, a statue carved from shock and grief. "She loved Ireland," Stefan continued, his laughter punctuated by sobs. "Wanted a small cottage in the country. Wanted to be a teacher. How cliché was that? Dad always said she was too smart to do anything ordinary. You just do this one for Daddy, and then we'll set the family up for good, he always pushed her. Tears streamed down Stefan's face, his voice cracking. This big brother felt utterly stupid standing next to her. I couldn't do anything to help. She was 19, met you when she was 19, and that was the end of her. I told Dad you were bad news, but he didn't listen to me. His voice rose to a scream, raw with anguish. And now what? He's dead. She's dead, and all I have is this dirt. How is this fair? The question echoed off the walls. How is this fair? In a blur of motion, Stefan raised his gun, aiming at Kieran. Time seemed to slow. Madeline's heart pounded in her ears, her body frozen in horror. Kieran stood still, as if welcoming the bullet. A shot rang out, but it wasn't Stefan's gun. Tag, faster than thought, had fired. The bullet found its mark in Stefan's head. As he fell, Stefan's arm jerked, his finger squeezing the trigger. The impact threw Kieran backward. He stumbled, then crumpled to the floor. Madeline lunged forward, her hands trembling as they reached for Kieran. The bullet had torn through his chest, blood blossoming across his shirt like a macabre flower. She pressed her hands against the wound, but the warmth of his life slipped through her fingers, pooling on the cold floor. Tag's voice echoed distantly, calling for help, but Madeline's world had narrowed to Kieran. She cradled him, her tears falling onto his face as she tried to stem the relentless flow of blood. "Let me see you," Kieran whispered, his voice barely a breath. Madeline's heart clenched. "Shh, I've got you. Tag is getting help. Don't talk." "Please," he pleaded, the word barely audible. With infinite care, she lowered him to the floor, rolling her jacket beneath his head. His eyes found hers, filled with a depth of emotion that threatened to drown her. "I don't want to see you cry," Kieran murmured. A sob caught in Madeline's throat, her tears falling faster. "I knew this day was coming," he continued, each word a struggle. "It's a debt I had to pay sooner or later. Had I made more progress in our relationship and then left you, it would be unfair to you. But if I didn't make any progress, it would be unfair to us. Before I go." "You're not going anywhere," Madeline choked out, her fingers intertwining with his. Kieran's lips curved into a soft smile. "I love you, Madeline." His eyes fluttered closed, his hand going limp in hers. The room filled with a cacophony of footsteps and voices. Tata, Joe, Dr. Thomas, their presence registered dimly in Madeline's awareness. But none of it mattered. Kieran was silent still, lying in a growing pool of his own blood. The world had shattered around her. Chapter 26. Jennifer stood like a sentinel as they wheeled Kieran into the operating room, her eyes never leaving her son's pale face. Dr. Thomas moved with practiced efficiency, his fingers dancing over the machine as he hooked up the vital sign monitors. The steady beep of Kieran's heartbeat filled the room, but its weakness sent a chill through everyone present. The medical team sprang into action, their movements a blur of blue scrubs and silver instruments. The usual protocol of clearing non-medical personnel was abandoned, leaving Madeline, Tag, Joe, Jennifer, and even the pets as silent witnesses to the unfolding drama. Madeline's world narrowed to a cacophony of indistinct sounds and shifting shapes. Her mind, desperate for something concrete to cling to, fixated on Dr. Thomas. His capable hands moved with purpose, each action a silent promise that Kieran would pull through. He had to. A memory surfaced, unbidden. Dr. Thomas's words echoed in her mind. Neither she nor Kieran could take responsibility for others' actions. Juliet's death wasn't Kieran's fault. God, she hoped he knew that. Hoped he wasn't carrying that burden into whatever battle he was fighting now. Dr. Thomas's hand closed around a syringe and Madeline's stomach clenched. Anesthesia. Kieran would hate it when he woke up, but he'd just have to deal with it. When, not if. He had to wake up. Kieran's lips moved, forming words too faint to hear. Dr. Thomas leaned in, his ear close to Kieran's mouth. When he straightened, his face was grave. "Jennifer, he wants you." With a wave of his hand, the medical staff filed out, leaving an eerie quiet in their wake. Confusion washed over Madeline. Why would he send them away? Why Jennifer? A flicker of something, jealousy, fear, sparked in her chest. No. Mothers came first. She understood. She'd wait her turn. Jennifer took Kieran's hand, her touch gentle as if he might shatter. She pressed her lips to his knuckles, whispering words meant only for him. Kieran's eyes fluttered open, those beautiful gray irises now clouded with exhaustion. "I'm sorry," he breathed, his gaze fixed on his mother. But then his eyes shifted, locking onto Madeline. The intensity of his stare sent a shiver down her spine. Why was he looking at her like that? Like he was trying to memorize her face? And then, in a heartbeat, everything changed. The light in Kieran's eyes dimmed, then vanished. The steady beep of the heart monitor gave way to a single, unbroken tone. Madeline's world imploded. Jennifer's movements were mechanical as she lowered Kieran's hand and closed his eyes. The kiss she placed on his forehead felt like a final goodbye. The silence that followed was deafening. Tag's anguished cry shattered the stillness as he lunged for Dr. Thomas. "Doctor, you have to do something. Can you resuscitate him? He lost a lot of blood. I know we have a rare blood type, but you can take mine." Dr. Thomas's response was gentle but firm. "He's gone, Tada." "What do you mean? You haven't done anything. He hasn't tried. He can't just go." Tad's words dissolved into sobs, the reality of the situation crashing over him. Madeline clung to Joe, her fingers digging into her friend's arms. "I haven't told him I love him, Joe." The words tumbled out, each one a dagger to her heart. "This is so unfair. He told me he loved me, but I didn't say anything. That wasn't right. I was stupid. I didn't respond." Joe's voice was thick with emotion. "Madeline, he understands. He's a smart man. Oh, for God's sake, could you please cry? I'd rather you cry than look at me like that." "Like what?" Madeline's body began to tremble, but her eyes remained dry. The disconnect between her inner turmoil and her outward appearance only added to her confusion. Tada's grief turned to desperation as he pleaded with Dr. Thomas. "You're a doctor. You cure people. Please help him. Tag, he was too weak to survive an operation, if he even wanted it." "What do you mean?" Tag's voice cracked. "What do you mean? He didn't want it?" Dr. Thomas's words were heavy with sorrow. "He knew his time was up, Tag. I loved him like my son. If I could have, don't you think I would have done something for him? You know that when Kieran didn't want to fight, nobody could make him." "Nobody?" Madeline's head snapped up, her eyes blazing. "Nobody? Look at him. He looks so peaceful. Wherever he is, he's enjoying this. He left us in this shit, with all of our questions unanswered, with things he promised but didn't do, and he thinks he can get away with it. Everyone has to try. You have to try, Dr. Thomas. The LeBlancs make drugs. You save lives. How can this be so difficult?" As the first tears finally broke free, Joe pulled Madeline close. The reality of the situation was beginning to sink in, but acceptance seemed impossibly far away. Madeline's world had shattered, and she was left standing in the wreckage, unsure how to even begin picking up the pieces. Jennifer stood silently next to Kieran during the commotion in the room. Then she turned around and said, "May I have a moment with my family, please?" Dr. Thomas, Joe, and Madeline left the room. "Please stay, Madeline," Jennifer said, stopping Madeline in her tracks. Madeline approached Jennifer. There was not a single tear on the mother's face. Madeline felt pity for the woman. She felt pity for herself, too. She looked at Jennifer and waited. "I believe you love my son, and he loves you." Madeline nodded. Why did she use the present tense? Loves. "Can you promise me that you would love and take care of Kieran whenever you could manage it?" Whenever she could manage it? What did she mean? What was this woman doing? Madeline had just lost her true love, and Jennifer had lost her son. Madeline wanted to scream and leave this place. She wanted to grieve, but she wasn't the grieving type. If there were even the slightest chance to fix this, she would take it. She had never loved anyone before Kieran. Yes, she'd had relationships with men, on and off, here and there, but love is a sacred word, and if it used with the meaning it deserves, now was the time. It was for Kieran. Jennifer stared at Madeline, deciding, hesitating. What would prevent a mother from saving her son? Guilt? Whatever Jennifer was about to do, Kieran wouldn't forgive her for it. He'd denounce her for that. A mother's worst nightmare. But this was the only chance for Madeline, and Jennifer had no choice. Madeline looked right into Jennifer's eyes and said, "Remember Phoenix." The deity in the fairy tale world had told her this was the only chance she had, and she had to make use of it. Jennifer's eyes widened. Madeline added, "I'll always love him, whether he's dead or alive. But if you can bring him back, I'll be with him for the rest of my life, as long as he wants me. And that is my vow." Tag approached. "Mother, what's going on?" he asked, the tears still damp on his face. Jennifer held up a hand for silence. Then she withdrew a box from her jacket. Inside, a syringe with a shimmering golden liquid rested. "Mother, what are you doing?" Jennifer didn't answer. She checked the needle, and then she injected the liquid into a vein in Kieran's neck. Then she watched the monitor. Nothing. 1 moment, 2 moments. Then the line jumped once, and then again. A line showing a healthy pulse ran across the monitor. Jennifer gave a curt nod. Her gaze was as icy as steel, but Madeline knew, deep down, that a turbulent storm was raging in the jagged rocks of Jennifer's soul. A mother who had killed to save her son. "It's Kieran's golden life. Apparently it works," Tad gasped. "Oh my God, oh Jesus Christ, you killed Juliet for this?" "I didn't kill her. I wanted to teach her a lesson. I wanted their golden life project to fail. It's not just medicine. It's a way to create life force across the realms, changing the natural order of all things. Kieran didn't want this, given what it would take to make this potion work. But Juliet, she wanted it desperately, so she completed it. I swapped the potion because I wanted her to fail when she demonstrated it to Kieran. When I found out she had used herself as the test subject, it was too late." Madeline was too stunned to speak. "How will Kieran live with this in his body?" Tad asked. "It's up to you to tell him, or not. I'll lose him anyway, one way or another. But this way, I would lose him, but he would live." Jennifer looked at Tag and Madeline. "If Kieran were to never talk to me again for the rest of his life, I'd understand. I've never blamed anyone for this but myself." Jennifer opened the door and found Dr. Thomas waiting outside. "Dr. Thomas, Kieran's pulse is back. Could you please perform the operation now?" And with that, Jennifer walked away. Dr. Thomas stormed into the room and looked at the monitor incredulously. He called out for his medical staff. This time, everyone who was not on staff was sent from the room.
Chapter 27. Madeline's footsteps echoed softly through the pristine hallway of Monsieur's new wing. Her heart raced with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension as she approached Jennifer. She stood motionless at the corridor's end. The lights cast harsh shadows across Jennifer's face, accentuating every line and crease. Madeline's breath caught in her throat. Jennifer looked as if she had aged 2 decades in the span of a few hours. For a moment, Madeline hesitated, allowing the weight of recent events to settle between them. The air felt thick with unspoken words and raw emotion. Finally, she broke the silence. "I'll keep my promise, Jennifer. Thank you for bringing Kieran back. I'll leave him if that makes things better for you and him." She paused, giving Jennifer time to absorb her words. The older woman's eyes, usually sharp and calculating, now seemed distant and clouded with exhaustion. Madeline stepped forward, closing the gap between them, and wrapped her arms around Jennifer in a heartfelt embrace. It was as if a dam had broken. Jennifer's composure crumbled, and she began to weep. Her body shook with each sob, years of pent-up emotion pouring out in a torrent. Madeline held her tightly, feeling the tremors course through Jennifer's frame. She realized that this formidable woman, who had likely not shed a tear in years, was allowing herself to be vulnerable, to feel the full weight of her role as a mother. Madeline's own eyes stung with unshed tears as she cradled Jennifer, offering silent support. Time stretched on, marked only by Jennifer's gradually quieting sobs. As Jennifer's emotions began to subside, Madeline gently pulled back, her hands resting on the older woman's shoulders. She searched Jennifer's face, noting the redness around her eyes and the slight tremble in her lips. "Do you really want me to keep this information from Kieran?" Madeline asked. Jennifer took a deep, shaky breath, considering the question. After a moment of internal struggle, she shook her head, her decision seeming to lift a weight from her shoulders. "He'll figure it out," Jennifer said, her voice hoarse from crying. "I'd rather it come from you. I want you to add your perspective to the story when you tell him." Madeline's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why me?" Jennifer's gaze softened, a hint of her usual perceptiveness returning. "Because you love him like a soulmate. One day, I'd like to see you be the mother of his children." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Madeline felt a rush of warmth in her chest, coupled with a twinge of guilt. Jennifer, as far as I'm concerned, Juliet loved him too. Jennifer shook her head, a sad smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Have you ever considered leaving Kieran if you knew your love could harm him? Slowly, Madeline nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Many times, Jennifer's smile grew warmer, more genuine. If you love someone, you must be prepared to give, to take, and to let go. You give the love, you take the pain, and you let go if it's better for the person you love. Out of the three, letting go is the hardest. And you, Madeline, you've done all three for Ciaran. I'm sure he'll do the same for you. Her voice took on a hint of steel as she continued. Juliet never considered letting anything go, no matter what it would do to Kieran. A mother knows what's best for her son. It sounds selfish of me, but you are the best he has ever had. Jennifer reached out, taking Madeline's hand in both of hers. The touch was warm, comforting, almost maternal. I speak from personal experience, she said, her voice thick with emotion. When you become a mother, you'll understand. With gentle movements, Jennifer pressed a small object into Madeline's palm. It was a locket, its metal cool against Madeline's skin. Jennifer's eyes bore into Madeline's, conveying the weight of her next words. Juliet was his past. You are his future. As long as he can let his past go, he can have a future with you. Before Madeline could respond, Jennifer turned on her heel and walked away, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Madeline stood frozen, the locket clutched tightly in her hand, her mind reeling from the conversation. The familiar scent of his room welcomed Kieran back to the world. Somehow, this world seemed better and much more pleasant than before. Because in spite of all the dark corners, rough edges, and puzzles life had presented to him, Madeline gave him one special thing, the feeling of being loved. It felt good, being loved. What happened at Fountains Abbey flooded back to him, but instead of the pain of regret, guilt, or sundry other dark patches of life, the memory was merely an event in a distant past. It felt as if a lifetime of grieving had been lifted from him. Even Juliet. He could think about her now with fond memories of the good times they had had together. He thought about her right now and recalled her brilliant smile and magnificent hair. He remembered the first time they met and the smell of old paper in the library. The air around them had been so still that he had sworn he could hear her breathing. He remembered how happy she had been when she'd beaten him for the first time in a computer game. And he knew she was too smart not to know he'd let her win. But she'd enjoyed the victory anyway. But those memories were now genuinely memories. Previously, they had been mental scars, monuments for him to remember his sins, emotional crimes he had committed which destroyed innocence. A declaration of a lifetime debt to Juliet. He remembered the sensation of the bullet penetrating his body. Was that it? His debt had been paid, and now he could move on? Then Madeline entered the room like a fresh breeze in spring. She sat at his bedside, her presence filling the space with warmth and light. Kieran's heart swelled, a feeling so unfamiliar yet so welcome that it almost overwhelmed him. "Welcome back, hotshot," she said, her voice a melody to his ears. "Hello there, chocolate." He smiled at her, drinking in her beauty. He sat up, leaning against the headboard, his eyes never leaving hers. "Thank you," she said, her fingers intertwining with his. "For what?" "For coming back to me, Ciaran. You wanted to go." He smiled, squeezing her hand gently. "I changed my mind." She tucked his hair back and kissed him, her lips soft and warm against his. Then she eased back and looked into his eyes, her gaze full of emotion. "I love you, Ciaran." His heart raced, a feeling of completeness washing over him. "That's why I changed my mind. I've let go of whatever happened in the past. I'm hoping to have a future with you, if you'll accept me." Tears rolled down her face, glistening in the soft light of the room. He wiped them away with his thumb, lingering on the dimple on her left cheek. Yes, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Be with me. He pulled her into his arms, feeling the vibration of her emotion, of her love, the scent of her hair, the warmth of her body against his, the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. All of it anchored him to this moment, to her. Asher Blackwood. The guest room at Monsieur's East Wing probably cost more than my entire PAX territory. Crystal chandeliers, hand-painted silk wallpaper, and furniture that looked too precious to actually use. Are we sure this is a guest room? My wolf mused. Maybe we took a wrong turn and ended up in a museum. Touch nothing. Breaking anything in here would take 10 generations of alpha salary to replace. Not helping with the nerves, I muttered, pacing between priceless antiques. Oh, now you're nervous? After casually telling Jennifer LeBlanc that her sun-saving potion needs mixed blood werewolf juice? That wasn't nerve-wracking at all. What if it doesn't work? Please, my wolf scoffed, trust my centuries of experience. You mean the same centuries where you claim to have invented the wheel and taught Shakespeare how to write? I never said I taught Shakespeare. I merely suggested some plot improvements. That whole exit pursued by a bear thing? My idea. The door opened, and Jennifer LeBlanc glided in. There was really no other word for how she moved. Her face, usually a mask of perfect composure, showed the faintest traces of relief. It worked, she said simply. Kieran will live. The knot in my chest loosened slightly. I'm glad, and I'm happy for your family. I wager my job is done then. She nodded, studying me with those sharp eyes that seemed to cut right through pretense. Why did you help us? We're strangers to you. Tell her the goddess told us about the mixed wolf blood solution, my wolf suggested. Tell her about the deal you made with the goddess and how much it cost you. I appreciate that you trusted me enough to accept my mixed wolf blood in your son's body. You had every right to doubt me. I had no proof the potion wouldn't work without it. Jennifer nodded. A mother's instinct. I know what's best for my son. Juliet was smart, but as a human, her capacity when she made the potion was limited. I chuckled. Yes, we're all limited by what we were born into. You should be proud of your make, Asher. Oh, I am, Lady LeBlanc. Call me Jennifer. Her lips curved slightly. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you come to me with this information and offer? I'm guessing it's not something you can discuss freely. I won't press. Whatever your reasons, you've saved my son. The LeBlancs don't forget such debts. About that. I shifted uncomfortably. When the word gets out about the mixed blood in the potion, it won't. Her voice carried steel beneath its silk. The formula remains private. Family secret. Ask her how long she thinks she can keep it quiet, my wolf pressed. These things have a way of, even secrets have expiration dates, Jennifer. Yes, they do, but when that day comes, you'll find the LeBlancs protect their own. She paused meaningfully. All of their own. Did she just adopt us? My wolf perked up, because I could get used to this place. Look at those curtains. Bet they cost more than your car. I appreciate the offer, I said carefully, but I have responsibilities back home, a pack to return to. Mixed blood will only become an issue if you're running for an alpha position in your pack. Judging by the way you took all the risks to help us without asking for anything in return, you're not the kind that thrives on pointless power. So what's your motivation? Revenge? Family legacy? The back of my eyes stung, but I kept my composure. You looked me up on a database, Jennifer? She looked me up and down. I told you my secret weapon, mother's intuition, and beneath your tough alpha facade, you're a wounded pup. My wolf was silent when I needed his nonsensical, sarcastic remarks. She's fucking good, he muttered in my ears. I cleared my throat. I'd better get going. I'd appreciate it if you keep the information about my blood discreet for as long as you can. Of course. Jennifer reached into her jacket and pulled out a business card. Not the standard LeBlanc corporate one, but something older, more elegant. When you're ready to expand your family connections, call this number. Take it. Take it. Think of the thread count on these sheets. I accepted the card, trying not to think about how much power the LeBlancs wielded or how useful such connections might be when my mixed blood status eventually came to light. "There's something else you should know," Jennifer said, her expression turning grave. "Obtaining the alpha position or any kind of leadership, it requires more than just blood. There's always a price for power." "Here it comes," my wolf groaned. The other shoe, about to drop like an anvil on our unsuspecting head. But Jennifer was already moving toward the door. "When you figure out what that price is, and you will, remember what I said about family." She left me standing there, holding a business card that felt heavier than it should, wondering exactly what I'd gotten myself into. "Well," my wolf mused, "at least we're not dead. Yet. You're such an optimist. I prefer the term realistically cynical. Now, can we please get out of here before we break something priceless? That vase is looking at me funny." The cafe buzzed with afternoon energy, but I only had eyes for one person. Sophia sat by the window, sunlight playing in her hair, making my heart do that inconvenient stuttering thing again. "Oh no," my wolf groaned. "That look on your face. We're in trouble." "What look?" "The one that says you're about to do something monumentally stupid. Like fall in love with a human when you're trying to become alpha of a pack that barely tolerates mixed blood, let alone human mates." "I'm just getting coffee, sure, and I'm just a puppy. Face it, pup, you're gone for her. Completely, utterly, head over paws gone." I straightened my jacket, trying to channel some of that alpha confidence I usually had in spades. "I can handle this. Watch out for the thunk lamppost." Sophia looked up at the sound of my collision with the street furniture, her smile turning into barely contained laughter as I tried to pretend it was all part of my master plan. "We meet again," she said as I approached her table, rubbing my forehead. "Though usually people just wave hello. I like to make an impression." I sat down, my wolf suspiciously quiet. "About earlier, when you ran away like your tail was on fire?" "I like her," my wolf decided. "She gets us." "I had an emergency, Sophia." "I see. She knows," my wolf whispered, "or suspects, and she's not running away screaming. Interesting. So you wouldn't have another emergency soon, not before we finish this coffee?" I shook my head. "Don't look sheepish. That's a sign of weakness." "Girls don't like that," my wolf scolded. The barista arrived with my coffee, which I didn't remember ordering, and Sophia winked at me. I took the Liberty, black, 2 sugars, right? "She remembers how we take our coffee," my wolf said softly. "We are so beyond trouble." Looking at her across the table, sunlight making a halo of her hair, I realized several things at once. I was falling for a human. The timing was crazy stupid. I was competing for alpha. I had just tied my fate to one of the most powerful families in Britain. And somewhere out there, a divine price tag was waiting to be paid because taking the potion solution advice from the goddess hadn't just voided my contractual reward, it had put me in deficit. "Wait, something's different about her," my wolf said, unusually thoughtful. "Can't you smell it, like mountain air and something else? Something old?" I frowned, trying to physically restrain myself from responding to him. "What's on your mind?" Sophia asked. "What? You mean now?" I stuttered. "Clumsy." My wolf groaned. "You'll never get a date." For once, my wolf and I were in perfect agreement. "Sorry, I've got a lot on my mind right now, Sophia, and lots of things I can't really talk about. Can't talk about as in secrets, or you wouldn't understand kind of information." "Oh, I mean, no one has ever asked me that question before." "I don't care for secrets if we're to take our conversations anywhere to the next level." She traced the rim of her coffee cup. "As for understanding, try me. Let's start with the emergency you had before." She leaned forward. As Sophia's hand found mine across the table, my wolf suddenly went very still. "Asher," he whispered, all traces of humor gone. I I think we've just stumbled into something much bigger than a pretty girl in a coffee shop. I can feel magic, as old as mine. Not that I've ever wanted to admit my age. I saw amusement flicker at the corner of Sophia's eyes. Oh, my dear wolf god, my wolf's panic rippled through our connection. Can she read minds, Asher? Can she hear me? Quick, think about something else. Weather. Politics. By the way, have I ever told you about her spectacular? Sophia covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. What's funny? I managed, though my throat had gone dry. She tilted her head slightly, looking directly toward the space where my wolf's voice typically came from when I was in human form. Her eyes for just a moment seemed to shimmer with something ancient and wild. No, she said with a smile that held centuries of secrets. You've never talked about my proud, womanly assets, Wolf. Though your running commentary about Asher walking into lampposts has been entertaining. My wolf went absolutely silent for the first time in 35 years. I had a feeling this was going to be either the best or worst coffee date of my life. Probably both. That's it for Alpha Wolf, The Price of Love, a novel in the Supernatural Matchmaking Services series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Jessica Lee, Lora Keene, and Liam Chandler. If you enjoyed this supernatural matchmaking adventure, don't forget to like and subscribe for more stories from D.N. Leo's Multiverse Collection. Tell them about the next book. My wolf interrupted. Actually, that's a great point, Wolf. Keep an eye out for more tales from the Multiverse Collection, where every story adds another piece to this supernatural puzzle. You can find the list of related books in Supernatural Matchmaking Services playlist or podcast list. And don't forget to comment, my wolf added. Humans love talking about their favorite characters. True enough. D.N. Leo loves hearing from her readers and listeners, so drop your thoughts in the comments below or visit her website at dnleo.com and send her an email. Who knows? Maybe your favorite character will get their own story next. Even me? My wolf asked hopefully. We'll see, Wolf, we'll see. Thanks for listening, everyone. Until next time, this is Asher Blackwood, your friendly neighborhood supernatural matchmaker signing off. Don't forget to watch out for those lampposts. My wolf called out. Shut up, Wolf. Let me work. I'm supposed to say until next time, stay magical.